All right, I will. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hello, traders, family, friends, and everyone else. I am so glad. We are so glad here at TopStep that you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time, and we have saved you a front row seat. Welcome to TopStep TV, and each and every day of the week, we have nothing to say more than we offer the best, the number one stream trading financial on the internet. Nothing like ours that offers education trading, trading buddies, market knowledge, cool swag, good looking people, and tradertainment. This is opening call. He's JD, and I'm ready for anything. We've got an educational and informative programming for you today. And each day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and your very own man from Boston whose Celtics are leading in the finals. Hello, Tim. And yes, even that voice in your head that says, believe in yourself, push your limits, experience life, conquer your goals, and be happy. Let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. And let's say hello to JD, who is sitting in for Mr. Hoagland. Hello, JD.
2 more days. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the opening call, Thursday, June the 13th. I'm here for Hoag. Like Eddie said, I'll be here today and tomorrow. Hoag is back next week, so have no fear. The GOAT's on his way back. But good morning again. Glad to be here. Excited for the day. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's get ready here. I got some news for you. All right. Thank you, James. U.S. stock futures were mixed on Thursday as investors digested. Today is Thursday. Yes, it is. Updated outlook on what was going on here. The potential rate cut, yes. Yesterday, basically a fart in a tornado. Today, we do have the Dow edging down about 28, S&P up by about 15, and the NASDAQ up by 170. Benchmark 500 and the NASDAQ Composite both posted fresh record highs for the third session. That was yesterday. We'll see if they can do it again today. Adding some upward momentum to the market, we share here in Oracle. Oracle surged more than 13% following the better than anticipated double-digit annual revenue guidance from the software provider. Now, yesterday, the Fed had signaled its plan to unveil possibly, it's like a tease. It's just such a bad tease. One possible interest rate cut, indicating a hawkish stance from the policymakers that as they left borrowing costs on hold at more than 2-decade high. In March, officials had indicated that they projected as many as 3, but the rate of the price growth, the major focus on the recent tightening and cycle by the Fed has remained stubbornly at that 2% target. If you're holding some Tesla stocks, Elon Musk talking about the shareholders to vote in favor of a $56 billion pay package. Tesla shareholders are expecting to back CEO Musk's $56 million pay package and a move by the electrical vehicle giant to reincorporate in Texas from Delaware. We'll see how that goes. Get your votes in. And JD, what do you got for us?
Well, we had a couple numbers out earlier this morning, jobless claims and PPI. Claims came in a little higher than expected. Actual came out 247,000 new jobless claims compared to 229,000 previous and a 222,000 consensus. So a little worse than expected there. PPI came in a little better than expected. Actual PPI month over month came in at minus 0.2% versus 0.5% prior. Year over year, 2.2% versus 2.2% prior. Consensus range was 2.2 to 2.7. They were figuring coming at 2.5, came in at 2.2. So producer prices are down, and everybody knows when producers pay less, that trickles down to the consumer eventually. So another positive inflation report this morning. Coming out later this morning, we've got the EIA natural gas report at 9:30 Central Time. John Williams is speaking, Fed Governor John Williams, at 11 a.m. Central Time. And then we have Fed balance sheet at 2:30 Central Time. Don't forget about a 30-year bond auction coming out at noon. That could be a big mover in the markets too. These bond and note auctions to create some volatility from time to time. Overnight, markets in Asia closed a little bit mixed. Shanghai down 0.28%, Nikkei down 0.4%, and the Hang Seng up 0.97%. Currently in Europe, stocks are trading lower this morning. The FTSE's down 0.26%, DAX down 0.97%, and the CAC down 1.05%. We've got the VIX currently sitting at 12.08, US dollar index at 104.86, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note is resting comfortably at 4.27. Some of your favorite stocks. Eddie mentioned GameStop down 16.5% again, closed at 25.46. For your Mag 7 followers, Tesla closed up 3.8%, Nvidia up 3.5%, Microsoft up close to 2%, Meta up about 0.25%, Google up a little more than 0.5%, Amazon, the only laggard in the Mag 7, down 0.18% to close the day yesterday, and Apple up another 2.8%. Apple's on a tear ever since announcing that merger. Eddie, what's happening in the world of crude oil this morning?
Earl, crude prices today. We're looking at them right now. A little recovery, but earlier today, we did see that there was a drop in the crude here, tagging the 77.67 level. Right now, we're looking at 78.47. Now, this is after a surprise build in U.S. crude inventories, while the IEA also trimmed its oil demand growth forecast for 2024. U.S. crude futures traded around the 78.23, Brent 82.31. Government data released yesterday showed that U.S. oil inventories unexpectedly grew by 3.7 million barrels in the first week of June. Presto, against the expectations of a draw. Now, that's a big difference. So we've got a build versus a draw, something that somebody swung and missed at. So additionally, the International Energy Agency trimmed its outlook for the demand growth in 2024 by 100,000 barrels per day to 960,000 BPDs in its monthly report. That's what I have on the crude. And boy, I tell you, ladies, if you ever had a achy breaky heart, the guy is single again. Billy Ray Cyrus filed for divorce after 7 months. And this is his, 72nd wife? No, wait. No. Singer, actually, this is third wife. And her name is Fire Rose. I wonder if that is her real birth name. Fire Rose. So
7 months,
yes,
huh?
ladies and guys.
Couldn't sniff that one out before it happened, huh?
Fire Rose. Yes. Sweet Rose would have been nice, but anyway, he's available if you'd like to. And James, my good friend, how about that tip of the week? The market is always right. One thing that I like about that is you can sit back and watch what others are doing, market direction. And we talk about that a lot here on TopstepTV. Buyers are driving, sellers are driving, buyers take over. We got some sellers coming in. And basically that's what the market is. So it's always going to be that way. I mean, something, you're not going to be able to change it unless you have a big portfolio that you want to dump. So keep that in mind. The market's always right. And another thing I want to say is let the market come to you, right? Don't be chasing it. And as we do say here, if you miss the first bus, there's another one right behind it. So don't panic. Don't get the FOMO. Just relax, chill, and trade like a professional. JD, what do you got to add on that?
Yeah, the market's never going to come back and say, oh, sorry, my bad. It's not the market's fault. It's your fault if you're on the wrong side of it. But the market does like to talk to you. Hoag sometimes says the market likes to whisper to you. So when the market's telling you something, listen to it because the market is always right.
Right.
Just like
Most
the
of
tip
the time,
says.
yeah, most of the time it likes to kick me in the junk. But anyway, we're going to do some charts here. Without further ado, JD, let's get to them charts.
For sure. Let's do it. All right. First up, here is our daily chart for the June S&P 500 contract. It's Fed hangover day, folks. I'm not looking for a whole lot of movement early on, but we'll see what happens. So yesterday, the ES traded in a 75 handle range, settled at 54.27, up 43.5 points. Nice rip in the ES. Total volume traded was about 1.9 million contracts, and we actually lost 46,000 in open interest, while the September contract gained over 61,000. The roll is in full swing here, folks. September contract is ticking up in volume. The bulk of the volume is still in the June contract right now, though. So remember to trade where the liquidity is during the roll. Today it's still in the June contract. Okay, coming off of this 4 days of choppy consolidation leading up to CPI and the Fed release, we busted out of a minor bull flag right here. I didn't draw it in, I meant to, and just took off to the races yesterday. We had a nice increase in volume on yesterday's rip higher, settled at new all-time highs. Typically, after a big up day like we saw yesterday, you kind of expect to see a little sideways to lower price action the following day as the market sort of absorbs all that new information. I'm not saying we won't see some follow through today, but we didn't get much movement overnight. We saw a little bit of movement off the PPI and jobless claims numbers a little while ago, but for the most part, we're still settling inside range from yesterday. We're in a healthy bull trend still. We continue to make higher highs, higher lows, so there's very little doubt as to the overall direction of this market right now. Here's our 30-minute chart. Never liked to scale properly for me. All right. Let me throw in a profile here real quick. I'll do this manually. All right. So here is our CPI movement right here. Expired 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Wasn't much action overnight leading up to it. Maybe a little bit of long overnight inventory, just a little bit. Then the better than expected inflation data sent the ES just soaring immediately after the numbers came out. After that, we got some choppy sideways price action right here, waiting for the Fed release. Once that Fed statement came out, we played both sides of the range, taking out the initial balance high and initial balance low in 130-minute bar here. Happened real fast. We formed this P-shaped profile here on the volume profile during regular trading hours, which is our confirmation that buyers were in full control yesterday. This morning, overnight inventory, maybe a little bit long, basically flat, I would say. Saw just a little bit of buying after those early numbers came out, but we're right back in a balance right now. We should be opening in range and in value from yesterday, which tells us what? Hoag loves to say this all the time. Opening inside range, inside value tells us to remain patient and wait for those better trade locations because they will come throughout the day. Right now, yesterday's value area low is at 54.28. Holding is a nice support zone early on this morning. Following a big up move like we saw yesterday, the lower end of the value area can sometimes provide opportunities for nice, cheap, long trade entries. I'll be looking to play both sides of this today. I think we're going to be rangy and choppy. That's just my personal opinion, but I'll be looking for cheap trade opportunities on both sides of the market today. Let's hop over to our NASDAQ. So this is a daily chart of the June NASDAQ contract. Yesterday, traded in a 380-point range, settled at 19,496.5, up 254 points on the day. Total volume was 690,000 contracts, nice little boost there, and we lost 4,200 in open interest. September contract gained another 6,500 in open interest, but the bulk of the volume still in the June contract right now. Expiration for the June contract, last trading day for the June NASDAQ. June equities is June 21st, next Friday. June contract goes off the board next Friday. We'll be rolling to September before then. So price action, pretty much the same setup as the ES. A few days of consolidation here leading up to the breakout of a minor bull flag to the upside with a healthy spike in volume yesterday. Unlike the ES, though, we got some follow-through overnight, printed another new all-time high in the overnight session right after the numbers. I believe it's 19,691. I'd like to see this revisited during regular trading hours, though. Overnight highs have a tendency to be sort of weak in structure, and we have that big fat round number at 19,700, so I wouldn't mind seeing a test of that either. But let's see how it plays out once we establish an initial balance. Here's our 30-minute. No profile in here either. Let me just pop one in here real quick. All right. So, again, just like the ES, here is our lead up to the CPI release yesterday. We saw some decent follow through after the bell, and our initial balance held as the low of the day, unlike the ES where the initial balance was taken out. Initial balance low was taken out after the Fed announcement. Not the same case for the NASDAQ. Then we formed this nice P-shaped profile signaling acceptance of higher prices, and we go on to close the day right around new all-time highs. Right now, overnight inventory got a little long overnight. Looks like we will be opening with a gap here, just a small gap. So gap rules will apply. We'll look for prices to come back and fill this gap in a timely manner. Otherwise, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Again, if we do continue higher, my first target will be to take out that overnight high and test that 700 level, 19,700, big fat round number. On the downside, a move back inside value from yesterday could bring a test of yesterday's value area low at 19,482, which could provide an opportunity for a nice, cheap, long trade. There's also the possibility of that special situation play moving back inside value from yesterday and then retesting the value area low. It would be the same setup as what I just mentioned, taking a long opportunity at that value area low. The special situation play would provide that opportunity. All right, on to crude oil.
Speaking of crude oil, quick here. It's making new highs here, 78.70. So running north.
78.74. Here we go. Here's our daily of the July contract. Man, this market was all over the place yesterday, wasn't it? In all, the July contract traded in a $1.44 range, settled at 78.50, up 60 cents on the day. Total volume was 322,000 contracts, and we lost another 30,000 in open interest. The August contract has now overtaken the July contract in open interest, but bulk of the volume still remains in the July contract. Like I said before, trade where the liquidity is, but the roll is on in crude. The roll is definitely on. So yesterday's range was wasn't that much wider than Tuesday's, but it was a bit more whippy. We started the day with a strong move higher going into the open, then changed direction and put in a new low and eventually settled right on top of the 100 session moving average at 78.50, which we are just broke above not too long ago. Things were looking a little weak to start out the day, but then we see some buyers stepping in right now. We were trading we were targeting that 200 session moving average at 77.54 early on, but it looks like we might miss that opportunity to get in a long position down there. But let's take a look at our 30-minute chart. All right. Yesterday, here's our lead up to the open. We rallied overnight on negative inventory news. This was yesterday. Negative inventory news, then dumped at 9:30 Central Time right here on positive EIA petroleum status report. Crude inventories came out 3.7 million barrels compared to just 1.2 million barrels last week. That's a pretty significant spike in inventories, and it just sent crude oil straight down. Prices plunged, taking out the overnight low, printing a new low, extending the range lower. We eventually settled the day right around mid-range. This morning, overnight inventory was short going into the open. It looked like we were going to open with a gap, but that is not the case. Right on the 8 o'clock bell, we started trading back inside range before the 8 o'clock bell. Then the 8 o'clock bell struck, and Now we are trading back inside range, inside value from yesterday. And again, opening inside range and inside value from the previous day is a sort of a sign of indifference, or I should say jockeying for position, almost, do you like to say? So what you want to do really is, we say this quite a bit, don't diddle in the middle, folks. Wait for the market to sort of establish itself. Stay patient, sit back, and wait for better trade locations. That's what we're looking at in crude oil right now. First target to the downside, I said, was that 200 session simple moving average at 77.54. Did not quite make it down there, but now we are trading back inside range, inside value. All right. Last but not least, let's hit that gold real fast. Here's our daily. I wasn't able to catch Coach Dakota last night. I don't know if anybody else did. He was talking about starting a little early and putting on a gold trade. I'm sorry I missed it, but if you have any info on that, throw it in the chat. I'd love to hear about it. All right, so yesterday, August contract in gold traded in a $32 range, settled at 2354.8, up 28 cents on the day, 28.2 cents, $28.02 on the day. That's it. Total volume, kind of light. 241,000 contracts traded. We lost 1,000 in open interest. Anyway, here we have a couple of chart patterns that we've been tracking for the last week. Been keeping a close eye on these. I'm going to switch to a 4-hour chart real quick. All right, so on the longer term, we have this big bearish broadening ascending wedge formation. That's like a tongue twister right there, which I've been talking about extensively for the last week. We tested the lower trend line yesterday, came back to close below it. This pattern is still in play. Next, we have the shorter term bear flag, started forming on Monday. We broke out to the downside this morning, retested the bottom, the lower trend line of that pattern this morning. So we have two bearish patterns in play right now. Let's just zoom in to the 30-minute. We got about a minute left, not even a minute. All right, so like I said, we closed under that lower trend line for this wedge formation yesterday. This morning, overnight inventory was short into the open. We kind of balanced that out. We're now trading back inside range from yesterday. We're seeing a little bit of weakness right now. I was looking for a return rally to close that gap if we opened with a gap. It did open with a small gap. We returned to close that gap immediately. So right now we're looking at VWAP right now at 23.30, which was also our weekly kickoff low from last week. That's been a pretty significant level. It's been a source of support and resistance going back for a couple months now, I want to say. I hear you, Eddie. Let's just wrap this up.
Okay.
All right. Don't forget our measure move target for this wedge pattern is 2267.4. I'm closing it out. Eddie, let's bring in the rest.
All right, coming up here, we've got Fast Markets, excuse me, with Andre, Gabe, and Jack. Now we got Power Players with Matthew, Mickey, JD, Andre. Vanessa's going to join me for Top Quiz. JD, Robert, Jack, and Ben. Andre, Dolby, and Gabe. And to close it out, we got the dynamic duo, Andre, Dolby, and Justin. So we'll be right back. Just a few minutes. And JD, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. Don't go away.
Sounds good, Eddie.
Don't go away. Don't go away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our new highs in the gates. Had a lot of those yesterday. Andre, how you doing, partner?
I'm doing well. Another day, another set of all-time highs, NASDAQ and ES. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Lovely lady in the lower left-hand corner is Anne-Marie. Upper right is Jack.
What's up?
Making his maiden appearance on Fast Markets, Gabe. Gabe, welcome to Fast Markets. How you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling great. Happy to be here. Ready for a fun day in the markets.
Gabe, you're on Fast Markets, man. You made it. You made it.
I made it.
I feel like I'm hanging out with the inside crowd today.
You are in. You are in. If Gabe is here, you're with the cool kids. If Gabe is here, the house account is open today. We got Jack. Jack, what are you gonna be trading today? If anything, what are you looking at?
If I'm doing anything, I'll be trading ES. I've been working this morning on trying to get my live account going. It's not there yet. So Combine for now, but I will be slinging real MES in all likelihood once that gets started.
Ooh, baby. I can't wait for that. Gabe, tell them briefly about your story, what you're doing here, and what we're following with you.
Yeah, so right now, later today, there's going to be that road to funding segment. But right now, I am on a 5 trading combine journey to get into the XFA and eventually transition over to a live account to join the rest of the Top Step TV crew.
Sweet.
And be on live funds. But for now, you guys get to follow me. This will be day 4 in terms of trading. So when I go on later this afternoon, I will actually go through the trade report for the first 3 days, give you guys a little bit of a rundown on the stats. But we're here to trade this morning, so that'll be the focus. We'll just be getting in the markets. But yeah, really excited to work towards getting a live account, joining the big dogs.
Excellent. Anne-Marie, what are we looking at this morning for the markets? And you're looking at the ES. You look at NASDAQ primarily. I saw you in the chat yesterday. You looked like you trade pretty well. What are we looking at this morning on this open?
So what I've started doing is really looking, this box that we see on the left is the movement for the FOMC. And so I've been tracking how we're behaving on these big days. So the last track we had was the NFP. It moved out of that range, and now we've got a new release, and that's the FOMC. So I've got it measured with our GAN box tool that we have on Topstep X, and I've replicated it up. And so the next line in the sand looks like 709. It is a buy the dip, but as JD said in the pre-market, we sometimes have a hangover day when we've got this kind of range, right? And so that's my thought at the outset is I'm looking for a range-based behavior space. So I'm really looking for a short up here at 668, but I want it to build structure first before I pull the trigger. And so anywhere between 665 and 670, and of course that's 19,670, I'm going to look for that kind of structure that says, hey, I'm not going any higher, and it begins to break down. And then the first pop up at around that 668 that fails, I'm going to take the short. Right now, we're seeing a lot of buyers underneath. So everything's suggesting that it is going to move up into that range. And so that's really what my current weight state is. If it breaks the trend line here off this edge, then I'm going to look for, okay, where did yesterday's close go? And if I bounce up above that close, but I can't stay there, I'm going to look for the continuation short into first the 520-ish zone, and then maybe, I don't think 425 gets there, maybe 460 to 480 like we were looking at yesterday.
All right. Well, yesterday's settlement is 496.5. I have here
Great.
pinned at the top of the chat. Let's see if it is there. Pinned at the top of the chat, you'll see Top Step daily levels. Make sure to click those, have those open. Make some real estate on your screen for those. They are very valuable. All right, out of the gates here, we're starting to see some sellers in the S&Ps and Dow. NASDAQ staying bid a little bit. Crude moving to the upside here, but again, we made new all-time highs. Anne-Marie, what did you make of that PPI number? It came in very, very light, negative actually, month over month. Is that giving the Fed the runway? Or I guess Jack this too, but I'm going to get your opinion first. Anne-Marie, what was your take of PPI?
So it was really weak. And I mean, everybody wants rates to go down, but the only time the Fed cuts rates is if things are bad. So, I think it's going to be a basic non-event in terms of overall. They're going to go, okay, we just got that data, but I already told you yesterday what I'm thinking. So we're going to collect one more data point at a time. I don't know what the prediction says for the September area, if that's going to be the rate cut before the November election. Jack, what say you?
Yeah, well, let me pull up. I'll pull up the Fed watch tool in a little bit. We're selling off through it, going back towards yesterday. We had the not so great long trade in the house account because it then retraced very late in the day. As far as the PPI came in soft. Jobless claims higher. Those are supposed. I cannot speak this morning.
Good morning, Jack.
Good morning. I needed to drink some more coffee. All right. Those are supposed to be the things that would trigger the Fed to get less restrictive. But as Anne-Marie said, they don't want to unless things get bad. So it's the battle of whether the possible likelihood of interest rate cuts sends this market up, or do we drift back? We got a big gap from CPI yesterday that I have lined out in a purple box there that we tested, went through pretty good at the end of yesterday, tested in the overnight. Let's see what happens there. Andre, you're never going short again, so that's something to consider as well.
Ever. Although we went long yesterday and lost money, so who knows at this point. But yes, I'm never going short again. Hey, Jack, what's the upper end of that box? What's the price there?
54.30, just about. And all that is, that's just basically a box from when CPI came out to the open, just for reference. I'm not saying that's an area where I would, if anything, I'd be tempted to buy there just because there's such a strong bid to this market in general. A little ways off, but less ways than there was when we started. So we'll take a look.
All right, Gabe, I saw in the Slack here, you did put a trade on. Talk to us.
Yeah, so I entered short off that break. Not a huge fan of the little bounce that we just had, but I'm going to stay in it, stick with my my risk that I've accepted. I have essentially what I like about this is we took with the data that came in this morning, we took the overnight highs already. And I really like that V-shaped reversal that took place. And a lot of the times, if what I'm noticing in my so far, like the last couple months of studying some back testing of some big news events like this, if we leave a data wick, a lot of the times the market will gravitate towards the other end of where in this case, we'll call them data lows. So I really do like at some point the market to gravitate towards those data lows and then head back towards the low of the overnight range, which is 19,582. But obviously buyers stepped right back in off that dip. But I've accepted this. I got a little 1 minute supply zone, this little drop base drop that I'm looking at putting my stop above in case we do break above. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yes, we will. Currently looking at the tilt here. Nothing really showing. 50-50 potential crossover. We got 60% long in crude oil. Crude oil trying to make another run for the $79 handle. See if we can push into the 80s, maybe by week end. Anne-Marie, any trades yet? Anything piquing your interest? What are you looking for in terms of levels?
I am waiting for that 660 area. It's coming into it right now.
Okay.
So this is the zone where I would say, if if I wanted to jump in without giving them a shot to structurally hold, I would say, okay, I'm going to try and short at the 660. But today I want to be patient. I do suspect that they are going to rocket up into that edge and give me a chance to short. So I'm going to be a little bit of a cool cat this morning.
You are a cool cat.
Always.
Yeah, you're hanging with the cool kids today, Henry.
Chasing Post Malone down the runway by the end of this.
Yeah, right. Okay, we are seeing a bit of a pop here in NASDAQ. Of course, the Dow just doing whatever the Dow does. NASDAQ catching a bit of a bid here, but NASDAQ definitely making the move to the upside here. Gold catching a bid as well. A couple bucks beneath 23.40, currently trading 23.38. Gold hasn't been the mover it has last couple weeks. Been kind of sideways trade, range-bound trade lately. See if we can get some movement here to the upside. Longs are coming in on the tilt now, seeing 64% long in NASDAQ. See if we keep pushing here into that 660 level that Anne-Marie was targeting. In terms of numbers,
I wish I'd taken the long off the bounce, but I didn't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
I wouldn't normally be doing a text right now, but I have a text from you-know-who, unrelated to this, but I probably should still answer.
Who?
MP.
Powell? Oh, Powell?
Yeah.
I thought Powell was hitting you up. I thought Jay Powell was hitting you up again.
It's not about the show, so we're good.
Oh, it's not? Okay. You know who? All right, 54.
So I did jump in, but
in.
I think I'm early, so I just went with a one lot. And I think structurally it's looking like I want it to look like. Volume is lower. And the trending action into the anchored VWAP should give me the target that I want. I want it to start breaking down, though. It's not built that structure I like to look for. And I really want to credit that to Dakota, because I have been someone that has looked, and whether I realized it or not, I was trying to predict where the market was going instead of estimating where traders would show up to compete and then watch for that structure to hold. And so instead of now putting on my primary size at that area where I go, you know what, this is where they'll do it, I will leg into the trade in terms of the range once the structure gets built. And if it turns out that the lower low is the 660, then Gabe and I will now be sitting on the same side of the trade, which would be really nice, because then we'll be coming back into these lower edges of support.
All right. Gabe, we did see a little bit of a pop here in NASDAQ. I don't know where you had your stop. Here come the sellers, of course. What are you still in that trade, Gabe?
No, I had my stop above this little 1 minute drop base drops, a little 1 minute supply zone. It is testing. So price came right up to this little 2 minute fair value gap. I've got the data highs and the data lows mapped out right here on my chart for you guys. So data highs are at 19,690. Data lows are at 610. I would, if price does close above this 2 minute fair value gap, so we get a body close above, then I'm going to take a little 20 handle scalp up to those data highs. But right now, sellers are jumping right back in, of course, after I get stopped out. So I'm not really too happy about that, but hey, it's okay. I got a little bit of room left in my capital for the day to take another trade. So see what we can make of it.
So I covered that trade at 641 simply because it was coming into the 1 minute opening range of the chart. And so because I am sort of a, what is that? No. Whoops. I'm sort of a nervous Nelly about trading price action altogether. I am sitting in a combine, full disclosure. So that was for about 375, I think.
Okay.
417. 417.
Sounds good. All right. Well, we did
Yeah,
have PPI and jobless initial jobless claims come out about an hour and 15 minutes ago. I think we have a little bit more on the docket today. So we'll go to my man Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for today?
Hello. Well, we had all the goodies early this morning. Coming up in about 45 minutes, your net gas traders, yes, the Widowmaker. That's going to be in about 45 minutes. 10:30, 4-week, 8-week bill auction. And we do have FOMC member Billy Williams going to be speaking at 11 o'clock. Also 11 o'clock, your Treasury Secretary, yes, that wonderful, lovely, and sweet, knowledgeable lady, Janet Yellen will be speaking. So, and the thing is, last time she did, markets did move. It didn't, not right away, but she started to hit some points where the market did move. So we got to watch for that. Also, 12 o'clock, high noon, 30-year bond auction. That's another biggie. And later on, we got later on in the afternoon, Fed balance sheet. And that should be it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes, Janet Yellen will be speaking today, and it is on the calendar, so we will not be blindsided by it. Sometimes she does catch us off guard here. We are seeing some sellers in the S&Ps and NASDAQ.
What's Jay? Does Jay have any levels that he's watching?
Jay does have a level. He likes 600s, perhaps a long from 600. He wants to see how this plays out in this opening 15 minutes or so. We like Jay's levels, don't we, Anne-Marie?
We sure do.
Who doesn't?
We sure do. I was nervous trading against him the other day, but luckily we got in at different times, so we both made money on the trade. So that was really great. Yeah, I like Jay's levels a lot.
He says he thinks we're going to range for a little bit. He wants to see how it plays out. Perhaps along from 600, 605, low of PPI, 605. We're currently trading 645, so there's still some room to the downside and upside for that matter. Jack, what would it take for you to get into an ES trade? We're currently trading 54.36. High of the day. Oh, above 52 is what we got. 52,
yeah, so we had that initial spike, right off the PPI number that tape reading expectations of inflation interest rates coming down got rejected pretty good because they remembered what Powell said yesterday. I'm with Jay. I'm chilling for a little bit right now. Smart. I'd be tempted to buy kind of back around where the purple box is, but with sort of a tight risk limit because once again, that's a gap that if we get selling, it could go down. But, as we have emphasized, there's the infinite bid to this market. So
crazy. I'm
not quite with you, Andre. Well, I'll never short again, but I'm also not wild about just going full port short and trying to close that gap.
Yeah. I think if you do go short, see profit, take profit. Unless we do test that gap from 2 days ago or yesterday, I say there might be some more room to downside, like Jack's saying here. Top of the range, top of that box is 54.30, I believe.
Right, and this is a reference. Obviously, it traded lower yesterday before it whipped back. Just an area. It went a lot higher after that CPI number.
Yes, we did. All right,
the
Gabe,
longer we sit here, by the way, I'll feel more comfortable. That's kind of why I want to chill right now, is the longer we kind of stay in this range above the post-CPI number, the more of the acceptance, the more I feel comfortable about the buying.
I like that shit. All right, Gabe, what are you looking at over there? I see you stalking the markets.
I'm trying to quick long. Stopped out of the shorts. Trying to quick. I like this little wick above. We failed to really close below this demand level. So I'm going to take a quick long, at least back up to the 660s. See if we can get a retest of that 2-minute fair value gap. I mean, obviously we are kind of basing or consolidating right now, but I do want to see some momentum. I'm going to keep my stop tight if we do head back down towards that demand level, but
So, Gabe, what time frame are you looking at here? I see.
Right now, I'm on the 32nd.
32nd.
Getting in there.
Damn, man.
Yep. Right now, I'm on the 32nd.
Love it.
You are the heir apparent, the MP here. I love it.
What did MP want, Jack? Can you tell us, or does it have to do the show or no?
It has nothing to do with the show. I occasionally borrow a bike of his, and he was looking for the key. It's not a huge deal, but
you never know what MP's up to.
Yeah, you never know.
He's been in Chicago all week. We happen to live in the same neighborhood. I have not seen the man once this entire time. Very, very busy man. Meetings all week. Taking care of business. As you see in the upper left-hand corner, hashtag Fast Markets. What is hashtag Fast Markets, you may ask? Hit us up on Twitter at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Submit your trader setup, with your screens, some swag you got, some trader wins, fun trader certificates, anything you want, you think would be cool to share here on air, and we'll scrape that later and show you at the end of Fast Markets. Again, hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep. Be sure to show you only the cool stuff around here because we're hanging with the cool kids today. Anne Marie, wow! Speaking of cool, Nvidia just an absolute animal, up another 3.5% today, trading $129. Absolute beast of a stock. Take a look at Apple. Apple up another 3% since yesterday's close. Trading 216. Tech is where it's at right now. Unbelievable. Rally.
All right, so I went break even. I'm liking this push, but it's really, I'd like to see some momentum carry through now and break this high of 663.75 from that last little push up into this 2-minute fair value gap. But we'll see what happens here. Stops, once again, break even, reducing risk. I might take one off at 664. But I definitely want to preserve capital if sellers step right back in here.
Smart. Preserve capital is the name of the game. Be defensive.
Quiet
So
day
what
in
are the
GameStop,
thoughts?
Andre.
For now. Jack, you still need to catch us up on this GameStop trade. We've heard bits and pieces. Jack, bits and pieces. It'll be here.
I was ask you about it.
You got it over.
Ongoing. I didn't get. Listen, I'm never in over by skis. It's just that I ended up being more of a market maker than I wanted to be. I'm interested to see just like what the volume of GameStop stock I have traded by the end of this, because it's a lot of back and forth. Just having too much. Just to hedge options. Well, it's interesting because the data don't lie. Roaring Kitty did sell some of those calls yesterday. And by the way, I'm not
spot on.
I'm not saying to get short or long GameStop. I'm just saying there's a lot of options premium. So that's what I'm trying to get to, but it hasn't made it easy, to say the least.
You were all over that when you saw the options volume. You were all over that.
Well, we'll see. I think by July, where are my expiries now? I would say like by July 17, I should have a good idea of how this trade is going.
Oh boy. Jack, it's only middle of June right now.
A lot of tentacles.
Yeah, Jack, having too much fun with this trade.
No, I'm hedged. It's been great. Yeah, no, I've been selling options. I've been hedging as much as wise, but that move on Friday, I had to do a lot of hedging, if you know what I mean.
Great stuff.
Oh, it was awesome.
Starting to see some rumblings in the chat. Maybe the chat picked up on something. I'm not sure. Anyways, back to the markets. S&P selling off here. 54.35 last trade.
Yep, sellers stepped right back in.
Yep.
Stopped at break even. I do like Jay's 600 level. One, that'd be the market would take those lows from data at 610. Would like to look for a little reversal, maybe a 3-bar reversal or something really sharp off those lows if we tap into the 600s. But knowing that the overnight low is 582.50, I wouldn't mind seeing a push even lower before we end up moving them back up. But that could be something for later in the day.
Yes, I agree with Gabe. As we said, I don't like being short However, I do think this is going to drift lower. I'm not confident enough to get short, but I think that I'll get an opportunity to buy this lower in the ES and NQ as well.
For sure. Well, if we use sort of John's frameworks in terms of where we are with that opening range, we broke below the opening range, and that opening range, as he would say, would be that dead ass high. And what it's done is bounce into that opening range, because I'm trading another account on another platform. And so that fade there is telling us that, we could have a lower edge. It's a space that should bring us into, I have on those lines, I have 54.25 and
25.
what else? 54.19, bunch of single prints sitting in there still. So yeah, but we have a pretty flat VWAP, and the VPOC is around 54.40. So I'm looking for it to fail there again to trade this one potentially.
Well, when you're above the all-time highs, what I'm having a little bit of difficulty deciding is where I'm going to put my stop. If, say,
Gotcha.
it comes in a little bit, say it comes to 54.30 or just below, I want to put a little in. There's that huge CPI gap. I'm not going to, it's kind of, it would be easier if there weren't that big move down that rolled us yesterday. This area in here to figure something out. But in chat, I'd be interested to see where, if you're buying a little lower than here, where you're putting your stop.
Question. Amory, what did you make of that sell-off after the second Powell got done talking that made that huge sell-off? What was that? Would you make anything of that? Just technical selling, profit taking?
I did.
What'd you think of that?
Yes, I did. First of all, and like you guys were joking around when you were talking, who's buying up here?
Yep.
I thought it was a fair bit of short covering. So, markets have a tendency to get a little bit ahead of themselves, particularly from an algorithmic running perspective. And so the moment that he finished speaking, my thought was, okay, no more data to add. What's speculation going to do right now? And my thought was they were looking at something as simple as, all right, I'm going to see if the 2-minute highs hold. And if they don't, I'm covering for my profits if I took the long into the expansion. And so that's what I was looking for, because I liked that short event in that space. And what I was looking for was that structure that said, listen, he's gone, so no more chatter. Let's see what the algos do about keeping price lifted, or are they just going to start trimming their gains and getting out of the market? Now, what I did not notice was, because I didn't listen properly, what's the delta shift from yesterday to today? And do we see long-term buyers or short-term buyers, or what did we see there with the shift from yesterday's delta to today's delta?
Good question. If anyone in the chat can help us out with that, muchly appreciated here. You see the algo just, what's that, Jack?
The hot take would be if this comes down with momentum here to sell it through the gap. Because
absolutely.
I'm always trying to think of the other side of the trade.
Sure.
And how would I be feeling right now if I was long and it's coming down to this level with the gap here? We rejected the move upward on the soft PPI print. Depending on my time frame, which for us it's the day, I don't know if I'd be feeling really good about it. Like right now, I would not be feeling good.
No.
Well, do you remember that young man, Carlos? He was talking, and of course, I don't know why people have this love-hate relationship with ICT method. I don't know, people fight about stuff just cause, but whatever. Yep. So, yeah. So what he was saying was something very interesting about the first break in liquidity to see if price action would hold a bounce. So let's say I'm looking at this number. I had 54.27, but it looks like they're stopping around 30 for right now. So the question is, if I am still thinking at 54.27 and the first pass bounce, his liquidity notion for, hey, these are just going to be first pass guys and they're just going to jam it right down the throats of the next guys who are sitting at that lower ledge, and that second lift would be the bounce that we have. There's a trader named Scott Redler, and he calls it his red dog reversal. And it holds, fades, and then just as it comes in, right? So it's almost like a tiny head and shoulders pattern. He picks up that other shoulder where the liquidity might be sitting and then move up. And I think we might be sitting something like this. So if you go, hey, I see it breaking at the 30, let's see if it comes down to 26 and starts showing some legs. Yes, then we get to buy into the VWAP. No, if it collapses, and then we know the single prints below all the way down to, 54.10, 54.6, something like that are going to be next in line. What do you think? I mean, if you're looking at it and you think about trading for yourself, what kind of pushback would you give there?
Well, Jack.
Yeah. To start with it too, like I'm fine with all the ICT stuff. I think it only gets a little bit polarizing in the same way that like maybe a Roaring Kitty does or something, where some people can get like little cultish with it. But the information I think is good.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong there.
Yeah, it is. It's about being feverish rather than just being logical.
Yes, put it nicely. Hey, Anne-Marie, you asked about Delta. You asked about Delta. My man Jake hit me up here. We started yesterday negative Delta, ended positive, and are still positive Delta in the NASDAQ. Yeah, guys, we started negative Delta, ended positive, and we are still positive Delta in the NASDAQ.
Okay, very good.
So,
and for the ES?
I imagine similar, but he'll let me know here when he gets a chance.
Okay.
So, like Jack was saying, if you're long here and you saw that, so, man, these buyers came right back in. My goodness.
It's my fault for not trusting blindly the purple box.
Mike.
I mean, it's only 4.5 points above it in the ES right now. We could come right back down there.
I'm looking at the NASDAQ. Yeah, I thought the sellers were going to come in aggressively in the NASDAQ, and we just bounced 30 points.
Yeah, I'm getting chopped up today. So far.
What's up, Gabe?
I'm just getting chopped up.
It's tough, man.
It's tough. So buyer stepped right back in off the low from 835. I liked the momentum that we had that Jack started calling out, but then buyers stepped right back in. We wicked right back above 618, and then buyers stepped in. I'm having trouble kind of discerning, getting a good read on the market and where we're headed. We're obviously just kind of ranging right now, but I want to see a direction. Like, give me something. It's like I want to poke it with a stick. Like, just give me something.
I know. That was brutal. The shorts thought they had the move there.
Well, Gabe, here in Chicago, we don't poke it with a stick. We hit it with a bat.
Hey, man, if anybody has a bat, throw it my way.
Just club the market. Wake up, market. Yeah, NASDAQ did catch a bid there. Dow on the lows.
S&Ps. I'm going to say I'm pretty bothered by how the Dow is behaving relative to the ES and the NQ. And I know we have our resident Dow hater in the room, but sisters, there's Jack. Wait, I'm going to defend myself right now. Listen, I think you're right. Everything you're saying is completely valid. Nevertheless,
I mean,
people buy and sell it.
You should not. Well, this is why you're a lunatic if you're spreading. Like, fine, if you can make money in the Dow, trade the Dow. I'm never against that. That's fine. But when you see like no, not for trading the Dow. Hear me out. Like,
No, he's talking about
Michael
the
will
spread.
talk about the Three Sisters.
Yes.
The Dow is like the weird one they keep in the basement, right? Like, you don't want, like, you certainly shouldn't be, if you're looking at that, if you're spreading against it, it's a different friggin' thing, right? The reason I pulled it up is, of course, they're going to move different directions. Apple is up 11% over the last couple of days. The top weighted 8% of the Dow is United Health Group, and it's down 3.5%. So, like,
Get them, Jack.
no S. If tech is up,
Yeah.
right, it's underrepresented in the Dow by the likes of United
100%.
Healthcare and
Yeah.
Amgen and Goldman Sachs. I mean, it's
Caterpillar. Yeah.
if you can
Yeah, you're
trade
totally
the Dow,
right.
like, I'm not against anyone making money. It's just that it fundamentally will move in a different way, especially, and the more we get concentrated in certain companies, right? Like all this Nvidia stuff, Nvidia's not in the Dow. The more there's going to be divergence between those indices. So don't be like, oh, the S&P's down, but like, or the S&P's up, but the Dow's still hanging around. It doesn't work that way.
I get it. It's still troubling to me that they're not at least jockeying. And for those of us, I hope there's nobody in the chat who's ever had a sister that they keep in the basement.
Oh no! Oh
Just
no!
saying.
Oh, Emery. We've got 5,000 people watching. We could have one. Oh no!
You
Now's the
never
time
know.
to come clean.
Yeah. If we've offended anybody, we apologize in advance. A brother, just a brother. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Keep the brother.
Okay.
Not the sister.
A Goonies situation, I see.
Yeah.
We're down. Okay, we're back around 54.30.
It's still holding that edge, but we just made a lower high also. So I would suspect that they're luring longs in here. And it might work for the scalp trade, but
I don't know, Anne-Marie. It hasn't been working for me.
Gabe,
they've been luring. Well, they've been luring.
Gabe's been traded up. Gabe, what's going on over there? Give us a P&L update. You ran your recent trade.
Just carving it up, minus 462. Getting carved up the wrong way, unfortunately.
Oh, good.
I mean, I like, so Anne-Marie pointed out these lower highs. I do like these short-term lower highs. At some point, we're going to run those. Anybody that's short and that's keeping their wrist tight is got their stop somewhere along these three highs. Maybe that first original one here in the 660s. And I do still like at some point making a move up towards those data highs. But I mean, we look a little heavy, but at the same time, momentum buyers keep stepping in, and I just keep getting fooled. So I'm going to try to wait for a little bit more confirmation and confluence on some sort of direction, but I could see it going either way. At this point, I don't have a good read on it.
Yeah, when you think the selling is on, the buyers do step in. It's tough. It's really tough. We got to be patient here. Like you said, poke it with a stick, hit it with a bat, pick a direction, and go. We've seen the S&Ps. Buyer stepping in here. It's trading 54.33. Take a peek beneath the 30s, but buyer stepped right in. Dow's catching a bit of a bid off the lows here. See if the dead cat bounce, just some profit, short covering, profit taking. We'll see. Gold selling off here. Trading 23.22. That level of 23.30. We are beneath it, and we are pushing. That was JD's big level. He liked getting short beneath there.
Which one?
Gold, 23.30.
Oh, okay. Gold.
JD was all about getting short beneath 30s for like this whole entire week, and here we are. We are pushing lower in gold. Take a look at the tilt. 74% short Dow, 64% short NASDAQ, 65% short ES, 67% short crude. Bears everywhere right now. Hey, Jack, so for news, are you still doing the news, or who am I going to for news now, since you're on?
Yeah, no, I can do it. We've talked about some of it, but here, let me pull it up.
Yeah, take your time whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit already, but the PPI number this morning was the biggest decline since October.
Yeah, it's
I'll
crazy.
just wait a moment till we get a chance to throw up. I love the stock imagery they use for something like PPI. They're like, and I saw they changed
Welder.
it too on Bloomberg when I switched. Before it was like, a guy in a crane or something, and then it's like, no, the welder looks cooler. But yeah, we saw this. Stocks popped off of it, but then didn't get the follow through, and we find ourselves back where we are here. As I mentioned earlier, this next tweet kind of sums up what I was saying about policy. And if we keep on seeing the initial jobless claims are rising and producer prices have fallen, that the growth inflation, this is the next image too, if you guys got it back here, that the trade-offs are shifting. Like this is what they said would cause them to recalibrate policy. So let's continue to watch closely. If we, it's 6 weeks till the next Fed meeting, we'll have more data by then. We'll get another one of everything. We'll get another non-farm. We'll get another CPI. All our buddies, the Four Sisters, PCE, all sorts of good stuff like that. And then, as I mentioned, kind of with the Dow thing, but I like this. This is just some random user. Joe Weisenthal had a few like fire tweets on it. It's those of us who diversified like idiots are now poor. Sad. Which is it's kind of funny because you're a millionaire if you've just been long the Mag 7, but one day will be vindicated. And I like he took it a step further. I like this meme here of when you and are you familiar? Are you familiar with this meme? It's an old school one about practicing the blade. Yes. We have mastered bond laddering again. The AI bubble is about to collapse, and one day we will be vindicated. We will be the ones in Valhalla. So,
dude.
Funny.
Yeah. So that's what I got for a little abbreviated news today, Andre.
Thanks, Jack. The poll in the chat here. Quick one, Jack. I don't know if you caught it or not. Should Jack switch to trading the Dow? Almost 1,000 votes. 60%, almost 59% say yes, Jack should switch to the Dow. I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, I'd switch, like, my problem with the Dow is more of, like, the index itself. Once again, a chart's a chart. It's just another future. You could trade it.
Yeah.
Back down to 54.30 again. This is the third time we've tested it, so.
Yeah.
Data lows just hit. Seller stepped right back in. I'd love to see it push lower to 582.5.
582.5. Yeah. Jay liked that level too. 585.
We're coming up on that 600 number, right? Didn't
yeah. We see some more push through to I think 585, 582.
Yeah, 585 is nice. That's what, pre-market low?
Mm-hmm. That's 3.
We're now underneath the anchored VWAP. We just tested, here's a place they're going to bounce. We just tested the low of the PPI.
Oh, gosh. Damn it.
Jack, what happened?
I tried to get short one right there, and it just left me in the dust. I said, it's not going to do it a third time. Oh, brother.
I hate it when that happens. I think it'll give you a shot, though. I do.
Did you join the Ask?
Yep.
Or the market, yeah.
No, if I had done market, I'd be sitting pretty for the time being.
All right, Gabe, talk to us.
Wow,
What are you seeing here, Emery? We're pushing.
It didn't even lift off of the low of the PPI number. It just collapsed right through it.
It filled me. Oh, brother. Okay.
Long or short?
Short. I was trying to cancel and it just was moving quickly. I'll probably get stopped on this. It'll bounce back here. But maybe
Yeah, I'm shocked that it didn't try to hold this low. It's just running all the stops, Yeah, the algos inside of the algos inside of the NQ are savage. They truly
risk
are.
$200 on this.
Very savage. Let's see if we can.
I had that too.
Here.
Yep.
Let me see what I want to do with this.
Here's that bounce Anne-Marie was talking about. Are you short, Jack? Are you in?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I'm short. Got a bad price. Short 28. ES.
So,
We did have one winner. We got to figure out how many Stetson Challenge winners we have.
Wow, that's fantastic.
that is true, right? I wrote it in the chat. It did happen, right?
Somebody else besides Nick got there first, but we got to give away more than one. So
Yeah.
let me talk to
All right.
Danielle. 2 so far.
Okay.
Is one of them Nick?
I'm told yes. Someone technically one
Okay.
yes, for Jack. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe someone else. Yes. Maybe we'll just give out 2 cowboy hats. Here we go. In 594s, 593s trade now in the NASDAQ. 26s trade in S&Ps. Push, Jack. What are we looking for, Jack?
I want to see it run a decent amount in my favor, and then I think this is something I just hold.
Oh, you're looking for the big one.
Well, I'm like the same way I said it was tough to figure out what my risk would be if I went long there. It's tough for me to figure out what my target would be. I mean, I guess you could go down, around where it bottomed out yesterday. I mean, there's not a lot of risk. If it pops back and holds above the 5430s, I'm out. So I'm risking 200. I got not the greatest entry on that. So
It's come right down into that 5426 number that we were looking at. And that's that's the way that the ICT guys, or in this particular formation, would say, if it's going to do anything to the upside, probably needs to do it here. Now, I'm not an ICT student. I'm just staring down
ICT Nation, tell us what's up.
So, right.
It would need to take sell side from the overnight lows first. Like right now,
so it's likely to bounce here. No.
Push a little lower. We haven't technically. Now I'm on MNQ. Has NQ taken the overnight lows yet?
No.
I mean, we're really close. We're obviously.
And I was actually talking about the ES because that's what Jack is in.
Got you.
So it's come down. It's kissed it. And if the buyers show up, they'll show up here for the move into that 5430.
I think that's what everyone's kind of anticipating right now. See what happens with the buyers that do inevitably try to step in here.
Not quite getting.
Not really.
What I would like to be seeing. But like the risk is so low that I don't want to be like, oh, here we go.
Exactly.
70. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're in that 82s, Gabe. We're in those 82s.
The NQ lows. Yep.
Just lows have been taken.
All right, JD. 70s and around 70s. All right, Gabe, what are you looking for to take a long? If you are looking to take a long, what would it take? What were you looking for? We're in the 70s now.
I like this little 5-minute demand level that we're pretty much about to tap into, which is starts at 19,576 and a half, which we literally just tapped to the tick. It's this formation right over here that broke above this prior high. I don't know if we have my screen pulled up, but that little area of basing here, these little 2 5-minute candles, and then we pushed higher, nice couple of candles in a row. Body closes higher. That's a nice little level. I wouldn't mind. Let's see how many handles that is. It's about a 20 handle, roughly, about a 20 handle zone. But that's kind of what I'm eyeing right now. But I'd want to see an actual reversal off of that. I'd want to wait for a little bit more of a confirmation, knowing we have so much momentum right now coming down into these lows. I don't necessarily want to just jump in and start building a position now.
Agree. We're looking to pull the trigger on a house account trade here,
Yeah,
but it does look like sellers are still coming. House account, and we're still selling here. We liked 85s and we liked 82s. We're now in the 70s.
Good thing we didn't buy
Sellers-
600.
Exactly.
Good thing we didn't buy 600s. We learned our lesson from yesterday. Don't just blindly buy a level. We blindly bought essentially 500s. We blindly bought 500s yesterday.
We have got to wait for structure to build before
Agreed.
let our levels prove themselves out, and we'll be back on the
More stats.
train of happy.
Yeah. House account's been struggling a little bit. Execution's been a bit sloppy. I will admit that. Bids keep flashing at 575. Jay is my right-hand man in my ear right now. Bids keep popping in at 575 on the NASDAQ.
I mean, there's a fair bit of thrust coming here, so
Downside?
Yeah, I'd wait for this. I mean, even if we're looking at 1 minute candlesticks, we're still making lower lows. You can see the price action starting to slow a little bit, but the pressure is so significant that it slows. People are just going to add more to the.
Boy, the sellers are still.
But that 585, if we can recover it, then we'll have the floor. But until now, I mean,
take out the lows.
60s. Yep, took out the lows is right. Jack is short. The S&Ps. S&Ps, come on, wake up, S&Ps, go. Nasdaq got the memo.
Starting to see some buyers step in time and sales. I've got a filter at 5, and I'm seeing some 10s, some 15s, some double-digit numbers start to step in right here at this level. Curious to see if this holds. I like Anne Marie's kind of thought process of seeing buyers step in and hold above those overnight lows. See if we can get some momentum back to the upside.
So what's our best? So we're looking to get long in the house account?
Perhaps.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, maybe we should be looking to get short. Jay says there could be room to the downside here if we can't hold these 70s. The volume did step in on that sell-off. I guess we're biased to the bull side. I'm not quite sure right here, Jack. I'm not quite sure. The sellers looked like there was conviction there. Buyers are stepping in right here. 70 level, you see it again, like Gabe said, buyers step in. We'll see if we can build some structure.
Yeah, just a really big back and forth. I mean, knowing after yesterday's, price action and that huge bull candle that we got in the daily, I wouldn't anticipate like some huge trending day today. I kind of feel like it's going to be a ranging day. Could anticipate
that
more
was
of a
my
base.
thought until we lost the spaces that we should be holding, which would be like an hourly low pre-market or a 4-hour low pre-market, and we're just collapsing underneath all of that. And so until we recover, now we'd be giving up position size. Sometimes we'll be listening to Dakota and we'll be watching these and he'll say, I just went long a couple of them, but he's ready for quick strike where he goes, hey, I'm seeing that I can only get 10 points out of here, so I think I'm leaving. And so that is a little bit tougher for us to sort of navigate through. My thought is, if you're looking at a 30-minute chart and you're making lower lows, you don't want to buy the dip until it gives you some kind of stability.
Well, we got a test. So yesterday we had the big.
Shout out Big J.
After hours move. Low yesterday is 52.16 thereabouts.
We're selling.
All right. Now we're talking.
There you go, Jack.
All right, cooking.
Nice.
All right.
Put down the buy button.
I don't want to give up because I got that bad entry.
We got a big order. We got a big order sitting at 54.20. I don't know the size, but I can see it on my ladder sitting on my Motivate platform.
Yeah,
Sellers
like the
are in the house.
440. Okay, let's see what. Come down and get it.
Wow. Where's liquidity,
There we go.
Enrique? Say the price again.
It looks like 54.20 and some change.
I see that.
So,
Yep.
yeah,
360.
I'm gonna
All right, I'm
flatten right there.
out for now.
Yep, me
I
too.
took that liquidity, so I'm up
Nice trade.
372.
Good stuff,
Beauty.
Jack. Nice trade.
Well
Yeah,
done.
like,
Beauty.
but
Get with the momentum. Get with the momentum.
Love it.
you know what gave me absolute confidence in that trade? That this morning
What?
I was going back and forth and we couldn't get that live account set up.
If it was,
So that was a trading combine trade. It was
if it
destined
was-
to the beginning to work.
That's right. Who do you think you are?
Okay, so somebody's trying to front run that big order
I like that.
at 54.20. It
That's
looks like
right.
Uh,
Took it off of there.
350
Yep.
is the size there. Somebody's got a 350 lot, or there's just
It's still there.
350 of them sitting right there. So somebody's trying to front run it. I just don't know how much luck they're going to have. And so that number now at 54.26, which was my original target zone, we could see, the bounce up there giving more sellers if it evens open up. People might just go, yeah, I'm done. We're giving all of this back anyway. And, what does it mean to have a soft CPI number and a Fed chair that says, I'm sorry, we're not lowering rates? People are going to go, yeah, I think I'm going to use this as exit liquidity, which is literally what I've been doing. With every new high that we make in the market, I become less and less exposed in my other accounts because I'm using it as exit liquidity, which is annoying for some things that continue to bounce, but that's really what I'm staring down. 535 congestion for the scalp bounce looked like it was pretty nice. Now we have to see if we can form some kind of structure. So I'm going to go to 1 minute and start looking.
Okay. Listen, you see anything? Gabe, do you see anything there? You catch the short? Are you looking to get long? Are you looking for some structure?
Yeah, I'm looking for some structure. I mean, we're hanging out. We're hanging out in a 15-minute fair value gap at the moment. There's nothing to really use for an entry for me right now. There's no way for me to manage my risk effectively at this moment. Right now, it would just be gambling, trying to pick a bottom, just trying to avoid that. I'm already negative 462 in the day. I'd like to be a little bit more picky now because I want to still, I don't want to be locked out for my, the afternoon. I'd like to have some.
Yeah,
room
that would be lame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a segment coming up here.
We're coming up on the dead ass
Change
lows
the
of
title.
yesterday's regular session
Yeah, we are.
in the ES.
Selling is not done.
Yeah, so 54.11 is my next line there. But, I mean, we've got a gob of single prints all the way down to 53.95. And we just started building a bunch of new ones.
You guys talking NQ with the single prints? Yeah.
Oh, no, actually, I was talking about ES with the single prints.
Oh, okay.
I'm seeing single prints in the ES from a prior day's shock move, as it were.
Right around yesterday's lows.
Yep, still selling. Bottom pickers are coming in and give me the old college try. There's not much.
Yeah, for sure.
Not much follow through.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're going in for 8 ticks,
you can get it.
Have at it, but more than
that. I mean, that's all you're gonna get right now.
Yep.
JD is standing by for some stats. We're going to wait for these markets to quiet down a little bit. Then we do have an announcement coming up. I think everyone will be very interested to hear. Seems as though some people in the chat have already picked up on what the announcement may or may not be. Yeah, leave it at that, Jack. Suspenseful, eh? Nice trade, Jack. Way to catch that short.
Yeah.
Didn't like
way to go.
Didn't like the price. He didn't like the price, or stayed patient and let the market do what it did. Nice job.
I did follow you.
Nice,
So-
Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Emery.
Yeah,
That's the
I liked
ultimate
it.
compliment. And I guess it's also like if you are looking for a breakout or something and you're trading like one contract, sometimes it's like you gotta. So I basically gave up 2 points there to just get in at a certain point, and it depends on the trade. If you're trading like tight ranges or something, that may not be worth it. But like if you're looking for a
Yeah.
breakdown, $100 or like let's
I
just
get
call
it.
it points, 2 points in it. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're kind of hanging out down there still. So let's see.
All right, the buyers did step in and NASDAQ and get a push higher. About 40 point bounce there. Third time was the charm.
Mm-hmm. But that 585 that Jay was talking
Would've got-
about pre-market is
would've gotten
going to
smoked.
be it's going to be troubling for the buyers too to get up and over. So could be a short at the first pass, and then if it gives us a higher low, we might have that structure that we want.
Here come the sellers. Yeah. I watched on the 5-minute here. Okay, they're gonna keep trying to push. Here's those 85s into the 86s, and back down to 83. Interesting point. Interesting level right here. That was it. The tilt here 70, yeah, 50-50. Not a whole lot showing on tilt. I wonder what delta is on this move. If the shorts got caught in the hole there, perhaps got squeezed. I'm not sure, but that was a nice little bounce on the NASDAQ. S&Ps didn't bounce as aggressively, but NASDAQ certainly. Buyers stepped in and were able to take it higher. Look at the 5-minute at least.
I mean, NASDAQ is just an aggressive market in general.
It really
Yeah.
is. It really is.
For sure.
I get why it's our most popular market. I get it. For better or worse, it moves. You know, pretty quick if you're right or wrong on that.
They do all move, though. You know, when
Yeah. Instant gratification, though, Jack. You know why they like. It's like why they all like crude before COVID.
well, maybe I
Volatility.
can also. Well, maybe I can turn them to the ES is worth more per tick,
Yeah.
or
That's true.
you know, per point.
Much more liquidity.
It used to be way more buying power in general, but now with the NQ trading at close to $20,000, like the nominal value of an NQ, I'd have to think about that for a second. 20K, it's what, 20 times that? 400K, and then the ES. I'll do some math in the background here, guys.
Yeah, I like this. I
Be
want
right
to see where
back.
you're going there, Jack. I want to see where you're going with that. All right, can we get some P&L updates? Anne-Marie, I know Jack. Anne-Marie, can we get a P&L update for the board? And Gabe, are you still at the...
P&L
So,
is 509 for me.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Nice, good
509.
stuff.
Gabe, are you still at 462?
Currently, I'm down 465.
465.
Could be more here in a few.
No,
so
stop
you're in
that.
the middle of a trade?
Yeah,
What trade did you take?
I was looking at a short on gold. I was
Ah,
liking these
okay.
little short-term lower highs, but we just now made a higher low, which I'm not a fan of. I entered on this little, let's see if I can zoom in a little bit closer. I'm about to get stopped. I was entering on this candle right here, so we were making these lower highs. We obviously had a couple lower lows. I was liking to push down to this 23.19. low from earlier in the morning, but buyers stepped in and didn't get the continuation that I was looking for. But I'm trying to keep my stop tight.
So if I could interject for just a second
absolutely.
with you.
Sure.
Try a 2-minute instead of a 1 minute, because I suspect what you might be getting caught in is the quick, tight action without reference to the larger wave in motion. Not that may or may not be true, but my thought is, hey, we've got the downside motion, but the second you start bouncing off a higher low, you got to pump the brakes and say, something's amiss. It shouldn't be happening. So for me, I take that almost to the terrible side of this, because what I was looking for, I took the short at 585 in the Qs.
Nice.
But I did not hold it long enough to come in to the support floor where I see it with the 1 minute candlesticks. Instead, I stopped here when I noticed it started making higher lows. And that's, I go, good night, Irene. Bye-bye. Sometimes I'm wrong, but most times I get to take a little profit and then step back and look at it if I'm staring down the 1 minute, like I'm looking at right now. So whenever you're looking at those 1 minute or 30-second charts and you see where the big trend is going, realize that there's some sort of reversion to the mean that's happening when you start seeing those higher lows show up. I mean, and that's, for me, you know, I wish to be like the trader Mick highlights on shoulder tap, or, you know, whenever he's given the happy tap to, I don't know what that one is called, but
what is the happy tap? Shout out.
Shout out. Yeah.
I never stay long enough because I'm always looking for the big snap trade that moves aggressively into a target. And the second it stops moving into my target, I got no patience and I leave. And so I'm never one of those traders that holds on for the big move. Instead, I'll get in, I'll get out, I'll take a little bit, I'll wait for the next cycle, I'll get in, I'll get out, I'll wait for a little bit. And so I'm trying to build that skill, but it is definitely not my wheelhouse. I just normally go size, bang, and I'm out. Run to the corner with my piece of cheese and then figure out the next time that I can be the mouse that doesn't get caught by the cat.
But Anne-Marie, if it's not broken, why fix it? You know what I'm saying? Like if that's what works for you, that's what works for you. Of course, you want to leave a runner on and catch the big move. But how often does the big move actually happen, you know, in the markets?
Well, in these days, pretty often.
Right. That's true. That's true.
And I end up working really hard for my money instead of just being a little more controlled. So I try to build the skill, but it trips me up a fair bit. But I realize it's a skill to build, so I'm consistently after doing that. But here in the fast markets, when we're moving in those spaces, it's easier for me to do the quick snap trades, get in, get out, and you know I work on those longer holds through the other trades in the day. So now we're building this structure. We have a low and then a higher low and then another higher low. If we get up over that 585, I think we have the VWAP ahead. And so I'm going to try and go for it. And let's see if it comes back. Well, no, let's just do it this way.
Dolby.
I think it'll come back. What's Dolby saying?
Nothing. Sorry. Behind the scenes, he's got some fast markets.
All right, behind the scenes. Okay, great.
My bad.
All right. Yeah. So I got in a little early, I think. And so I'm going to wait for 570 to add. but I'm taking this 585 clearing because I see the higher low. I have momentum, and my trend is flat to reversing. And so I'm just going to try to walk it up the chain to, the 600s. Where was the next line in the sand for us? I feel like I'm monopolizing conversation. I'm sorry about that.
I'm following you tick by tick. That was a great short 85s. Yeah, that was great stuff. All right. Well, while what's this move here? We're still moving, JD. I want to come to you, JD, for some stats and some. We are still moving here.
Yippee!
Yeah, it's good stuff.
We'll
Fast market.
we'll have we'll do the stats and maybe some plugs, and then we'll have the riveting conclusion to what I was doing the math on there, real quick.
Math. What were you doing back there, Jack?
Simple multiplication.
Turns out to be a challenge for us some days.
Yeah, you have to get the pen and paper out for this one, but we'll see. All right, Gabe, did you take the long? Did you take the short? Or are you just sitting back and watching right now?
I'm just tape reading. I'm noticing a little bit of some of my emotions. I'm starting to kind of feel the tilt a little bit. So I'm just trying to not jump into a trade immediately. I'd like to. I mean, it was definitely, as Anne-Marie pointed out, we're getting some lower time frame structure starting to form. But once again, I'm already down 642, trying to not get super antsy and just get into another trade for the sake of being in a trade on air. But it's tough.
Yeah, that is good. A good thing to follow. What's your daily loss limit? Oh, you're in a combine, right?
Yeah, I'm in a combine. So right now the loss limit's at 1,000. Once again, I was up a good $600 on the combine before this morning, and now I'm in drawdown about $54. So just trying to preserve capital.
TV, man.
Yeah,
effing your mind.
It's new to me, right? This is all new to me.
Oh yeah,
I'm used to trading on air.
Wild, man. It's wild. There's a lot of eyeballs watching. Sometimes you can feel
I really do
heat.
appreciate. Go ahead.
I was saying when you take heat on these trades, you can really feel the eyeballs watching these trades when you're sharing your screen. It's something you got to get used to.
Yeah,
so I'm not fully used to it. Anne-Marie, are you used to it? You seem pretty comfortable trading on screen.
Yeah. I'm very, most of the time I'm lost in my own world anyway.
Yeah.
So you're good. You're fine.
Yeah.
That's where I'm with you.
I think long ago, when I first started sharing charts, many, many years ago, it was a little bit of a psyche managing event. But, these days, here's the thing. If you're looking around thinking somebody's going to be perfect, or you're being snarky in the chat because, somebody's doing X, Y, or Z, it doesn't, you whatever, dude. You do.
Those folks are JOs.
If you're happy doing that, then good on you. I'm just not having it. I'm whatever, Somebody was razzing me the other day, and you guys had to tell me, hey, somebody's saying things about you. I'm like, yeah. And that's no different than any other day. Right?
For them.
People are always saying something about you if you're trying to do something fun, big, new, exciting, whatever.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing just to overcome is not like forcing things. I kind of I don't mind it really to a certain extent, as long as you go in with the idea that I'm not going to take a trade just because YouTube enjoys it.
Exactly.
Because the flip side is it keeps me from doing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, GameStop up a little bit now.
Speaking of stupid stuff,
I should have filmed myself. I should have filmed myself in OBS on late Friday afternoon trading. That would have made some great content.
Oh, Jack.
Chat would have been like nutso. Not so but so, as we say.
Jack. All right, Gabe. Sorry, you were saying about getting used to trading on TV. Sorry, we kind of steered away from you. You were just saying getting used to trading on TV.
You're good. I think one of the things that I'm trying to get adjusted to is having the ability to filter all of the different perspectives that are coming at you at one time when you're on air. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love our community, and chat is, I'm just getting some encouragement from various people in chat already about, sticking to my process and just staying disciplined. And, but it's, I have my process. And I think when I get exposed to all this different information, all this different perspective, whether it's, some of our coaches, whether it's some of our people coming on, like, the wonderful Anne-Marie, I just want to make sure that I don't start strategy hopping and trying a bunch of new things when my mission right now should be to execute my process the way that I know data has proven to me it works. And I'm noticing that I'm getting a little bit of a conflicting bias when I start mixing what I know and then what I'm getting from outside perspective. So it's, once again, it's just, I love having my ears open to new perspective, but I don't want to make decisions, or I want to be cautious about making decisions off of information that I have no data to work with in my own experience. Right. I don't know how to execute off of. So that's just what I wanted to mention. I don't know if anybody has any, input on
No,
that.
spot on.
A lot of voices. A lot of voices. Yep. A lot of voices, a lot of opinions, a lot of trade ideas. You got to filter it out. You go to the chat, you can find 1,000 reasons why to get short and 1,000 reasons why to get long at any given price. So you got to stick to your methodology, stick to your strategy.
And that's why the market works.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. So we're a little bit behind schedule. It's 9:45 Central Time here. We do have a little bit of housekeeping and announcement. I do have seen in the chat, some people are on to us a little bit. So that being said, I want to go to JD. JD, let's do some stats. If you are ready to go, locked and loaded. Someone said they miss hearing your voice, JD, in the chat. So let's hear that voice of yours.
Oh, my
voice.
Jack calls it my musical Chicago accent.
Good one.
It is lyrical.
Here we go. Hot streaks, folks. Our leader today, Kevin, had a nice day trading the NASDAQ. Picked up $2,100 to extend a streak to 26 days. Nice job, Kevin. Gokul, Lizette, and Matthew also extended their hot streaks for another day. And we have a newcomer, Brandon. Brandon put together a nice string of winners trading the NASDAQ and the S&P. 17 days worth $1,800. Nice job, everyone. All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. There they are. Look at this guy. Look at this list in general.
Man,
these guys are good traders, huh? Dakota at the top of the list for the second day in a row. Dakota is also the overall P&L leader across all funded level accounts, both live and XFAs. He did that 2 days in a row. He was top of the list yesterday, top of the list today in both live and XFAs for P&L. Nice job, Dakota. He was trading gold and NASDAQ yesterday. Anybody happen to catch slow markets last night? I wasn't able to see it.
How'd that gold trade?
He was talking up the gold trade. I have no idea how it played out. I asked the chat earlier during the opening call, but I didn't see any responses. Anyway, Lang, Eddie, Pinson, and Nick for a tick. These are all names you should be familiar with by now. These are real traders trading real money in real live markets, folks.
Tell them, JD.
Preach it.
All right. Yeah, it did. It worked, JD. It worked. Holy crap, it did it again.
Nice.
Yeah, the short. I'm looking at the chart right now. Damn, it worked big.
Oh, yeah.
One last bit of funded trader info for you. We got some payouts from yesterday. Look at these guys. Brian P's been on our leaderboard for a while. Finally took that big payout he's been talking about. Nice job, Brian. He had a huge day yesterday. Picked up almost $40,000 yesterday, trading a live account and 5 XFAs. Ramel was on our leaderboard for quite a while, too. So is Joanne. Good job, everyone. Don't forget to pay yourselves, folks.
Always pay yourself.
Most important is by $85,000 worth of payouts right there. Thank you, JD. 85 G's worth of payouts. That's just from 5 people. That's just on a Wednesday. Today is Thursday. All right, guys. The moment we've all been waiting for here. Secret code announcement here at Topstep TV on Fast Markets. We're selling off a little bit here. S&P's pushing lower, 54.18 last trade. But real quick, a secret code announcement. We've hidden a code somewhere within the broadcast. Some of you have already seen it. Those that haven't, just keep looking closely and closer on the screen. It is there. The first 2,500 shares that can find it, use it to unlock up to 5. I said 5, $50,000 trading Topstep X trading combines for just $29 each month until you earn funding or for the life of the evaluation. Code expires at 3 p.m. Central when the bell rings. All right, only for TV viewers. So at 3 p.m. when that closing bell rings, the code is turned off and no longer good. Up to 2,500. I can find it somewhere on the screen. I'm looking right now. I don't currently see it, but it has been showing up on the screen. I have been seeing it throughout the morning. You do see it one more time. For 2,500 shares, I can find it. Block up to $50,000 Topstep X trading combines for just $29 each month until you earn funding or for the life of the evaluation. The code expires at the closing bell. So when you see it, get in there.
The code is an emoji of Gabe's face.
Yeah, Gabe.
Amazing, right?
You should probably give me a heads up so I can actually have a grin or a smile on, because right now I'm probably looking pissed as ever.
Shots across the bow. My goodness.
Gabe is brooding today.
You make the best pork chops in the whole world.
Uh-oh, hint, hint. Little hint. We're dropping little hints, Easter eggs all over the place. I think the word is out.
Oh, look at that news on GameStop at the bottom.
I think we're just spoon feeding it at this point.
Oh,
all right. We saw the sellers came in. The buyer stepped right back in on that S&Ps. Right when I was doing that announcement, we were trading 54.18. Looked like we're pushing.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
What's the fine for that?
What's that?
Who was that?
Hot Pockets. Your Hot Pockets done.
Time for something.
You cooked them with an iPhone?
550. The alarm clock.
It's the new iPhone.
It's the new iPhone update.
The calculator, then the microwave ray.
We're having a day here. Speaking of iPhones, quick look at Apple. See if it's still doing some heavy. Apple's selling off a little bit, trading $214 a share. We did top out. $215. We did see 220s yesterday, so we're off a little bit from those all-time highs. Nick for a tick. Uh-oh. We didn't account for that, did we, Gabe? Yes, the code is... I didn't see that one coming. All right, here back to... crude was pushing higher. Targeting $79.
This would be an interesting...
Yeah.
I mean, I know the data, but if our audience is different, like, what do y'all trade? I know it's the NQ, but like, I'd be like, if you have one product and that's all you trade, is it the NQ, ES, CL, or GC? Just because we want to figure out what we want to cater to. Like, we want to talk about oil and stuff, but if 99% of you guys are trading the NQ, it probably doesn't make that much sense. So we'll see if we can get a poll in there at some point.
Yeah, we could do a poll. What do you want the 4 products to be, Jack? NQ, ES, crude, and gold, maybe? I don't know.
And yeah, those 4 that we got: NQ, ES, crude, gold. And if you're trading micros on any of them only, pick the bigger product because we're not going to talk about them much differently.
All right. Yes, exactly.
That'll be an interesting statistic to see.
How do you think it's going to come back, Anne Marie? How would you guess?
Man, I would not have a clue. I think
it's going to be
NQ.
I would not have a clue. I really would not.
Well, yeah, I'm going to go with Jack here. Money's on NQ.
We know what we have like hard data on like what the volume is that's traded by people who are in our program. So we know it's NQ. I'm interested to see how much different it is from the people that respond to polls and chat. So who knows?
Should be interesting. I like this one.
Or people that watch us and don't use.
That's true.
Don't use our product. I think that there are a lot of them.
You think?
I mean,
Really? You think there's a lot of people
I
that
think
just
a
watch
lot-
us that aren't trading
oh
on
my
Top Step?
gosh, I know.
Really?
I know people
yeah.
that don't trade
Cool.
Top Step and come here for the data. 100%.
Cool. Okay. Man, we're like turning into like a real TV channel.
Exactly.
Man. All right.
I also wonder how much of this is like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we don't talk about oil, so the 2% of oil
Yeah.
traders, like you guys are hardcore on the bandwagon. I love it, guys. Talk about it for you.
Jay, we are. It's only 2% right now. Crude getting no love. Crude used to be
I
our number
love
one
crude.
product.
Ain't
Crude
no
used our
love.
number.
In
No
the
love in the
heart
heart.
of the
Yes.
oil.
The heart of the oil. Wow. It used to be our
In
number. It
heart
used to
of
be
the
the darling
CL.
of. Oh, there it is, Jack.
There we go. Got there.
That was the darling of Top Step.
Humans are fickle.
Yes, they are. Here we go. Dan Gomez. I do trade other prop firms, but I absolutely love Top Step TV. You all are the best. Thank you, Dan Gomez. You are the best, man. Thanks for tuning in. Markets have kind of taken a breather right now. I safe to say.
Yeah.
Gabe is brooding over there.
Super
Gabe, I can
sideways.
feel it. Gabe, I can feel your frustration. I can feel your frustration. You're much more talkative. I get the same way. So I feel you, brother. I'll be honest, I'm very emotional when I take losses. It's hard. Something I've been working on for how long am I doing this? 20 years or so. It's very, very frustrating. So hang in there, my man. What was your last
And
trade?
it
I saw your
always-
update. You know,
It really
What was your
always,
last-
it really
Yeah.
always frustrating. It's always going to be frustrating.
Yep. And on top of that, you're going to owe us $5, Gabe. So this is a real double
Yep.
whammy,
Oh
man.
my gosh, dude.
Oh
no. Yeah, sorry, man.
All right, Jack, it's on the way, Jack. I got you.
All right.
I'm in for $10.
Here, I'll hold
Gabe.
this.
Son of a.
So we can hear the ding.
God.
There it is.
There it
The
is.
vibration.
Gabe is so look at Gabe. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Welcome to Fast Markets, Gabe.
I need a cup of coffee and a break.
Go get yourself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, you can
Take a break.
if you really need to.
Yeah.
For sure. Take one. But tell us about
Yeah.
your last trade real quick, and then go take a walk. Oh, totally cool, man. Totally cool. But tell us about this last trade. I saw your update P&L. What'd you try doing?
Yeah, so I keep trying to buy this momentum. I mean, we just keep stalling and closing back above this little low here, kind of retesting this really short term demand. But I'm just trying to keep my stops tight. I mean, now I'm down 930 on the day, so I'm essentially going to be done. So I don't really want to hit the full 1,000. I mean, at this point, most people would just be like, screw it. Let me just throw it on the trade on and just hit my daily loss limit. But I want to give myself room to take at least one more trade this afternoon. So I'm going to be done. James, if I can get a little quick 5-minute breather, I'm going to step away and get a cup of coffee. But
do it.
Yeah, it's definitely, I need a little bit of a breather here. I can feel the fumes, you know, I'm feeling the heaviness of the emotions.
You can always, anyone on Fast Markets can always take 5 minutes, take 10 minutes. If you,
I've
if you
stepped
never
off
come
screen.
back, tell us.
Yeah, I've done that once.
You're doing
I've
great.
literally stepped off screen.
I was gonna say you
off
could be like
screen.
Andre and just get up and walk away.
Trades.
Under different circumstances, of course, under much different circumstances. But yes, I have done it. It was not my finest moment, but
You
Gabe,
were
there you
allowed.
go.
You were
It's
allowed.
not my finest. Yes, that was under different circumstances. Gabe, look at that. We are. This is real trading, guys. And Gabe, yeah, we've all been there. Go take a walk, take a lap. Jack, good on you. Tell him to
Absolutely.
get out of
We
here.
have all been
Yeah.
there.
Just want to shout out the chat real quick because I really appreciate everybody's jumping in and trying to share some love. So
Yeah.
thank you everybody for just continuing to be such a great community. We're very grateful for everybody here. But yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick 5-minute breather. You guys, I'm gonna mute my mic and hope to God I don't end up, paying Jack another $5 when I come back. So
Let those curse words fly. Slam that mute button and just let the cussing fly. You're all good, Gabe. All right, so real quick, we got that poll. Quick turnout. Almost 2,000 votes. This is really good stuff. It was 2,000 votes in just 4 minutes, man. You guys are the best. All right, so here we go. 70% of you guys in the poll trade NQ, 20% ES, 7% gold, and just 3% crude oil. That has changed. Yeah, that's why we talk about gold. That's why we talk about NQ and ES the most, guys. I know we see you guys talk other markets. Of course, we'll talk about other markets. We'll quote the markets at the very least. Hell, we'll even take some gold trades and crude trades. But
I know that they want to be able to put multiple choices there too, but the truth is, if we give people options on more things, they always select like everything. Like,
yeah,
it's just a thing that happens with everyone. Anytime you're asked, "Would you like more?" You're like, "Yeah, I'll take more." But I'm interested in what you're like. You need to put limits on the choices. But that kind of jives with what our data is on volume. More oil.
More oil is right. That's why some of my oil has been a tough one this year since February. D says, yeah, oil's been tricky. Some of the best restaurants are only ones that have like 6 menu options.
Exactly.
Limit the menu.
True.
Limit the menu. Small cheval. A burger or fries or a chia.
Got to stop along for a third time. We got 3 15-minute candles all testing right around the low of yesterday in the ES. What do you think about when something visits, a third time, Anne-Marie?
It depends what it's doing on the other side of the range, right? So if it's testing those lower edges but not making new highs, it's going to crash through, usually. Because what it's telling us is nobody's willing to get the bid up above that area, and everybody's
There we go.
That's
short jack.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Third time's a charm. Knocking on the door. Pushing on the door. Pushing on the door.
Keep it tight. Keep it tight.
Yeah.
Keep it tight. Keep it right.
Yeah, because we're inside of that big candlestick, and that's where the prior day is showing very thin pockets of low volume where it just, it clipped stops all the way up. Just kept clipping the stops. And so for sure, there's a possibility of that rotation.
Trying to figure out my risk here. Just like if I never sold it or bought back at all before.
Sure, you got short from what, 28s?
In the ES, 18 quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, first time 28s.
Yeah.
This is deal, double or nothing. I'm just risking about, like 150, a little bit more, just if it gets back above where this volume's built up. I don't want to, on this type of trade, I don't want to take a lot of heat.
Gotcha.
I don't want to take a lot of heat on any trade, to be honest.
Right. Like Hoag says, I want to go and want to go now.
See profit, take profit. This would be one if it can get, if it can take out the low of the day, I might adjust what my risk is. What were you saying, Emery?
I was going to ask if we have any data or auctions or anything like that in the next little bit.
Oh, not the next.
Comes in an hour.
30 or 2 hours. I think we have a bill. So we got a bill auction.
2 hours. Okay.
We got a 4-week, right? Yeah, we got a 4-week. It's not a big one, but in about a half hour, we got 28 minutes. We got a 4-week. That's not a big mover, but like Jack said, we got the 30-year. Of course, we got Yellen speaking at 11 o'clock. Then we got Williams speaking at 11 o'clock also. So that's an hour that we won't be on it for fast markets. Well, definitely, Yellen will move the markets, like Eddie said this morning. Yellen can move the markets.
Yeah, she's been pretty sassy lately.
She has.
So,
Especially talking about Russia and China has been the topic of our conversation lately. Is that right? Am I mistaken? I think that's what
shorting lows is wild.
I think you're right, Andre. Yeah, she was mentioning that last time.
Yeah,
that was the start of it.
Yes, it was. We sold off. She said that. Said Russia and China were doing more business, essentially. We definitely saw the sell-off. Jack, are you short?
Still short. I might have taken out probably a break even. It made that push. I want to see
Yeah.
it continue.
That was the third time the charm.
Well,
I think it might. I think it might continue.
it might. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta move. I can't tell what I want to. Guys, this is what I trade like. I just mumble and mutter and
I love it. I love
Oh,
it.
that's me
Yosemite
too.
Sam.
Me too. I love seeing everyone's trading styles. It's so great. I love it. You just talk to yourself. Everyone talks to themselves. It's crazy.
You do.
Push.
Yeah.
Push. See the push here.
If he doesn't take it out, I'm taking it off.
New lows. NASDAQ triangle lower here. Jack is in the mix right now.
54.11 is where those traders are trying
I'm
to,
out.
hoping to push it. Oh, that's not
Didn't
too
go.
bad.
470.
Points.
Nice. Jack.
I'm telling you.
All right, how's
I
it
look
count?
at the-
There was one low. Go ahead, Jack.
I look at the dome a lot, so like I'm always gonna be useless for house account trades. I feel like.
It's all right. We can stay in our hands. I think the best trade for the house account is the trade we didn't make, getting along 85s.
Yeah,
That was the,
exactly.
We would have gotten rolled.
Exactly.
We would have got absolutely smoked.
Yeah. But you know what the great big takeaway is, fellas? The great big takeaway is, hey, listen, there's the level. Let's let the traders tell us it's the right level. And then we hop in. And if they don't tell us it's the right level, no harm, no foul. We're in good space and we preserved our capital. That's, I mean, if there's one thing, and really Hoag says it to us all the time, just see where it drifts below if you're interested in taking that long, and then let it reverse so you know what that risk is. But, you know, my thing is always watch for the structure to tell you that's the right side of the trade, or we almost get to go, all right, well, I guess the other side of the trade's going to hold. Do you know what I'm saying? So because the levels are so good, they either hold or they don't. But when they do hold, they still give us time to get involved.
Spot on. Spot on. Yep. The short at 85s also was a great trade. I think Anne-Marie took it. I saw Coach Jay took it. I think Hoop took it. Yep. Jay.
Nice.
That was the trade. Fives. Yep. All right. So
Lovely,
way to
lovely.
cover, Jack. Way to cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, we're still in this sort of no man's land here, no
Yep.
woman's land. It's just I thought like we'd make at least one push below yesterday's lows, and we only got that, but it was only risking a little bit, so that's okay.
Yes, it was. Yep. Buyer stepped in. Will we end up higher on the day? Oh, I guess we already are, but we make new highs. We are not that far off. We're about 100 points in the NASDAQ from the all-time highs. About 40 or so points in the S&Ps. All right. Gabe is still taking a cool down lap, which is cool with us here at Topstep. We recommend everyone do that. If you're struggling, if it's one of those days, get up.
He's
get away.
doing one of those airport trades. He's headed to O'Hare right now.
The O'Hare trade. I love that.
Yeah, I just saw him drive by.
The O'Hare trade. I'd never heard of that. I'd never heard of that until you guys told me about that. It's so
I
funny.
know. That was very funny learning about
the O'Hare
that.
Yeah. I used to blow out Andre, and then I'd go if I was being good and productive, right? I would blow out and like just walk over to the art museum and like sit there looking at the Ferris Bueller photo or something like that, or portrait. And then if I wasn't feeling good about myself, that's when you went to series.
Yes.
And that was
there's a lot of people
just
that
a
did
way
that,
to make
Chad.
things worse.
Were you in the Board of Trade building?
Yeah.
Where were
But I never
Yeah,
saw
you
the
were.
floor until like the last week the floor was open. We were in the the top floor of the atrium. So like above Gelber and what was the place that blew out? MF Global.
Yeah.
John Corzine. Where is that MF?
Oh my gosh. You know what? He's probably at the top of some other firm.
Yep. It took me for 75 grand, Anne-Marie.
Man.
Yeah,
what a snake oil salesman that guy is.
Oh, good stuff.
He
JD.
switched. My firm did use MF Global, and then
we switched. What did we switch to? I got to look in my email archives for what my statements are. Yes, we switched to. All right, here come the buyers. Boy, nice cover, Jack. That might have been all she wrote. Dolby's looking at this 5 minute on the NASDAQ. He's saying we're coming up to the upper end of this range. Dolby, confirm with me, but I got 90s, 19,590, maybe upper end of this range in the NASDAQ. Look at the 5 minute. Ranges.
We'll go back into the value area if we break through the 19,000.
I'm learning.
590 area. We'll head right back into the value area. That'll be very interesting if that happens.
Screen to the NASDAQ. So, Jack, what's your updated P&L? Are you good on the board? Anne-Marie, are you good on the board? Okay, cool.
I'm actually in a short right now in AES, but I will cover. I'm at 637 plus 637.
Beautiful. Just got word from the boss. He's been in meetings, but he still finds time to get in here and contribute in the Slack. Let the viewers know that next week is a $100,000 promo, and after that is the $150,000 promo. We saw that you guys weren't happy with just a $50,000 trading combine.
That's fantastic.
We heard you guys. So next week we got $100K coming for you, and then after that $150K. So choose wisely.
Nice.
We do more than just $50K around here. We'll mix them up for you guys. So there you go. 100K next week and 150K. People are still asking what the code is. I wonder behind the scenes how many people have activated the code. Again, 2,500.
An answer on that.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, Andre, it's been used 1,364 times out of 2,500.
It's halfway there.
Excellent.
Thank you, James.
Halfway
there, guys.
Baby.
All right, again, that code expires at 3 p.m. today. The closing bell. That code is no longer good. We're halfway there. Yeah. I mean, look. The chat's all over it. It's in there.
So if the Eddie, do you have a whole folder of pork sound effects? That's true. That's incredible.
Yes, I do.
What's there?
I get them on the farm.
Yes.
I go to the farm and record them myself.
Nice.
Apropos. I wonder who the first person someone spotted it right away on right off the opening bell. Someone spotted it.
That's very astute. I certainly would not have.
I wouldn't.
I
either.
actually listen to it. I listen to Topstep a lot more than I watch it because I've got so much other whatever's going on. And so
I thought you were going to say I watch Topstep TV more than I want to. That's what you're going to say.
Never.
Oh yeah.
I'm always if I hear something visual that's been going on, I'll step back and I'll go and I'll say, all right, let me scrub back so I can see what it was that I just missed.
Yeah.
So
I think we're learning that's what the viewers' habits are. They're listening, maybe watching out the corner of their eye, and if something catches their attention, they'll turn their eyes and actually look at the YouTube. So we're trying to get better with, we're quoting prices. We're not saying levels here. We're quoting prices. Like right now, all right, we're just talking about these 19,591s in the NASDAQ. You set those back into value?
yes,
Anne-Marie?
value area opens up at 19,589, 88. No,
right
587. 19,587 opens up value. The open of the prior day was 19,601, I think. Maybe that was today's open. And then we've got a low volume node and the VWAP sitting at around 19,613.
was a nice short for those Adobe style special right there.
Yeah, that 85 has been
Yes, it
a
has.
really nice short the last couple of times. I'm wondering how much it's going to give us this time, because we've got a bit of a bimodal distribution today. So when you look at the volume profiles, normally it's got the one fat area and then the skinny tails. So a bimodal distribution gives us two peaks, right? Like an M on its side with distance between the two peaks. And that's what we've been building today. We built one in the pre-market action and holding it up there all night. And now it's collapsed into this lower zone. So the bimodal distribution suggests sometimes that we're going to come in and fill in that low volume pocket that's sitting really right around this area for the ES and this area between 54.23 and 54.35. And then for the NQ, that bimodal event looks like about 19,600 to 19,618. So we could bounce. It just doesn't look very healthy right now, for sure.
Uh-oh.
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 I see what you see.
Yep. Twitter alert. X alert.
All right,
we got
so
it.
With Michael Patak.
Is he hot? Is he fired? I
got to open up my profile that has it.
Jack and I same time. Uh-oh. He's back. He is back. He's feisty. Love it. Don't poke the bear. They came for it. All right. So really quick, we're going to go post. We're going to share that tweet. Mr. MP here. Boy, those 85s were very nice. Dolby. That is a Dolby special right there. 25 points. All right, real quick. Let's go to JD. He's got the leaderboard. World's favorite leaderboard. Right on time. 10:15. JD. Let's hit him with that.
Boom. Nailed it. What happened to Gabe? Is he giving himself a pep talk in the mirror?
Right. Gabe, you can do this.
Possibly.
Yes.
He put himself in
Screw
timeout.
up, Gabe. Yeah. Another fun fact, speaking of discount codes, the name of my bowling team is the Pork Chop Express.
No way.
Hint, hint. Hint, hint.
All right, here we go. Yesterday's best XFA PNLs. Ricardo, Soren, Jeffrey, Roy, and Flod. All with big wins, all of them trading the NASDAQ. Soren was actually traded in 5 XFAs and made his way onto the leaderboard today. We're going to see his name again in just a second. Here we go. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list.
Let's see.
All right, coming in at 6th, we have Hassan, who is trading in 1 live account and 4 XFAs. Hassan had a total P&L of close to $18,000 yesterday to make the move from 14th place up to 6th. Nice job, Hassan.
Nice.
David lost about 7. Very nice for Hassan, yep. David here. David lost about $700 and dropped from 5th down to 7th place. Raphael did not trade, unfortunately. Fell from 6th down to 8th. David Y also did not trade and fell from 7th down to 9th. And Arjun rounds out our top 10 today. Arjun picked up close to 18 grand trading the NASDAQ yesterday to jump from 20th place up to 10th place. A couple of big moves there on the bottom half of the leaderboard.
Our bottoms. Jack, what was your joke?
My mother never breastfed me. She told me she liked me as a friend.
Let me give you a minute to absorb that.
Oh, boy, here we go.
I want to hear Jack's joke at the end of this. All right. Soren, we just saw him on the XFA P&L list. Soren was trading in 5 XFAs, pocketed $66,000 trading the NASDAQ yesterday to catapult up into 5th place. He was so low on the list, we don't even have his previous day's rank.
NA. NA.
That means not available.
Yeah. Yeah, not on the list.
And the big four, no change to the order of the big four from yesterday. Adrian picked up $3,000 trading in 5 XFAs. Nick Fortick made $3,000 in his live account trading the NQ. Brian P. we saw took that huge $28,000 payout yesterday. Nice job, Brian. Don't forget to pay yourselves, folks. And Dakota with another $23,000 winning day to retain the top spot.
Good stuff.
There's your leaderboard.
Good job, Dakota. Almost back above 250. Jeez. Good stuff. All right,
James,
Gabe. What's up, Gabe? Gabe's back. Good to see you, man.
He's back.
Okay. So yes, I believe we do. I believe we do. Last time we checked, about 1,300. We had about 1,200 spots, 1,200 openings for the discount still. According to James, James had that number right away.
Yeah, we're now at 1,628.
Thank you.
Very nice.
All right. So the tweet we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, let's show the tweet. And
Boom. Jack, read it for us, please.
I won't do a voice.
Just listen.
Calling all streamers / Dakota, the best live futures trader in the industry and homegrown developed at Topstep, is looking to take on any of y'all for a head-to-head P&L challenge over a 3-month period. Sim streamers are welcome. FYI, Sim has much easier fills. Let's go.
Lego.
That is from Lego. That is from Mr. Patak at Michael Patak on Twitter X.
MP laying down the hammer. Challenge has been put out there.
Ooh.
Our best versus your best. Let's do it.
Like that Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. Was it like?
Which one was it? Was Bloodsport?
They're all the same movie, just different titles.
Yeah.
That's true, JD. That's exactly what it is.
Did you see the one where he played a character playing himself?
A martial artist.
A character playing himself?
Oh no, it was hilarious. I cannot remember the name. I know the chat's gonna know. He played a character playing himself. It was so bizarre, but very hilarious. He was great at making fun of himself. I did laugh.
Artist.
Include. I'm gonna find that.
Yeah, he did. He played an actor playing a martial artist who was a martial artist, but is sort of washed up. It's hilarious. He pokes fun at himself the entire movie. It's very, very funny.
We're gonna find that for sure.
I cannot remember the name.
Need some JCVD in my life. Gabe.
JCVD. What is going on today? What is going on today? Gabe, what's up, man? Welcome back.
Thank you. Took a little walk, did 50 push-ups, made coffee.
How was it in Minnesota today? Is it nice out there?
I was about to say there's no sun out today. It's a little cloudy. I don't know what the temp is, but I figured I'd go touch grass, but there's no sunshine, so I don't know. Wouldn't be the same. But no, I was just reflecting a little bit on what was going on. Noticing, so I think a couple issues today that I've already kind of went back and thought about was, one, I came into the day thinking it was going to be a ranging day. I should have stayed out of the market, knowing that I do much better in trending environments. That was the first red flag. The second one was I didn't really manage to execute my process very well at all. I was very trigger happy at the open, just looking to get into something for the sake of being in something, and that was also a red flag. So I'm just picking up on a couple things. I saved myself in terms of managing risk. I mean, I gave myself probably 7 or 8 different trades. So it's not like I full ported, my whole $1,000 daily loss limit in one trade. I gave myself some room, thankfully, to take a few different executions. But all in all, I got chopped up trying to go both directions. I don't really do well in ranges. I had one good range trade the other day, but I just do much better in a trending environment. So I'll be back in the afternoon. I've got a little bit of room left in the account. I'm going to I actually just activated a practice account in TopstepX, so I'm going to be refreshing. And if I do anything else right now in the last little, 30 minutes of this segment, it'll just be practice. So full disclosure,
cool, man.
I'm staying out until this afternoon.
Oh yeah, Gabe.
We're gonna need. We'll still need your takes. We'll still need your outlook on the market here. But good on you. Seem like you've cooled off a little bit. You're a pretty chill guy in the first place. What's a pissed off Gabe look like off camera? Can you get hot? You ever broken a screen? You ever broken a screen or a mouse or a keyboard before?
I think we talked about that once before. I mean, back in the day, I'm a gamer, so I have thrown a few controllers in my life, but I've never broken a screen, thankfully. A pissed off Gabe is pretty rare. I internalize things a lot, so most of my anger you won't really see. I don't know, maybe if you guys could tell a little bit. I typically, maybe smile a little less. I go silent, and that's typically just me internalizing and thinking about what's going on. So that's really
definitely
what happens. But.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I do. I was saying earlier how I'll mutter and do all this stuff. That's when things are maybe not great, but not bad either. When they get really bad, y'all probably don't have the resolution just to see like my pupils dilate or something. But otherwise, I'm just gonna sit here like.
Yeah.
Don't get Gabe mad.
Yeah.
He's like Bruce Banner. We start seeing him turn green, then we know to be very careful.
Hulk.
Yeah.
I did get out of that long at 557 because we still have a downward trend going. So my P&L is 911.
Carving it
right
up,
now.
Anne-Marie. Absolutely carving it up.
And I trade one at a time.
Yes.
What I try to do is I try to trade in a way that when people go back and look at fast markets, they can go, okay, I see what she's doing there.
Right.
I can do that. I can just see. And the reason that I am clipping off these longs is because my trend is still lower, right?
Huh?
If my trend is still moving down and I still have negative momentum, although I'm making these higher lows, I can't hang on. Because if I do hang on, I might just get my toes chopped off simply because the market is not, I'm trading counter trend. And so they've just got to be quick and fast until the trend on the bottom eventually holds. And it may or may not, but I'm going to trade into it as long as we make higher lows, because I think it is going to eventually break to that edge, especially since we have that bimodal distribution. We're going to come in and very likely fill in these spaces, statistically speaking, of course.
Well, I mean, we're just talking about, though, Anne-Marie, you're saying you want to work on letting winners run, but I don't think there's winners to be that are running today. So I think you're trading it
exactly
just as good as you could right now in the market environment that we're in right now.
For sure. So the flip side of that is when you think to yourself, "Ooh, I need to let my winners run," you have to think about, well, am I positioned with the market or against it?
Right.
And if I'm trading with the market and I see I have negative momentum and I break all my moving averages and I can't hold above my anchored VWAP, well, that's a short. And so if I take a short on the collapse of price here, I'm with trend, with momentum. That's when I try to talk myself through, hey, just stay in the trend, just stay in the trend, just stay in the trend, and leave it for a runner. But if I'm trading against the direction of trend and momentum, I'm a moron for going to stay with the trend, because I'm not sitting in trend. I'm sitting counter trend. So that's just how I keep myself between the bumpers. That's for you, JD, because if I bold, I need bumpers to score at least a 40.
Love bumper bowling.
So
love bumper bowling.
Yeah.
Love bumper bowling. Always a good time. All right, it is. We got 2 minutes till the European close. Shout out to Command in the chat for reminding us that we got the Euro close here in about 2 minutes. I do see Gabe is making plans to go to the Minnesota State Fair in the chat. God bless the
Fried
Midwest.
butter.
Yeah, God bless the Midwest. But that being said, I want to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, what do we got today? I think we're going to talk about that Stetson hat challenge.
Oh, we got
right?
some plugs.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, we do. Hey, we got a feature on our TopStep X platform that allows you to either request something new, or if you do see something there, you can vote it up or vote it down. You can contribute our ideas to new features and support ideas of others. That's the voting up or down without leaving TopStep X. Now, if you got my chart, you got my chart there. There it is. All the way over here to the left, you're going to see a little question mark. Magically, when you put your cursor over it, it does light up. And what you can do here is feature voting. Feature voting is what we're talking about here. So we're going to click on that. And what we've got here are some ideas from you, the traders, what we can do, add, edit, take off, whatever, to our TopStep X. And best thing to do first, if you have an idea, search for it. All right, because if we've got a lot of the same ideas, we're not going to see them building up as something everybody wants. So do a search. If you don't see it, then create a new post. All right, so that is our voting. And remember, too, the changelog here. We've got the feedback, roadmap, changelog. Changelog is where we add new things, new goodies here to TopStep X. And we update as soon as we add something, we will update that. So there's all the updates. If you're a little behind, click on that, the changelog, and say, hey, look what I got here. Some new stuff, maybe things that you did not know we have added. All right, that is that. And also, casting call. All right, I said casting call. We're looking for traders. Yes, could be you. Could be the person next to you who want to come onto TopStep TV and trade with us and share their story. Got to have a story. Everyone's welcome. Everyone's welcome to apply. And for those just starting out in our live trader funded traders, okay, so if you are a live funded trader, please consider. If you want to take a shot to trade live with our crew, get your name in here. I'm going to drop the link here real quick and in the link. So there you have it. And that is, okay, there's the link. Fill that out. And also, before we go, we're giving away some more Stetsons. Yes, we are. Yeehaw! First 5 TopStep TV viewers to earn a funded trader lean hogs. Let us know this in the live chat. Giddy up! We'll verify and send you the Stetson of your choice. Now, we've got 2 winners so far. Can you believe that? We've got 3 more Stetsons available. So get your butt trading some of them lean hogs and win yourself a Stetson. Back to you, Andre.
I like that, Eddie. Well done. Yes.
I
All
love
right.
that.
Why give out 1 Stetson when we can give out 5?
Oh, my goodness.
Just lost $5.
What happened? What happened? What happened? Uh-oh. Oh, Gabe.
You were mute.
I was. Was I?
$5, Buster.
Not me. I wasn't even talking.
Not me. Was not.
What?
Went for $10. Series 3 and fat. Okay, cool. Thank you, JD. All right, Gabe. What are you smirking about over there? Gabe means business. He put the Matrix shades on. What are you laughing about, Gabe?
I had to, man. You know, it's my signature now. I got a couple people calling me out. They're like, "It's the glasses, dude. Where the hell are your glasses?" I'm like, man,
it's a good look. It's a good look.
I know.
All right, let's take a look at these markets real quick. We do have some more. So we got fast markets and everyone's favorite Series 3 question coming up, but S&Ps are kind of moving higher here, trading 54.25. We do have VWAP at 54.31. But my buddy Dolby would tell me right now, I'm looking at the 5-minute. We are at the upper end of this range. In the NASDAQ, that has 1, 2, 3, a short. This will be the 3rd time we're going to test this range on the 5-minute. So looking back, about for the last hour, this is the upper end of the range. The last hour, looking at the 5-minute here on the NASDAQ.
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Yeah.
Throat.
This is the 3rd time. The 3rd time's a charm.
Well, I thought when it was hanging around at the top of, you see this sort of like volume bulge here. I was thinking about maybe I buy one here because it's thinned out. It's almost kind of like a lot of thin volume up there. That's why I wouldn't short right now. Now, if it gets back up to this area here, I don't know if you guys can even see my scroller. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, there it is. Then maybe. But once again, day after Fed, I'm not going to push anything. I know I got lucky on that second trade. That was not.
It was a nice cover.
Preparation meeting opportunity. Come on now.
Yes.
Thank
There
you,
we go.
Anne-Marie. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Yeah, sometimes you get away with one, but hey, that's part of the deal. Nice cover.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to, but Jack, you read it well. It wasn't going. You're talking this out live. You said, I want it to go and I want it to go now. And if it didn't go now, you're going to get out.
Exactly.
I've been consciously trying. I don't even know if this is good advice. I'm trying to maybe frame this out in my head. But I've been consciously trying to take trades where I am not just buying something that appears cheap in the ladder or selling something that appears expensive. Because I had this revelation the other day that, man, you always take some heat. What if you just went the other way? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, when something's looking to break out going down, for me at least, it feels like the risk is a lot less because if it comes back, I'm not like, oh, it should be. So just something I'm thinking about.
You're getting with it. Getting with the mo. Let's take a look at the other markets that we don't really give much love to here. Gold, trading 23.23. Low of the day, 23.20. High of the day, 23.42. So about a $22 range. We're kind of in the middle here. We're going to see if what happens at this 95 level. 90 level here, Anne-Marie, in the NASDAQ, I'm sorry. 590 seems to be the upper end. Like Jack says, he wasn't going to take a short here because, third time the charm. Do you see any more opportunities, Anne-Marie, for trades? Or what kind of levels are you looking at here?
Well, I think that 385 is the good zone to get it up into the center of that noise. And so we're already past it. So, I am long. So, and this throws back to those lines we always see in the sign, 385, 385, 385, 385. At some juncture, the question becomes, okay, how do I know that 385 might hold? It's because I keep making those higher lows underneath. And 585.
Okay,
Sorry
thank you. No, all good. Yeah.
I know, I saw your face. I went, I'm saying the wrong number.
I was looking at every market. I'm like, I don't see a 3. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. And so that is the space that I'm in, but it's really very noisy. It's super noisy. And it could easily come back to test 585 again. And if it does, I will add to my position at that space. Otherwise, I'm going to try and hang on to it until it gets into that 600 number.
600. Yep. Okay.
Right?
600s.
Yeah.
Price of
All
interest. Right. Crude's got about $1.20 range today. It's probably on the light side. I know D likes a much bigger range in crude. Low of the day, $77.67. High of the day, $78.87. Currently trading right around the middle, $70 to $8.41 last trade. $78.41 last trade. Gold pushing towards the lows of the day. Low of the day, $23.20. We're about $2 above that. Now kind of moving higher here. Jack, when you're ready, my man, we can.
Yeah,
we can do
I think it'd be a good time. We'll do a series 3 first. I'm not gonna.
Love it.
You shifted away from me just as Dolby called me out in chat for saying.
What Dolby say?
Again? I don't even know what he's talking about. What did I say, Dolby?
Dolby dive. I love when you and Dolby go at it.
He's going to meet you at the bike rack after school.
Exactly.
Bike rack. The flagpole. Yep.
Yep. Well, the GameStop meeting has started. I'm sure that's what you wanted me to talk about. And it looks like they didn't purchase NVIDIA. Also, it's time for the Series 3.
Where do you come up with this stuff, man?
I don't know. I just sit alone in this room all day.
All right, here we
Okay.
go. Here we go. Did you write this question?
No, I took one from the book. This one is easy. This was a confidence builder. I was hoping, I think you guys will all get this. I think everyone in chat will. And if you don't, we need some studying time. I think this is common sense. Okay, let's go ahead. Show the question. Trade recommendations to prospects and customers must be A, reasonable, B, profitable, C, reasonable and profitable, or D, balanced.
Well, knowing that you can't guarantee profitability.
Right. So that takes out B and C.
I'm going to go D.
Let's say balanced.
I'm going to try.
Yeah, A or D.
Well, if you don't. I'm going to say C.
Are you?
Because if I'm recommending to a prospect or a customer,
with the word must. The word must.
Yeah, must.
Must.
So you can't. I'll help this out. You can't guarantee profitability in anything.
True.
It's either A or D, and reasonable is so subjective. Reasonable is so subjective, and D, balance, is kind of all encompassing.
Yeah. So maybe that's
I'm gonna go D. I'm gonna go D.
And
balance
I know
kind
Jack
of.
just said this was an easy question.
I know.
I think it's because I read them out of the book, so I see it. Like I think that if you had read the chapter on it, well, let's here. I'm gonna put my answer
What is
in
reasonable?
here.
What does reasonable mean? Let's see if we can see the percentages move after Jack votes. No, I didn't see it.
Well, what does balanced mean? Okay, let's see the answer.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's
reasonable.
Reasonable.
Okay.
Here's the thing. That must word, like if anything has ever said that like must be reasonable, like it can't not, I guess, be that. I don't know necessarily what balance means in this context, but yeah, you have to be reasonable.
It is. It is. Robert, I agree. It's subjective. I don't know. Reasonable. Balance means to me like these are your risks. These are your potential profits. This is the balance.
I think A and D were logical answers. Once again, I took that one right from the book, so don't shoot the messenger.
Nope, never. Well, thank you for that. Okay. Reasonable.
What I was thinking about earlier with the NQ and the ES, by the way, is just that the nominal values have changed so much. So when you trade an NQ future, it's the index times 20, which is 20,000 times 20, right? Which is 400K per contract. And the ES, I did it as 50 times index, which is about $271,000. So now you have something with the NQ where each contract, it just hit 10,000. What, like in 2020 during the after pandemic, something like that, right? So 3 or 4 years later, I forget what year it is right now. Each contract you trade is literally worth twice as much. So it's going to move twice as much because a percentage move is going to be double the points.
Right.
So just something to keep in mind when you're sizing stuff. 600?
Yeah. Jack, you're saying 2%. Jack, you're saying a 2% move is harder to achieve than a 2% move back when we were trading 10,000?
No, it's not necessarily harder. It's just that like a 2% move
covers more ground, right?
4 years ago is worth half the points it is now.
Right.
Right. A 2% move today would be like a 4% move in 2020.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
For sure.
Gotcha.
And since we're trading contracts, not percent, that's meaningful.
Yep.
Go ahead, Emery, please.
Yeah, that's really true. Yeah, that's really true. So I had to cover this simply because if I make more than 1,500 on the day for a combine, then it means I have to make twice that to even go over, which I don't know if you guys are on or heard when I was on with Robert the other day. So I put a trade on. I had a combine in one of the other accounts, and I went, that looks like a good trade. I'm leaving it alone. And it made like $3,000. And so the problem is the account now has to have 56,000 as its balance because you can't make any more than half of your total required combine gains in any one day. So I'm not going to do that with any more of these combines that I play around with. But
strategy, there's strategy to this stuff. I like it. All right. Well, like Dolby said in the chat, we did see a breakout of the range. So Jack saw that coming too. That's why he was not going to get short at the upper end of this range for this exact reason. Anne-Marie covered on her long. Anne-Marie, can we get a P&L update?
1245.
1245. Jeez, you are 1%, I should say. All right, Gabe, let's get you back. Let's get you back on the horse here. We do have your segment coming up. What is it? Gabe's Road to Funding. Gabe, are you pumped for it?
I am. Yeah, I'm going to go through some of the. I appreciate it. I'm grateful to have started it. I think it's going to be nice to also feature some other traders. I think that'll be a great opportunity for us to bring in some other people that are on that same road, share their experience. But my goal today will be to kind of go through the trade report for the first few days. Obviously, we will need today's day to close for our trade reports to process and some new statistics to be available for today's trading. So I will be curious on how, today's performance, of course, factors in and kind of affects and impacts my stats along the board. But yeah, it'll be fun. Have a little bit of room left in the account, so see if we maybe get a trade on this afternoon. But it'll be a little one guy. So.
One mini. Would you ever consider going to micros with how much room you have, or do you stick with the minis?
I'm on micros actually. That's going to be primary. Yeah, okay. I'm going to stick to micros for the moment.
How much wiggle room do you have in the account?
70.
Oh boy, you're gonna have to nail that entry, buddy. You're gonna have to nail that entry.
I've done it before, but
yes, you have.
It's going to be tough.
Just wait for a runner, wait for a breakout trade, get with the momentum, squeeze like 150 out of the trade or something. Get in, get out, squeeze 150 out of the trade. Now you got a little bit more room, perhaps.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
We love a comeback story.
Exactly the way. Yeah.
Right.
When I get close to my limit down, I will stop and go, all right, you're just gonna chip 75, 65, 125 until it's far away enough that I can go, all right, let me get back to what it is that I know how to do. I do have an interesting question for those of us that trade these micros. So I think trading micros is great for learning rhythm. What I find to be very interesting is that once in a while, when you trade these micros, you are less concerned about your exact entry location. And I'm not sure how much of a good habit that actually builds. So, I'm sure because what was that one guy that made like $1 bazillion trading all those micros?
18 grand.
I was like, what the heck? But I guess he just sizes up in big swaths. I really want an answer, particularly from the chat saying, hey, if you trade micros, are you sitting in a space where you are still absolutely focused on finding the right region that gives you the lowest risk? Or do you go, I got a little room, I can do XYZ. Mm-hmm. How anybody have any thoughts about that? Because that really, I traded with micros for a few weeks and I went, man, I get in way faster because I know my drawdown is going to be small, no matter how, and it allows me to all of a sudden hedge in a place, but it didn't feel good to go back and do that with the minis.
Well, I have not yet traded a micro. However, I will start the next time I'll have the live account, and given what our drawdown limits, size of the account, I'll probably start trading the MES. So I'm interested to see how that affects things. I do like the idea of, I don't like paying the more commissions, but I love something smaller. I mean, as I just mentioned, these contracts are big. One NQ is equivalent to holding, $400,000 worth of NASDAQ. 100, pretty much. I know that's not technically, it's a futures contract, but that's a lot of exposure. So I want to trade those, 5 micros as a 2020 NASDAQ contract pretty much. So I'm excited.
I think it varies on the trader. I think in general, the ability to scale in and out of positions with lower risk, I think is a good idea. I do agree that commissions on micros, especially if you're trading multiple contracts and you're scalping, they can add up really quickly. I mean, that can really dip into your P&L pretty drastically. If you're getting in and out, 5, 10 micros at a time, and you're just getting very quick, entries and exits. I find in terms of your original kind of question, the location, I am trying to do my best to execute my process the same way I would, regardless of what contract size I'm trading. So I'm not really trying to change hey, well, if I'm going short in a supply zone, my stop is still going to go above my supply zone. Obviously making sure that my risk is sized correctly. So I'm still not, over position sizing. But I guess it would kind of depend on the trader. I could see how some might give themselves a little bit more buffer just because they are in a micro contract and might change their process a little bit. But I don't know. I'm just speaking for myself.
Oh, I like it that you don't. I think they should be traded like you don't. You know what I'm saying? Because it's building those really strong habits that you can convert over to the instruments that can really give you some fantastic results without all of the commissions. So I think that's fantastic.
Agree. Good stuff today, Gabe. I know the P&L ain't where you wanted to, but still, I like your insight. All right, real quick, we got 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets on Topstep TV. We're a little light on the likes, guys. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Hey, we hit 96,000 subscribers. We are 4,000 subscribers away from getting Jack that trophy he covets so dearly. We got to get 100,000 subscribers. We got big things in store for you guys. I've been saying the sky is the limit, what we can bring to you. Anyways, with that being said, we've got one more item to cross off the list here, and that is the hashtag Fast Markets you see in the upper left-hand corner. Here we have some good submissions, so I'm going to throw it to my man, James. James, what'd they give us today?
That's right. Earlier in the broadcast, Andre asked you to tag us on Twitter with your best Fast Markets trades, memes, anything you got, and you did not disappoint. So starting off, we have our micro trader.
Yeah.
This is predicted in Power Hour today. 1 or 10 contract answer is micros. God Dakota, again, micro power. So if you caught that move.
We're talking micros. We're just talking micros.
Power to you.
Yep.
And now we got some good, really good content. Here we go. I love these.
Okay.
Trading day 1 versus trading day 4.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's good.
That's pretty good.
I can relate to that heavily today. Today is day 4 for me. Today is literally day 4 for me. Day 1, 2, and 3 were great. I was feeling full. I was satisfied. It was super fulfilling. I was on a roll. And then day 4, I'm like, what am I doing?
One of my favorite meme formats, too.
That's pretty good.
This is only second to someone used the same format for the Game of Thrones show. The end being the last season.
That's really good.
Moving on.
That was A+.
We got Dakota coming in for Power Hour after a long day. MP versus a random fisherman on Twitter.
You guys are bringing the A game today.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
That is hilarious.
Versus a random fisherman.
I love it.
You don't know what this means. Go to twitter.com and follow Michael Patak and just start looking.
It's so good.
And finally, resident meme lord Carl Hungus has given us Hindsight Capital's trading office today.
Let's go.
Guys, look at that profitable setup. Look at that money.
Try and blow it up a bit for you guys.
That is so good.
I love it.
There's a lot of good in here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we're all in there. Look at all of us
Hilarious.
in there. We're all
Taking
in there
in
making
orders.
money. Yeah.
DJ Khaled.
Khaled made it. Khaled made an appearance.
Always
Hindsight.
making an appearance.
Oh, my goodness. You guys,
Love
that
it.
was exceptional
that
content
is-
today. James, you were not
yeah.
kidding.
Too fun.
Yeah, and if you guys think you got more, you got better ones, Power Hour is coming up today. We're going to do the whole thing again. So start brainstorming, start getting Photoshop, get creative. We'll see you in Power Hour.
Hey, James,
that
are we
was-
saving these? Are we archiving these?
We should.
Yeah, they're
I mean,
immortalized in Slack. Like,
Yeah, they're in
we have
Slack.
access to them.
I don't delete anything from this
That-
PC, so they're in there somewhere. Yeah, we got them all.
Somewhere. All right.
One
cool.
day that will screw us. Have I told my DJ Khaled story on Topstep TV before?
No. Do
It was
tell.
really short. I didn't meet him. It was just that I used to work for a place. I won't name the publication, but that
Onion.
used to be owned by Univision, and they were doing layoff. I'm sure there's no NDAs. For this. They did like all these like layoffs and stuff like that, and then we had to like watch the company meeting for Univision like live from Miami. So they're like doing these layoffs and stuff, and then to get pumped up, I think it's the CEO comes out and it's like, all right, everyone remote, stuff like that. Guess what, to start off this meeting today for Univision, we have a special friend here. It's DJ Khaled. And like, so like everyone's like waiting for like layoffs and stuff. And DJ Khaled is out there just like probably getting paid a couple bill
A
to be
gazillion
like,
dollars.
hey, Univision, this is the future now. It was like something out of
Wow.
Silicon Valley or
Tone
something.
deaf. What a
Very tone deaf.
terribly tone deaf message. Oh my
Incredible.
goodness.
Very tone deaf.
Absolutely incredible. Oh, that was exceptional. Hashtag fast markets. That was, you guys brought your A game here.
Yes.
All right, real quick recap on the markets. All roads, George. Shout out to George. NASDAQ did go up and kiss VWAP trade 19,000. VWAP at 19,609. Hold off a little bit, about 14 points off of that. Currently trading 596. S&Ps couldn't get the momentum to get up to VWAP, but we did break out of that range a little bit to the upside. Currently trading 54.27. VWAP 54.31. Gold just making new lows here. New lows of the day. 23.14. JD, that level, 23.30s, man. I know you like that. We did see the high at 23.40, but he liked being short beneath 30s. And sure enough, we're trading 16s right now. Crude, in that range all day, about a $1.20 range. Currently trading $78.17. And finally, Dow, little brother you keep in the basement. This is you keep in the basement, as Jack said this morning. Currently trading 38,511. Dow just kind of does its own thing. You just kind of leave it alone, as we found out today. All right, guys, we got 2 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Anne-Marie, absolute masterclass in trading today. Leave us with some words of wisdom, because we're going to see these guys later today. We're not going to see you, so leave us with some words of wisdom, please.
Well, thanks, Andre, for that little intro right there. You know what? It's amazing how much you can make in the market through the day if you just build a little bit at a time. And even I, trading for a couple of decades, I see the numbers some of these guys put up, and I'm astounded. And I think to myself, you could probably do that. And anytime I start slinging that big size, my brain goes haywire. And so it's always that I'm just one of those slow grinders. Listen, you might outpunch me, but I'm going to outlast. And I'm always getting up. And the thing that's allowed me to get up time and time again is managing that risk. So that's my takeaway for the day. Just jab, 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 halfway to a combine that just opened up today, and just small little trades. I wasn't in a long time, didn't take a lot of heat, had a couple of trades that went bad, but then just kept after it one at a time. And then, of course, listening to these guys talk through their process and their struggles and what they do next, and stepping aside to regroup. It's all so very important. I got to say, I love being part of Topstep TV. I do. I love it.
All right, Anne-Marie, real quick, we're going a little over time. Jack, Gabe, we're going to see you later. Please give us a little bit of a sneak preview of who our guest is in the green room and who's going to be joining us next on Power Players. I think you know this guy.
Yes, I do. So this is one of my friends, Matthew Mickey, and he is retired from the military. He's got an absolutely fantastic story. You're going to love him, and he brings a very unique insight because not only is he a Topstep trader, he's on the sell side at a major bank at an institution, and so he knows how inventory flows, and so he's going to be great. I love him to death. He's one of my favorite. I'm going to wave to you here back in the green room. He's one of my favorite people I've ever met on Twitter. X. And you guys are going to love learning from him. You want to talk about a guy who's got moxie. He's got moxie, and he's had some lows, and man, talk about somebody that just goes jab, jab, jab. It's going to be fantastic. You guys are going to love it.
You just did my job for me with that intro, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we got Power Players on the other side of this. Just a quick heads up. Good job today, Jack. Jack, you cracked me up. Nice train today, too. Gabe, we got your segment coming up later, too, this afternoon. Real quick, we got William speaking in 1 minute and Yellen speaking in 1 minute. So let's get to the other side of that. And we got Power Players coming up next. Good job, guys. See you in a couple minutes.
Hey traders, it's Austin Silver from ASFX. I want to talk to you about my top 3 favorite features on the Topstep X platform. Now, first and foremost is the lockout feature. I love the lockout feature. Maybe you're trading a day and it's range bound, you're getting chopped around, you're at break even on the day, you just can't seem to find the market. Lock yourself out, prevent yourself from losing more money. Or how about you're making money? You're up $1,800, $2,400, maybe $3,000 that morning. Do you really want to risk giving that back? Some of us, like me, are susceptible to overtrading, especially in the afternoon. We'll come back and give that $3,000 back like it's nothing. Lock yourself out after you hit a certain profit target and you've alleviated yourself of that problem. And I'll tell you, when you hit the lockout, man, it's like weight is lifted off your shoulders. The anxiety and the stress just goes away. You rinse and repeat, you come back tomorrow. And like they say at Topstep, you trade for tomorrow. So that's the first feature that I love. The second feature that I love is the integration with TopstepTV. You can now watch the live stream from Topstep as you're trading on the same screen. And I think that goes without saying. It just makes trading more fun because you're with a community, and it also can provide you with some insights on what the market might do next. So that integration is amazing. And my third favorite feature has to be the micros to mini conversion. You can now trade 10x the micros that you would a mini. So if you were stuck, like a lot of people do get, when you're trading a new funded account or a new account, you can only trade 1 or 2 minis. Now you can actually go and trade 10 or 20 micros, which just gives you the flexibility to add in and piece out of your trades. So if you're struggling with trade management, this micro to mini conversion takes that all away for you. So you got to try Topstep X, not just for the micro to mini conversion, not just for the TopstepTV integration, and not even just for the lockout feature. There's plenty of other features. Those are just my top 3.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed.
It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
welcome everybody back to Power Players. We have a very, very, very special power player, the man in the middle, Matthew Mickey. Welcome to Topstep TV. You are officially a power player. Matthew Mickey, how are you feeling today?
Hey, man, I'm doing really, really great, Andre. How are you doing?
A lot better now that you're on here. Of course, you guys know my partner, JD, to the right, on the right side of the screen.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
This is
guys?
going to be a great segment. You guys are going to really love this story. And everything's going to happen in the next half hour, 45 minutes.
Yep.
We're going to be recording this.
Real quick, yes, please record. Keep in mind, we do have William speaking. Eddie is hawking the wire right now. We got William speaking and Yellen speaking. So if anything hits the wire, Eddie, jump in. Markets first here. Matthew Mickey. Sorry, he told me to call him Mickey. So if you guys wonder why I'm calling him by his last name, he told me that. Mickey, where do we start? Tell us about your story. Tell us.
All right, let's go. So every time number one, I'm one of your builders, right? Like, so I sit here and I listen to Topstep all day, every day, right? And people, so I work, we'll get to where I am sitting right now with my job, but I work for a sell-side organization, right? And people always ask me, like, why are you listening to Topstep? Why are you looking at these silly little trading view charts? Why don't you use your Bloomberg? Why don't you use order flow? And my first response is, guys, I got a lot of hobbies. Work's not one of them. I work for cash, and in 5 years, I plan on doing this for a living. So I need to get as many reps as I can while I can. But so, like, I listen to you guys every single day, and like I was thinking about before I came on, like, what can I talk about? But all the great speakers on here, they've already covered everything that like I harp constantly about, like, you know, like position sizing. That's huge, right? Sticking to your strategy. That's huge. Taking A+ setups only. That's huge. You know, identifying, are you in a value area or are you in the trend based off of the markets? Like, what kind of market conditions? That's huge. You guys do such a phenomenal story that, like, I feel like what I bring to the table for most of the retail traders is a voice of hope, right? So I'm going to go through my story a little bit, and I'm going to use this saying, right? If I can, you will, right? So I started off in my life, if I can, you will, right?
Cool.
So I started off in the foster care system back in the 80s, right? I didn't have, like, when they found me, I was in a crack house, and I was like 2 or 3 years old. Yep, I'm a crack baby. I was 2 or 3 years old, and they found that my parents were feeding me beer instead of milk, just all kinds of stuff. So I ended up in the foster care system. And from there, you know, life continuously just kept knocking me down, right? From a very, very young age, right? Like, I remember in the foster care system, you know, like, by the time I was 7, I dealt with every type of abuse you can think of, right? From adults, from other kids, like every single bit of it, right? But like, I always found a way to see the flower in the dark areas, right? Like, back then, Michael Jordan was huge. Michael Jordan was my hero, right? I used to worship and learn everything I could about Jordan back in the 90s, right? Like, because he had this ability to lead, right? On, off the courts, right? Like, he had this dominant presence. When the odds were against him, he made it happen, right? And so I remember thinking as a young man, or as a young kid, you know, like, this is no different than when Jordan first joined the Chicago Bulls, right? My life is no different. It's like, when the odds are against me, you know, when life knocks you down, your job is to figure out how you got knocked down, fix that problem before you get up, knock the dust off, and then bulldoze through life, right? So fast forward in my childhood, you know, like, it was what it was, you know, but I still found the ability to, like, see hope and potential in my life, right? Well, I hit my high school days for teenage boys, or high school days for a teenage boy, right? Like, nothing new there, you know. Like, I decided to leave the foster care system when I was 16, and then I found myself homeless a bunch. I found myself working under the table at commercial plumbing, construction, whatever I could do to make ends meet, right, while going to high school. And then 9/11 kicked off, and I remember I was laying carpet in an apartment building when 9/11 kicked off, and I remember, like, I was devastated. I wasn't devastated about the people that we lost in the building. I was devastated in the fact that, you know, like, that many kids, like, if what happened to them what happened to me happens to them, there's that many kids that have to go through the foster care system and just bare knuckle fist fight life as a child, like I had to, right? And that didn't sit with me well. right? And at this point in my childhood, all the odds were still against me. I wasn't going to go to college because I wasn't doing good in school. I just figured I was going to work construction, which there's absolutely nothing wrong with construction. But like this whole time in my life, like everybody told me I was going to amount to nothing, and like I just sat there and thought, like Jordan did the same thing. People told him he wasn't going to amount to nothing, and so like when 9/11 kicked off, it was a patriotic thing, but it was also a loneliness thing for me, right? And the Army, so I joined the Army, right? And I did 20 years in the Army. I served as an enlisted guy, and I did everything from being a drill sergeant to squad leader to being a platoon sergeant, deploying to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times. And then, like, for 13 years in the Army, I just sat there one night at night and in between deployments, and I just worked on my degree, my bachelor's degree. And I just took classes, right? Because, like, I was thinking, I need to keep up with the Joneses. I need to keep up with my peers. What are my peers doing, right? Because I never had that parent that would tell me what right looks like. So I just kind of based it off of what my peers were doing. And so it took me 13 years to get a bachelor's degree, right? One class at a time. And then I found this cool program in the Army called Green to Gold. And at this point, I was a first sergeant. I already managed a company of 120 barrel-chested freedom fighters. And then, like, I found this program that would allow me to get my master's while in the Army and become an officer. So I did that, right? And then now I'm going to talk about how I got into trading, right? Because it's such a funny story, right? So after every deployment, my infantry dudes, I'll say dudes because there was no females in the infantry back then, like they would save up. You don't have anything to spend your money on in the infantry when you're deployed to Iraq or Afghanistan, right? So you save up your money, 10,000, 5,000, 15,000, whatever you save up, right? And before we deploy, I'd always bring my soldiers in, and I'd be like, listen, like, don't be a bunch of F-tards and blow your savings account on strippers and alcohol and going to the casino and buying cars you can't afford 6 months from now. And, the newest Jordans, like, save it, invest it, pay off your debt, do the financially responsible thing, right? And then we'd deploy back to the stateside, and then, like, I would notice nicer cars than mine showing up in the parking lot. And when I would do my barracks check, my soldiers were like rizzed out with the most coolest Jordans and clothes and all that. So I'd bring them in. I'd like, you guys were F-tards. I told you not to be F-tards. How many of you guys actually invested your money, paid off your debt, blah, blah, blah. And like one of my 60 soldiers would raise their hand, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. What'd you invest in? And they'd tell me the CNBC special of the day. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Like, I had no idea what I was talking about. And then as I would go through and I would monitor the budget month over month, I would always pay attention to that one soldier's, shares or options or whatever it was that he was doing. I'd watch it like just go completely flat, right? Like he lost all his money. And that pissed me off because I literally knew the blood, sweat, and tears he did. He might as well just went to Las Vegas and just had a good time, right? So that pissed me off, and I started noticing this uptrend on my soldiers, trading more. And so, like, at that point, MySpace was big, LinkedIn wasn't a thing. So I just started Googling and looking up, like, Wall Street and, like, what is a hedge fund? And I started reaching out and networking with these individuals who were, like, institutions. I'd tell them the issue. Like, my soldiers are trying to learn how to trade, and I don't think they're doing it right. Can you teach me? And most of them would. Right, so they open up an opportunity in the rabbit hole of me for the next 12 years, studying everything from economics to company fundamentals to option pricing to future markets to all this stuff, right? And I think one of the first books I read was Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, and then How to Trade Stocks by William O'Neill. And right there, I knew instantly what my soldiers were doing with gambling, right? For them to be successful in this market, they had to take it like a profession, just like we had to take being infantry guys as a profession. Like, I hand you a rifle, I teach you everything about that rifle before I give you bullets for that rifle. And then when you prove to me, you understand how the ballistics of that rifle works, and you can, fix malfunctions, and you cannot shoot yourself in the foot with that rifle. Then we take you to the range, and we start perfecting it thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And then we start incorporating different and harder variables, right? So I knew that in order for my soldiers to become like good traders, they had to take it like a profession, just like we did.
Right.
And when it came to, so I spent the rest of my Army career, like leading soldiers and, teaching them what proper looks like on the side, right? When it comes to investing their money, because like the TSP program is what like soldiers can invest in with their paycheck. Is like their 401k and all that. It's a really great service, but like I realized young, like not many of them grew up very, very poor like me, right? Like when, like I knew how to budget a checkbook by the time I was like 9 years old, and I like would literally monitor every penny coming in, every penny coming out, right? And I knew that, like I learned that like soldiers did not understand finance even at the checkbook level, and they did not understand how to value the dollar that they were making, because I could tell that through their budgets, right? But when it came to retiring and how did I get to where I was now, right? So it's funny because I was like, oh, like I was smart with my money over the 20 years in the military. I invested in real estate. I invested in this. I have a retirement and a pension now that I can engage with, right? My wife was like, I was like, do I retire for good and play golf at 38? And my wife was like, Mickey, like, absolutely not. You're not going to chase me around the house naked when the kid's at school all day. You need to go find something to do. And I was like, all right, so what should I do? And next thing you know, like at this point I was hanging out with this old market maker. His name, you can find him on Twitter, VWAP Trader. All roads lead to VWAP, right? And he worked as a sell side individual back in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s. He had a heart attack and had to stop. And like he encouraged me to like look for a sell side organization to work for, and the military has great internships. So I'm the intern that you guys always talk about, right? Like I spent the last 2 years as an intern.
There you go.
And
There you go.
so like my first year, and now I'm at a sell side organization, and my first year as an intern was when they were building the T+1 clearance and settlement cycle, right? And I remember thinking, wow, this is so cool. And I was like, I'm going to be like a decision maker. I'm going to be a baller. I'm going to know everything about the plumbing of the markets. And then I realized that I was a glorified PowerPoint proofreader. So I literally, like, I got to see every single T+1 PowerPoint slide, but my job was to proofread it for spelling error and formatting errors, and then write up an executive summary for my boss to go brief the SEC or whoever he was briefing on. And then, but I did that for a year, and I pretended like that was the most important job in the world, right? And I did a good job, because my second year, I was able to go and sit on a margin and collateral desk for the repo market, the TGA markets, and the TBA markets as well. And I actually had a client range from D through G the first 6 months. So I would deal with other institutions like Goldman Sachs, people like that. And then my second 6 months was H through N. So now what I'm looking at doing is possibly going over to the U.S. as a full-time job, going over to the U.S. option settlement team. But what I will tell you, right, like I see so much, it was such a unique experience, because I started off as retail, and I started like, I back tested everything I trade. I back test and, like a forward test. And like before I even got to the institution, like I had a pretty good knowledge on value area auction theory. Like I even studied ICT a little bit. And then I got to the institutional side of the house, and I realized, oh, wow, a lot of this stuff is cool and all, but is kind of out of date with reality. And then so at the institutional side, like I just got swamped with how they engage with price. And I realized real quick, fast, and in a hurry, at the level I'm at on the institution side, it's not about yield whatsoever, right? Institutions move inventory. Retail moves risk. And for retail to be successful, I realized, they have to follow a strategy the same way every time. That means like they need to know their expectancy ratio of that strategy week over week, month over month, year over year, right? And for them to be successful, they have to realize that there's no holy grail strategy out there whatsoever, right? You're going to go through dull market conditioning. For me, is everything. So Like, are you building a value area? Are you in a consolidation, or are you trending? Like, those are different models that you have to learn how to trade, right? You have to have those realistic expectations and trade them based off of what kind of market conditions you're facing, right? So I realized that for retail, like position sizing is everything. That's the holy grail. If you want a holy grail, position sizing, your risk per trade based off of how much you're risking per account is huge. And your position size should be based off your entry and your stop location and that risk per trade. And then your risk per trade, whether you risk 2.5% or 0.5% per strategy, needs to be tied in with the market conditions. And you need to find a way to grade your trades. Is this an A plus setup, a B setup, a C setup? And then your risk per trade should be based off of that, right? So when I learned like all this stuff, right, I realized, this, like, why am I good at this? And like, I see all this and I'm not good at this. Like, I'm just like anybody else, right? Like the reason I came to TopStep was for two reasons, right? The first reason was like I was big into back testing. Anything that I trade in my live account, I have to back test it 500 times, right? Like I firmly believe there's three phases to a trader's journey, right? There's the education phase, where your favorite guru of choice will teach you a theory, right?
Yeah.
Then there's a testing phase. That's where you get intimate with it. You back test it, you forward test it, and then you start figuring out the risk profile that strategy needs, right? Because every strategy has moments where it pops, your P&L pops, because you got a good trade on it. But then it has those conditions where it just goes flat. You hit break even, it declines, and then it pops, right? And that's the main reason. And to survive those declining times when your strategy is not working or declining and taking losses, you need to be position sized correctly. And I lost my train of thought here. So.
You're good, man. You're good. You've been on one right now. That was beautiful. JD and I sat back. That was Mickey. Absolutely mind blowing. I have so many questions. I don't even know where to start. You're talking about your back testing, how you're getting intimate with the markets. But real quick, we are making new lows here in the NASDAQ and S&Ps real quick. This is absolutely fascinating. But to be honest with you, I don't really give a shit about the markets right now. I would hear more about your story. This is much more fascinating than markets. Markets move. Markets come and go. We're like, who really cares? I want to know how you found TopStep. How did TopStep find you? How did you find us?
So listen, like I've always had hope. I've always had, like, throughout my journey of just getting bare knuckle fist fighting with life, right?
Sure.
Like I've always found hope and potential. I learned real long ago, whether it was in Iraq, Afghanistan, whether it was being homeless, whether it was in the foster care system, right? I realized that people had the biggest potential out there. There's not anything more powerful than a person, like a group of people who can not be toxic, right? Like if you get the intent behind like why people do things is huge, right? So if you can find potential in people, you can accomplish anything, right? Like anything whatsoever. And so I spend most of my time trying to help traders, retail traders, because like let's be honest, they're working class individuals, they're working construction, they're working as a nurse, they're working as a firefighter, they're working in a manufacturer, and they're trying to trade, right? They're trying to be responsible with the money that they bring in. And I feel like they're sheep that are targeted a lot by wolves, right?
Yep.
Well, as I'm helping these traders out, right, like they keep telling me about these prop firms, and I'm like, okay, cool. I never knew what a prop firm was. And, and then I start, getting more involved because it's like, okay, so like I can use these prop firms to forward test because like one thing I'm really good at is the 930, right? And you can back test, like I've back tested my 930 strategy like 3,000 times, but that's in slow motion. Like to actually come onto the NASDAQ and be able to make decisions effectively at the 930 when it went from moving 10 handles to now it's moving 50 handles at a time, you've got to have some skin in the game. You've got to have, a live position. And so I found I decided to go with TopStep to forward test so I can get used to the live order flow of the strategy and like how I was going to make decisions in the moment, And then I learned one thing, like, so I suck at, trading large size, right? I have a very, very, very much attachment to my dollar, right? Maybe it's my background, but like every single dollar that I see that P&L go up and down, I feel it. I feel it, because I know how hard I've worked to get to where I'm at, right? So my buddies all told me about TopStep, and they told me about the other prop firms out there, and I have really close friends that just trade pure prop, and they were telling me some of these ones you need to be very cautious with. Oh, the main reason I like TopStep, I have a 30. I'm sorry, I have a 30-day trade restriction. I have a 30-day trade restriction against all my positions, right? Because of the position I'm in, right? You guys are considered a 1099 because I'm not trading live orders.
It's true. Yeah.
So I went to my legal team and was like, hey, I know I can't come out here and sling NASDAQ contracts because of the data that I deal with and the workflow that I deal with. But what about this competition TopStep, right? It's a 1099 is, what it is. And they're like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. So I was like,
no kidding.
Nice
I
loophole,
just unlocked
for sure.
the biggest loophole ever. So once legal approved it, it was like, all right, let's go. Because for me, it was like, I have to hold all my positions for 30 days. Like my personal account, there's no stop losses. There's no take profits. If you pull out of that position before 30 days, you can get fired because of the data that I deal with. So it was like, wow, this is so much better, right? Because in 5 years, I plan on retiring and doing this for a living. I have to set the conditions though for that success, right? I'm not just going to quit my job and, start trading for a living, right? So I had to make these mandates. I need to have 3 years worth of savings of my annual income. I have to have multiple sources of income, right? I'm setting the conditions for my success. So because we all have bad quarters, we all have bad months, so it's like I have to be smart about how I trade. But yeah.
So
What can you tell us?
Yeah, go ahead, GD, please.
How much can you really tell us about the data that you work with on a day-to-day basis and how it helps you with your trading? I mean, I'm not saying you have some kind of insider information,
It does not. I don't have any kind of insider information whatsoever. We see, we don't look at charts. I see nothing but numbers, right? Thousands and thousands and thousands of orders and stuff like that. I've tried it before. Is there a correlation of the numbers that I'm seeing on this system versus how the market's moving? And it's like, no, there's not. I've sat there and compared volume versus the order flow I see. There's nothing, right? So it's not like I have any kind of insider information, but it's definitely unique. And I think my main message to retail right now is people kind of glorify the institutional space of being a market maker, being a trader, or something like that. And what they got to realize is we deal with so much workflow that there is no edge in what we do, right? There is no if you talk to some of these old floor traders, they had such a hard time transferring from being an institutional trader to being a retail trader because it's such a different game. Retail traders can look at these candlesticks and just practice over and over and over again and get their 1,000 shots taking the same shot, right, over and over again.
Yeah.
Institutions, they move inventory, retail moves risk. It's that simple.
I wanted to touch on that. Can you expand on that? I wrote that down. We said it earlier. The institutions move inventory, retail moves risk. What does that mean? Explain that. Expand on that, please.
Yeah, so institutions are designed. Okay, so let's look at the S&P 500. What does the S&P 500 represent? Right, it represents multiple economies. Right, the growth of these economies. It represents every insurance, every 401k, every money market out there. Right, it represents the public companies within these economies. Right, within the public company, it represents the paycheck of the employees. Right. So to make this market move, right? So you have all these different economies, and within all those different economies, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of orders coming in, right? Nobody gives a crap on the institutional side about how much money they can make because it's not possible, right? They have to maintain a delta neutral book, right? They have to be the facilitator of order flow, matching, pairing, batching buyers with sellers and et cetera, right? Retail and your hedge funds and your mom and pop shops, right? They're trying to get a return on the money that they trade.
Correct.
So that's managing risk, right? institutions, they're trying to make a market and they're trying to facilitate the growth of the economy, right? Of multiple economies, right? So it's not about a yield for them. It's about the transition of orders and exchanging from one hand to another, right? So for retail, like all they need to do is focus on, retail needs to focus on, if you look at the S&P 500, right, on a daily chart and you just zoom out, you'll see that it goes up and to the right. What else goes up and to the right? Inflation. Inflation is a good thing, right? If it's led by growth, right? Growth is a representation of economies. Like, is this economy innovating? Are they getting better? Are they making life easier with the stuff that they create through public companies, right? So to fail as a trader, as a retail trader, let's just say the S&P 500, right? Your time horizon for your trade is off, your position sizing is off, or your strategy hopping, right? And so that's why I'm saying, like, I think there's a lot of complexity, and it can be overwhelming in the beginning because I went through it myself. Literally, I can talk to you about anything economic. I can talk to you about how options are priced, and I can talk to you about company fundamentals. And guess what, right? Like, your job as a retail trader is to make it as linear as possible, right? Like, to remove the complexity out of the markets, right? Like, why would I trade options or when I can put a call option on and I expect the S&P 500, or let's say the SPX, let's say I want to buy a call option, and if the market goes in my favor, I can still lose every bit of that premium attached to that, right?
Yeah.
So like that's why I like what you guys do here, is because you guys set traders up for success, right? Like, it's a yes or no. Is the market going for you or against you, right? Like, it's yes or no, right? Like, that removes all the multiple failure variables that go into different types of investing, right? And so for retail, right, like the best conditioning that I can do, and I'm gonna share a screen and
let's
show
do it,
those
man.
tips
This is incredible,
that
dude.
I
This is
do.
incredible. You are a natural at this
All
thing,
right.
Mickey. This is incredible, dude.
Thank you.
I want to keep.
That is
We got time limits. I want to keep this going. Yeah, share your screen. What are we looking at here?
All right. Can you
That's
see
that's my screen right now.
Yep.
Hold on. We'll get over to your screen. Once we get over to your screen, we can go talk about it real quick. So I want to do a quick update while we switch over to your screen. We did see a bounce. Wow, we bounced right off those 19,500s in the NASDAQ. And I was long those yesterday, lost money. Bounced right off them. They were good this time. 19,500 was good. S&P's low of the day, 5408. All right, there we go. Thank you, Gabe. And we're over to Mickey's screen. All right, Mickey, take it away.
There we go. All right. So keeping it simple, stupid, right? That's like why Rangers are the best, right? They master the basic fundamentals, right? Like, and they're the fastest at it, et cetera, right? Same thing with trading, right? Like, so I learned that there's so many complex ways that you can view these markets. Like, you have to keep it simple, stupid, right? And everybody will tell you, go with the higher time frame trend, right? Yes. So for me, it was like, what's the most simplest, stupid way that I know from an institutional space and all that? Like, how can I get the higher time frame trend on my side, right? So I took every previous month 50% range. So like, if this is, let's look at the start of this trend, right? It started in October, right? The moment, this is on the week, let's go to the daily chart, right? Right? So this is the previous month 50% right here. This is October, right? The moment we closed above the previous month 50%, I get an alert that says, hey, we might be starting a bullish trend, even though we spent this whole summer consolidating. And then like I draw out the NFP Friday, high and low of that whole day, right? Now is price above that NFP and above the previous month 50%? If it is, I can expect the end of the month to be higher, right? So this month start, are we above the previous month 50%? Yes, we are. Are we above the NFP for that month? Yes, we are. I can expect the monthly close to be higher. Same thing here. Could we close the daily above the previous month 50%? And is NFP, like, are we above it? Yes, we are. All right, so forth and so forth. And right here, you can see we started getting shady, right? Right? We got below NFP, but we did not get below previous month 50%. So this is telling me market conditions expect a slowdown, that we can't get above that NFP. And then sure as crap, month of April comes, we get below that previous month 50%, and we close below that NFP range, right? So we can expect low.
Real quick,
right?
they're
And
asking
so
what's
forth. Yeah.
non-farm payroll. When he says NFP, they're asking the chat NFP non-farm pay. Thank you, Dolby. And on that NFP, why are you using non-farm payroll as a point of interest? Why is it because of the first Friday of the month? Why are you marking out non-farm payrolls on this chart?
A lot of big things happen that first week of the month, right? Like, so let's think about it. When do we underwrite the new derivative space? We underwrite them on the first Wednesday night. Different things happen. It's just the first week of the month, right? Like, there's a couple different things that happen, a couple of rebalancing things that happen. But basically, all I'm doing is trying to make a two-step system that is simple, right? To tell me, where's the trend? Are we like in March and in February, it was telling you the market's slowing down, right? We keep repeating this NFP. So when March came, we couldn't get above, it told me, guess what? This nice little trend is slowing down. Expect a slowdown, right? So now, how do I approach that, right? So it's huge, right? So now if I know that we're in a bullish trend market, right? I look at Asia, London markets, and New York markets, right? Right? So if I'm in a bullish trend market, right, I can expect the low of the day to be formed during London, during pre-market, or during New York AM because I expect price to close higher than the open, right? Because remember the old saying, Joe's open the market, pros close the market?
No,
right?
that's a new one. I never heard that one. Say that again.
Oh,
Joe's
really?
open the market,
Joe's
pros
open?
close the market.
Definitely writing that one down.
Write it down, JD. What does that mean? Mickey, what does that mean?
Okay. All right. So that means the close price is the most important price that you can find. Out of all the prices, the close price is my favorite price to look at, right? That close price is everything to me, right? But like, remember, we're trying to keep things simple, right? So we can take our higher time frame view. We see that we're in a bull market, right? Like, so, like if we look, when we're in a very bullish market, where are the close prices? They're at the top of the candle, 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 at the top of the candle. I can keep doing this all day long, right? So that tells me that my job as an intraday trader is to use, and by the way, like, is to figure out where the low of the day is. Because if I can find the low of the day, then I can expect probabilities to make us to close higher, right? And so that's so a little bit about how I personally trade. I want to give a huge shout out to the DR community. So DR is like the statistic, like they've collected the statistics for every single thing possible, kind of like Edgefold did, but they go even more detailed, right? So every single day, like I'll take this Asia initial balance is what the auction theory people call it, but it's from 1930 to 2030. I'll take the London, which is from 3 to 4, and I'll take the 930 to the 1030. And then they've collected every expansion and retracement data that goes with each one of these markets, right? And then what we can do is we can take the probabilities of this and the statistics behind what Asia did in relationship to New York, what London did in relationship to Asia, and we can project what New York's going to do. So like I can show you, like at 5 o'clock this morning, every day I wake up at 4, work out until 5, and at 5 o'clock I'm on like I can't sleep in for some reason. Like, and like this was my projection based off of what these did, based off of the statistics, right? This is what the highest probable trade. Now I don't trade this blindly, right? But I do make decisions around this chart because like basically what DR does is it aligns historical data with live price, and live price gets to always trump what historical data does. But it's like, you always hear people say, I take the highest probable trade, and I always used to get puzzled with that. Like, I have my master's in statistics. Like, can you show me the data and can you show me the statistics behind that high probability statement? Nobody could. Well, I've found this community called DR, and like they actually have all the statistics, and they do this cool. They have this cool little thing which I'll bring over here, which allows you to filter your statistics, right? Like if you're looking at, like we're trading the New York range. Let's see if I can get it to pull up. And it's not.
Mickey, what the hell are we looking at here? You got to talk us through this. What are we looking at?
All right.
Yeah.
So for your auction theory people, like you guys, like auction theory, like your whole job is to identify the value area and to figure out if you're in a B-shaped profile, what's that telling you, right? If you're in a P-shaped profile, what's that telling you? But basically, you take the 30-minute candle and you're trying to align time and price, right? And then you would have volume here, and you smush them all together, and you're trying to find that bell-shaped curve of time, price, and volume, right? Right. What DR does is very similar, but it does it as a normal bell-shaped curve. So you put the variables in what had happened so far, right? And it will tell you the bell-shaped curve of the retracement areas and the extension areas of those variables, right?
What is
so
this
for
site?
example,
Vicky,
right?
Vicky, what is this site? What is this site? What is this software? What is this?
This is called QuantX by themaster7.com. Like you can like
QuantX.
Google the
QuantX.
master on X, and basically
I got
what
you,
it
Dolby.
does,
I got you.
what it does is like you take the initial range balance or the initial balance, they call it the DR range, right? So for this is going London, this is from 3 to 4. They take that and they capture that range, and you have the ability to put like standard deviations on that and retracements, right? So basically, and it did not pop up. There we go. So basically, based off that range, you have extensions, and then you have retracements, right? Standard deviations, and then you filter what you got to filter. Like so, for this was ODR, so that's London range, right? And we can see that it's a Thursday that we confirmed short outside of this range, right? We can tell what time we shorted it, so 4:15, 3, and then it'll give you the bell-shaped curve statistically of when it's supposed to retrace, where it's supposed to retrace, and so you can kind of see what normal versus abnormal looks like. And then you can do the same thing with the 3 sessions, right? Because I told you, like every day I wake up at 5 and I sit here and like look at these markets and see what Asia did in relationship to previous New York, what London did, and then I can take those variables and I can put them into the software, and I can sit here and figure out where the highest probable trade is based off of that. Well, at 5 o'clock this morning, right, using like the highest probable trade at 8 to 8:30 was right here. From 8:30 to 9:30 was right here in this zone. From 9 was right here. From 9:30 to 10:30, that was this range right here. So it
What's
got
the
that
price,
to a
Mickey?
tick,
What's
right?
the price? What's the price? When you say here, right here, not everyone's watching; they're just listening a lot of the time. So just hit us with the price. All good, all good. What's the price?
So the 9:30 to the 10:30 highest probable range was going to be from on the ES was 5441 to 5420, right?
420, yep.
And so they pretty much nailed that, right? So my job, right? Because I know that, like there's no holy grail out there, but if I can put statistics behind my trade, right, and put the highest probable trade on my chart, right, I can make decisions around here. I can identify decision points to trade around, right? Like I can be wrong. Like price can be wrong right here. Like it doesn't have to come down to this RTH gap right here to this level, right? But it's going to tell me at this midpoint of the initial balance or the DR range, right? Like that the highest probable trade is now off the table, right? So now I need to flip my bias to long, and then I can go back to that data software and put the variables that were identified. But yeah, that's how I talk, and I feel like I just rambled on, and I probably lost half your audience.
No, quite the opposite, man. Quite the opposite. The chat is absolutely loving this. If you want to know what we're looking at behind the scenes, viewership numbers actually grew since you've been talking. So you did our job for us, man.
Yes.
Hey, Mickey, would you come? We don't be a stranger around here. We need you to come back on. We definitely need more Mickey in this joint. They want to know, first of all, do you have any social media accounts that we can pass along to the audience, because they want to follow you? So if you would like to, please plug your social medias. Are you on X, Instagram? Hit us with it.
Yeah, I am on X. I'm under Matthew W. Mickey 1. You just look up retired Captain Sergeant Backbone, right? And then I do have a Discord room, but I don't charge for this Discord room. I don't charge for the Discord room, but money, but I do charge back tests. Like I don't like to be involved in people who don't take this as a profession. So to get access to my Discord room, you have to back test a strategy 500 times on an Excel sheet that I tell you, because it's all database, right? And then you have to show me a month worth of journaling to show that you're really committed to making this a profession. I'll let you in the Discord room. You have access to everybody's back test, and that's how you get in. Let's just say I only have 8 traders in there. I had 900 traders, but they didn't want to back test and forward test and put the work in. And you have to prove to me that you know how to position size, you know how to stick to a strategy, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, you want the pros. You don't want the you want the pros. You don't want the Joes. Is what you're saying.
That's some heavy duty gatekeeping right there for sure.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Money's garbage, right? Anybody can make money. It's like who you surround yourself with is very, very important, right? And I don't like surrounding myself with people that don't take it as a profession and who just trade random theory, you know.
Mickey, this was absolutely. This is my favorite power hour I've ever been on with. The people want more Mickey. I want more Mickey. JD wants more Mickey. We're going to have you back on if you can squeeze it in. Anne-Marie, 100%. Absolutely just amazing find. I'm so glad that Topstep found you and you found Topstep. Absolutely great stuff.
Absolutely.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. Obviously, you have a lot more to go. I got one fun question for you.
Can you do me one favor? Can you share the link to my article, and I'll leave it off with this. Like, if you're struggling right now, like I've lost 12 soldiers to combat, 13 to suicide, right? If you're struggling, if you're grinding in life, I want you to read my story and find hope in it, because that's what I represent. Is no matter what you go through, there's always a glimpse of hope. Your perspective, you have to find it, right? It's not going to find you. Yeah.
That's the absolute least we could do for you, man. It's so inspirational, man. That was incredible. I got one last question for you. Does your wife really call you Mickey? Because you said when your wife is saying, does your wife really call you Mickey, or does she call you Matthew?
She calls me dumbass and stuff like that. I'm just kidding. She calls me Mickey. Like, we've been married 19 years, so she definitely calls me Mickey. She's used to it.
Is she watching right now? Is she watching right now?
She's not. She is not.
No.
She's out shopping.
Oh, can't go figure. Anyways, Mickey,
likely story.
Absolute pleasure. I am mind blown. Please don't be. Will you come back on with us? Will you do some trading with us next time? We got to know you. Absolutely.
I would love to.
Yeah, that would be great for sure.
Live.
Damn, dude, that was incredible. We ran overtime. This is the first time we actually gone overtime for power players. Mickey, you are the ultimate power player. Read that story. Boy, that's a pick me up, man. That's exactly what we need to hear. Screw the markets. There's more important things than markets sometimes. And listen to this guy's story is as good as it gets here at Topstep TV. Mickey, an absolute freaking pleasure. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Were you nervous, Mickey, or what? How'd that go? How'd that go for you? Because that went pretty good for us.
I was, but like sometimes you gotta say F it will buff out. I was nervous at 2:00 in the morning when I had to kick in the door, but I still had to kick in the door,
Exactly. There's much more important things than shit on my TV. Mickey, an absolute freaking pleasure. Read the story at the top. I don't want to say goodbye, but just goodbye from now. We'll see you again down the road. You're coming back on with us. That was insane. We got Top Quiz coming up next, guys. Stay tuned.
Yes, it is time for Top Quiz. And hopefully you've put on your brains today because the questions, I don't know, they're so hard, you're going to need an abacus for each one. So I'd like to say hi to Vanessa. Vanessa, how are you today?
I heard the questions were tough, so I came ready. Let's do it. I'm ready.
Yes. Oh, what happened here? There we go. Yes, they are as tough as a $2 steak. So I'm ready to go. Yeah, let's get this going here. And Jack, are you with us here?
Yeah, first off, Vanessa, love that shirt. That's a good one. I need one.
Friendly,
myself.
but not your friend.
Quick announcement at the top because we're running just a little bit behind. During this quiz, in about 4 minutes, there's going to be a bond auction, a 30-year bond auction. So cancel your orders. You don't want to be the person going, oh my goodness, the market just moved. Why? That's why. It's coming. Besides that, it's Top Quiz. You know where to go into the link to sign up, as 1,500 of you have. There'll be 4 multiple choice questions written by Eddie. They are written by Eddie. They are written by Eddie. Yes. And if you get 3 or 4 right, you'll be in a raffle for one of 55 free resets, with 5 additional going to the top 5 finishers. Answer them on your device as they appear, because that's where it happens. We're 6 seconds delayed. So without further ado, Eddie, let's send it off to you.
Let's do this. You ready, Vanessa?
I'm ready.
All right. All right. This is our first question for Thursday, June 13th, 2024. All right. First question. What's the largest organ in the human body? Is it the brain, the stomach, skin, or your kidney?
Circle didn't do me wrong last week. I'm gonna start with circle this time.
Circle. Okay, let's we got 2 seconds here at circle. She says the skin? Yes, you are correct. Well done. All right.
What are they saying? The Big Lebowski? Maybe on you. All right. Go ahead, Eddie.
Top tick number 1, we got Chopper Carew, Curve Tick, Tick Cheney, and Sticky Ticky. They must all came in the same car. All right. Next question. What's the longest river in the world? Is it the Mississippi, the Nile, the Amazon, or the Mekong?
We're gonna go diamond. You can't see it, but I'm doing it.
Diamond? And the answer is yes, it is the Nile. Correct. You are correct. All right, 2 for 2. You know, toughie you.
Boxing gloves are great.
Where'd you get those? Curved and Chopper Carew, Top Tick, Astrund, and Brain. Top 5. Yeah, Curved. I'm going just with your first name. What nationality is that last name? I don't know. All right, next question. Our third one of the day. Who is the creator of the animated TV series The Simpsons? Is it R. Crumb, Matt Groening, Walt Disney, or Alfred E. Newman?
I'm gonna go circle. I think creator. Yes.
You're gonna go circle? Yes. Okay. Circle. All right. She's gonna go circle, and who else is gonna go circle? Let's see here.
Yes.
Oh yes, you are
from
correct.
You, Kevin.
Yes. Maybe these questions
Kevin.
weren't that hard. Do trigonometry next. All right. Who's in the first? Curved is Dakota's car. Brain moving up to 3rd spot. Mama. And What About Bob? I've seen What About Bob here before. And for our last question of the day, 3 for 3. Can she go 4 for 4? We're going to find out. What does TopStep offer at 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time on YouTube? Is it How to Trade Dow with Jack Pelzer? Is it Hot Yoga Lessons with Mike Patak? Laugh Time with Anne Marie? Or Slow Markets with Coach Dakota?
Man, I want those other ones, but it's gonna be slow markets.
It is Slow Markets and silly people that have you went for 4. She is the champ, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. Congratulations. Love that. And of course, we need the cheer. That's for you, Vanessa.
Thanks.
All right. All right. So that is it. Remember, if you've got 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 4, we got our top 5 here. Scotty Bro, number 3. Number 2, Amir. Congratulations. And number 1 at the top here. Is it curved? It is. It is curved. It is curved. See a doctor about that, okay?
Can I give a quick announcement real quick, Eddie? These are fine. I'll even allow curved T here. But if you do cross the line, as one person did yesterday, from henceforth on, you won't get the reset. And usually the things that cross the line will involve subject matters of, I don't know, race or sex. Be mature as you can, guys. That is all.
Or Jack Wealth. All right. All right. So as I was saying, remember, this is a random draw. If you got 3 out of 3 or 4 out of 4, you will be put in that random draw. If you got 2 right, come back tomorrow. If you got 1 right, you better go to the library. And if you got none right, did you go to school? Okay. We'll be back tomorrow. And coming up, Vanessa, thanks very much for playing with us. Vanessa's here, I think, once a week, right?
Yeah.
Once a week. What an honor to have.
Going to Fridays now, gang.
Yeah? All right. Okay, coming up next here, we do have Jack and Ben for Shoulder Tap. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Thanks, Vanessa.
Bye, guys.
Hey, everybody. I'm back with Risk Manager Ben for Shoulder Tap. Easier than typing. Jibo, to elaborate. No, that's not. Big Bear Tick is fine. I'm all fine with tick jokes. They amuse me greatly. It's not that. You have to talk to support. It's something with the email stuff, and only they can solve it. So sorry about that. You'll know if you cross the line because usually I won't say it. I'll say all the tick jokes. Bring them on. As many of you have. Anyway, this is Shoulder Tap, though. We're not talking about ticks. We're talking about people making ticks and losing too many ticks. Shoulder taps and shout out. Ben, what's it looking like? By the way, that bond auction came out. Bonds are getting bid. No. Yes, they are. Sorry. I always forget if I'm looking at a yield chart in one program or a price chart in the other. Bond auction coming in. Yep. Pretty good. Anyway,
you've been on point with the bond auction announcements, keeping people's heads on a swivel. Good on you, Jack. Yeah, a lot of times there's nothing burger. It's always difficult with news, any kind of economic release. Sometimes you have these big expectations and there's zero movement, and sometimes it should be lower grade or just something kind of benign, and all of a sudden it moves the market. So you never quite know. Always good to be flat ahead of any kind of any news that's on the docket for the day. So I'm glad you're rattling those off for our viewers.
Well, especially the 10-year and like the 30-year auction, those things, not a lot of people hear trader look at the bonds, but when they happen, it's just an instantaneous, it comes out, that's what it is, and the markets will react. So don't get caught in that. Keep them on your calendar. So what's happening? How's the board?
Yeah, we've got a lot of action. Let's dive into it. Lots of green, lots of red on our boards. Kind of a mixed bag in the live accounts today, which has been a theme for a good while now. Seen some of our influencers, kind of our staples, red today, but got some live traders that are up nicely. Raul's up $5,800 today. Raphael S is up $18,000. In the live account, which is awesome. Want to see him lock in at least half of that money. And then another Raphael P, is up a cool $9,000. So it's a good day to be Raphael. And, a couple of red trades as well. I know Nick for a tick was up pretty nicely, up about $2,000. Ended up DLL on the day. So, if you're red today, shake it off. Plan for tomorrow, move forward. Don't read too much into a single red day or let that beat you down. So that's what we got as far as our live P&Ls for at least current state. We can jump into some trading cards if you're ready, Jack.
Yeah, I am locked and loaded here. Who we got?
Perfect. Let's pull up Brian P first. He's someone who's been all over our leaderboards lately. Someone I've communicated with a handful of times over the last couple of weeks. We love Brian. Love what he's doing in his live account, and he just got a shout out as well for having been approved for a $28,000 payout. It was a $30,000 request, and he'll take home $28,000 because of that profit split. So that is a big old paycheck that he's taking. I know he and I spoke previously. He mentioned, he doesn't exactly need the money, which is always, if we may take a brief tangent, something I encourage folks to do. Trading full time is incredibly difficult. It's much easier to have different sources of income, a full-time job, and make trading kind of the supplemental income. If you don't need the money, it's a lot easier to make the money. If you do need the money, it's very difficult to make money at times. Trading's hard enough as it is. If you need the money, it's exponentially harder in my estimation. So Brian's in a position, he told me he's treating this account more or less like a savings account and building it up quite nicely. Started his 150K live account with us, about $35,000 in balance. Ran that up to an account balance of $76,000, and through a series of conversations, him reflecting a little bit, ended up requesting a big time payout, requesting $30,000. So really happy to see that. Super positive behavior. He's been in the account for today's the 31st trading day that he's had in this live account. So 30 trading days, $28,000 in a payout is very impressive work, and happy to see you doing that, Brian. Setting the example and setting the tone for our leaderboards and our live traders. Trading very well. You'll see a healthy risk-reward ratio compared to the the winning trade percentage. So winning trades, when it goes well, it's $2,200 on average, and the average losing trade is only $850. So that's great, especially when you consider 43% winning trades. So really healthy behavior there. Coming in long hold times as well. A little over 3 hours on the winners and about 2.5 hours on the losing trade. So Brian puts the trade on, lets it work, and most of the time, if it doesn't work, he's at a daily loss limit. He's hit the daily loss limit a number of times, but those big winning days, he is not shy away from. He's got 2 different days that he made $13,000 in this live account. Another day he made $12,000, and then another day there with $11,000. So definitely, having that DLL to backstop you and make sure you're not losing more. That's one of the huge benefits of trading with our program, trading in a live account. There's a lot of ways that Brian can look at taking that next big step in his trading. But focusing on maintaining consistency is really what I want his takeaway to be. So whether that's, making sure you're continuing to hit really big numbers on the winning days, $10,000 to $15,000 or more, that'll keep you progressively, building that account larger and larger. Or looking at ways you can minimize the downside as well. Finding a way to trim your average losing day down to $2,000 instead of $3,000. There's a lot of different ways to squeeze more juice out of this orange, but overall he's trading very, very well. Love seeing it. Love seeing our Texas traders on the leaderboards, and that's basically all I have to say. Is keep looking and studying your trades and find ways to take that next big step so that we can get another $30,000 payout, 2 months from now. So love seeing it, Brian. And that's kind of an update for our traders. I know we follow him closely. What do you think about the payout, Jack, or anything you're seeing on the trade reports?
Love the payout. I think we talked about Brian before, so this may be reiterating. He's just, once again, I like looking at the average winning day versus average losing day, especially on a large enough sample size, because it's absolute. As we talk about, some of the other stuff can get a little bit weird with how you make the trades and scaling in and stuff like that. But when I see the 2-to-1 on the winning versus losing, that is deserving of those losses, which I think we've mentioned Brian before. I love that he has a photo in his Topstep profile, so I kind of know who I'm looking at right now. He's one away from being a member of my club DLL, but this is a good version of it if your average winning day is twice that. One day of the losers where he was minus $364. That's keeping you out for now, but great job, Brian. Way to take a payout. And just one more thing, you had talked about not trading when you need money. 100% true, because if you need money, you need it now. And if you need something now, it means you have to make a winning trade now. And that is not how it works. So please do not do that. It is a ticket to needing more money.
Absolutely.
Well, great on Brian. Who else we got?
Yeah, let's keep moving. The next one is more of a traditional shoulder tap. If we could pull up the card for CT. CT has been trading very well in the live account. We've talked about our XFA to live call-up process. We've got a proprietary discretionary process that the risk team goes through every single day. We look at all of the XFA traders who meet certain criteria and even hunt for some that maybe are not quite on the radar just yet. We always want to pull up our best traders. So the fact that CT has been in a live account says something in and of itself about their capacity to trade profitably, right? So there's a bare minimum kudos and threshold that we're looking at, lens that we're looking at this through. But since moving to the live account, this 50K live account they're in, we're averaging $200 a day loss trading the NASDAQ. So again, there's a lot of different adjustments that can be made, but we'll go through the statistics really quick and then talk about what adjustments could be made. 52% winning days is not bad. The problem is every trade that we're taking has a negative edge at 50% win percentage. So average winning trade being $109, average losing trade being a $292 loser. So that's also reflected in the average winning day versus losing day. only taking home $286 on winning days on average, and losing $725 on the average losing day. So, I guess the easy answer would be look to ways to turn that around. That's not necessarily CT style. More likely, we need to bring that to a truer, 1-to-1 or just above 1-to-1 risk reward ratio to create a positive edge with a 52% winning day percentage and 63% winning trade percentage. So, we're just upside down. And I think on this amount of data, we've got 23 days completed. Something's just not right. And it could be as simple as what we just mentioned, Jack. Maybe there's a situation where, I had a surprise expense, car broke down, whatever it is. All of a sudden I need to, come up with $2,000 or something like that, and okay, well, trading would be an easy way to do that. And all it takes is something like that to kind of flip your mentality around. And, someone that was a long-standing profitable trader is now, on this extensive losing streak. There's a lot that goes on up here every single day, and that changes in our lives that can, shift our trading mentality and the way we're approaching the markets every day. So always want to approach these conversations with grace. Again, CT's traded profitably in the past. That's how they ended up in the live account in the first place. But we're down to a $420 balance in this live account. So not a whole lot of wiggle room left. What I'd recommend, and so far, CT's already been on a couple day break. I would recommend taking the mental break that you need. Walk away from the account altogether. Go live your life. Go take care of other stuff, whatever it is you need to do. Get your head out of the markets. And when it feels right, when it feels healthy, come back and trade, at a 10th or a 20th of the size that you were trading at. Thankfully, micro products are available, so you can do something like that. I'd recommend trading one micro at a time. You got to just build up from the ground when you're on this kind of a rut. So take one trade, one micro, see if you can post a $10 profitable day. See if you can post a $30 profitable day, or a $50, plus $50 on the week. Something simple like that can get you back in the rhythm of seeing markets in an accurate way, a healthy way that's in line with your trading strategy. Because again, the groundwork has already been laid. We know that you're capable of putting on profitable trades consistently over time and taking money out of the market. So it's just a matter of getting our heads right, getting back into that flow, and putting on profitable trades with a $420 account balance. There's not a lot of grace or space to operate there. So you've got to trade small, build it back up. I know that some traders' mentality, I would call it a kind of an amateur mentality, is to say, well, I'm already down. I've only got $420 left in the account. Might as well put on a lotto trade, see if it works, and get me back in the game. The hard work is done. CT's already in a live account. Getting to a live account is difficult to do. It's also a very valuable asset to have. A live trading account at a prop firm is incredibly valuable. The resources myself and the risk team provide you to help build that account balance up is very valuable. So value that account. Take the week time or the 2 weeks time to get yourself back in the right rhythm. Build up the account, and let's keep moving forward. Ultimately, you just have to regain that control and that mastery over your own decision making and your own discipline. So just wanted to talk about the ugly. I know, we've seen good out of CT. Now we're seeing kind of some bad trading out of CT over a period of time. We'd love to get that turned around and see profitable trading again in this 50K account. And I believe there's a blueprint to do that. So anything else you want to add for this one, Jack?
Yeah, they just need to set from the beginning a way lower daily loss limit. Just the amount that they're making on a winning day, or even the best winning days, doesn't justify the amount that they're losing on the bad ones. Also, I don't know. Looking at this report, there's some interesting things with some very short hold time trades. Under a minute type stuff. It's hard to tell without knowing more about the trades, but like, it's not like this is somebody who's the classic power scalping sim trying to do or something where there's a lot of trades. There's not a lot of trades, right? A lot of these days are just one trade or something like that. It's just a matter of stopping before you lose much more than you're making on the good days, I think would be helpful, but go get them.
Yeah, and it's a damaging thing. I think it's really tough to overcome when you stack up 3 $250 winning days in a row and then lose $750 on the fourth day. Right? That's very damaging and difficult to overcome mentally. So again, studying market conditions. There's so many different avenues that you can pursue to help dial in your edge and your trading strategy. I know that we just had a guest on who was talking about that. Really back testing, forward testing, figuring out what the conditions are so that your trading strategy really flourishes, and when to not execute trades, what market conditions to not execute those trades in. So there's plenty of work to be done, and we have confidence that CT can do it. We've made recommendations about trading small, and so we've got the blueprint, and we'll check back in here sometime soon in the future. I think we got a little bit more time. We can knock out one more trading card. We've got Gary on, I believe is how you pronounce this. Gary on W, trading with us, also a Texas trader from Lancaster. I spent some time in Lancaster, a little bit south of Dallas. So shout outs to the Dallas crew. They're trading the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, and the Dow E-mini products. So averaging $292 a day, which is awesome. Very healthy, just beyond a 2-to-1 risk reward and 53% winning trade. So we know over and over again, we talk about this. That's a winning formula. If you're at 45 to 55% win rate at a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio, and that's not on 10 trades or 10 trading days even, you've got that over a significant sample size. That's a really, really positive sign for us that you're going to continue doing well. 36 trading days completed in this account. So we are calling Gary on up to a live account, a 100K live account this week, and very happy about that. Also really important, letting the winners run out compared to the losers. 24 minutes hold time on winners compared to 5 minutes on the losers. So cutting the losers quick and letting the winners ride out. Taking 2 different payouts in this account, totaling $2,500. Love seeing our traders pay themselves. And one other thing that is very much underrated, I recommend this to everybody, focusing on one account. I go into our backend admin and view, hundreds of accounts a day. I'm looking at all these different user profiles, and far too often I see traders have, 20, 30 or more active trading combines. I don't know how you do it or how you justify it. That's a whole lot to manage mentally. That's, you're, in my estimation, you're kind of cheapening the individual accounts when you do that. So when we see something like Gary on, who's had very few accounts overall and has, I believe, 2 open accounts, period, 1 funded, 1 trading combine. That tells me that they're focused. That tells me that they're coming in, they're not getting greedy. They're not trying to make, $10,000 copied 5 times, and then they've got 20 accounts in the chamber, so to speak. They're really lasered focused on trading well in one account and building up from that. So love seeing that. Low variability trading. And the next step is finding ways to size up on your best trades. There's definitely a little more room to increase size on the best trades. So that's really crucial. I don't mean all of a sudden now, your daily size is 1 lot. Now you're trading 5 lots. Keep your normal sizing. Identify the criteria and the variables that lead to your best trades, and find a way to responsibly size into those trades specifically. So love what we're seeing from Gary on. Looking forward to it, the live account. And that's what we got for you today, Jack.
Nice. I just want to point out one thing about Gary on's from looking at his stuff here. Just an absolutely awesome job of what we just like having a lower daily loss limit. So this is a 100K account, right? And if I'm reading this right, their worst day was down like $700. So their worst day of something like, I don't know, 13 losing days, or more like 17. They've been in for 36 days. was not even the daily loss limit or close to it. Most of the losers in this are like $400. So that's awesome. Like, that's good stuff.
Yeah, and on the 26th, April 26th, took a $30 losing day. Having the maturity and the discipline to walk away, down $30, in an account that allows for such size and such trading, and everyone focuses on that profit potential. Oh my gosh, if I just trade one lot, I can make $500. It's easy to talk yourself into the greed side of the equation, but really being responsible and judicious about, hey, it's not my day. I had my setup. I got out for break even at down $30. I'm done for the day. Very mature trading, very responsible trading. So yeah, absolutely. Love seeing that aspect of it as well.
Well, great stuff. Thank you, Ben, very much. Those are our cards for the day. We got group coaching coming up next with JD and Robert the Riz. Later on, we got coming up at 1 o'clock today. We have, as a matter of fact, we have Andre Dolby and Gabe are coming back to discuss his journey. And then Justin Werline is going to join Andre and Dolby for Power Hour. So stick around. Ben, any final word?
No, just trade well and trade for tomorrow.
Let's do it. All right, stick around. We'll be right back with group coaching after the break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. It's 12:33 Central Time, 12:33 Chicago time. Welcome. You made it. It's Thursday, the 13th. Coach Robert, you're looking at him. I'm JD behind the curtain, feeding questions. What's going on, Robert? How are we feeling today?
I'm doing good. What a day, huh? That Mickey, I was on lunch with there. It's like I get to step away from lunch, but I have a speaker that I just kind of took with me. It's Bluetooth. I was like tearing up. Like what a story that guy has. Isn't that
Incredible
amazing?
story.
It's like you overcome
Incredible
that,
man,
you
yeah.
can overcome anything. Incredible man, incredible trader, wealth of knowledge. All the power to him. I hope he's coming back on again. That was phenomenal. I loved every second of that.
Yeah, I can't wait to get him back. I want to learn more about what he's doing. 40 minutes just wasn't enough time for that segment. We got to get him on Fast Markets or Power Hour or something like that.
Something that power hour probably when the markets are moving and a little bit, and he can still have a chance to talk and share what he's doing. Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I went into that interview with a list of questions, and I ended up just taking notes the whole time. So yeah, he took over. He did his thing, and it was excellent. So,
100%.
Without further ado, we got your questions. Thanks for submitting them. We got a bunch left over from yesterday that we never got to, so we're going to touch on those first. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go, Robert.
I have a thumbs up right here. We're going to go through these little quick because we want to make sure that we get to as much as we can. And I know I talk quick, but you know what you can do? It's YouTube. It posts on YouTube, Topstep YouTube. Go back and listen to it. You can actually take the YouTube and slow it down to 0.75 so you can understand what I'm going through. I know I talk quick. I just want to get through a lot of these things and help as many people as we can. So let's get at it, JD.
For sure. First question comes from David. David's got a question about market timing. How do you stop getting in too early for trades? I mean, we get this question quite a bit. Timing can mean a lot, but also...
Go ahead. That question a lot. Yeah, JD, give your 2 cents, please, sir. I thought you a little pause there. I thought I dropped you, but give your 2 cents and pass it along.
Yeah, you could be right, but if your timing's off, the market's going to tell you you're wrong. But how do you get over the hump of bad timing on a trade?
Well, I'm still fighting with it, to be honest. It's a great question from David, and we can look at it a couple ways, right? We can say, hey, I got in too early on this trade, and did we? Was there a reason, and what can we wait for it next time, and how do we wait for it? It's a learning process. I do because I see something, I go, oh yeah, the market's gonna, I believe anyway, the market's gonna go up to this level. Oh, look, it's pushing that way now, and I'll make a trade, I'll make an entry, and it'll just be like, and then I'm like, dang it, it's just, I'm an impatient person. It is absolutely, David, something that I struggle with as well. If there's one thing that it is patience for me. I move fast, I talk fast. I'm a type A forward thinking Aries guy from Massachusetts, and you name it. That's just the way I am. So I struggle with that as well. You are absolutely not alone because I see it, and it's probably why I take these smaller trades and I just like, oh, market's moving here. Let me jump in on that. Take my NQ, take my 10 points or so, and try to walk. How do you get into that? Slow it down a little bit, scale down. I'm preaching to the choir here because I need to do some of these things as well. But how do you stop yourself? It's a work. It's just being patient. If there was an exercise that was 100%, that was foolproof, I'd absolutely share it with you and share it with everybody else, and I would actually do it myself. It's really just an internal looking at yourself and being like, this is where it's going to go. And somebody else had it. Let me share. I think someone else had it, and I'm not going to say a name because I don't want to give the wrong credit. But what they said was, hey, I'm going to take this trade. And instead of clicking the button on the trade, they put a 10-second timer on. Now when the timer goes off, if the trade is valid, they will get back into it. It said that they saved them a whole bunch. I don't do that. It is not my tip, but give it a shot. Maybe it'll work, and I probably should do that as well. It is a bad problem for me. And I'll share my trades here that I took today in a moment. JD, we're out of that code. I got my little thing up there about the pork thing. The code, they're used up. We're all out now. So we want to reiterate that. I put up a thing hoping that I was going to be able to promote it, but yeah, but they're all used up. So moving on from that.
The code has been taken down, but fear not. We love giving stuff away here. So, all right. Next question. I see some people in the chat. We were just talking about Matthew Mickey before we started going into the questions. People are curious about his link. We also got a question submission in the form asking for the link to his story. So I'm putting that in the chat right now. go ahead and give this a read. What a story. What a guy. We just keep talking about him. But there you go. All right. Next question comes from Manoj. Manoj says, I easily get funded, but I blow out my funded accounts very soon. I'm seeing great trades and great location, but due to my financial status, I fear that I might lose on that. And as it goes, I end up taking wrong trades in the wrong direction. I don't know what to do. I am in a mess. Please help. I think Ben and Jack were just talking about this on the shoulder tap, if you were listening. Trading when you need money is a lot different than trading when you don't need money, right? A lot of times they say don't quit your day job because you need some type of income funneling in if you're depending solely on your trading progress. It's a whole different animal when you're staring down the barrel of a stack of bills at the end of the month and you need to make $600 today. It becomes a little more intense, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's. I'm sorry to hear that, Mano. I don't want to go too much into that. If you're struggling like that, that's the first step you need to take. I would strongly suggest and strongly encourage to follow the ticker symbol JOB, and I don't mean that with any disrespect. If you're having trouble and you're really struggling and you're trying to use trading to get ahead and get that quick fix, it's not. I'm sorry to say, but it's going to be a losing battle. Okay. Slow down, take care of yourself, take care of your family, take care of whatever else you're doing. Just having these things, you close out with, I'm in a mess, please help. What might help you is to say, slow down, okay? You can't use this. We always say you don't trade with money you can't afford to lose. If you can sit here and you can tear up a couple $100 and that's what you're looking for the day, but you got to tear it up and throw it away, that's how you have to think. Do something else different. Set your plan up. Get a little process. Say, okay, the market is moving between these times. I'm going to set 2 hours away for trading. The other times I'm going to study the markets and your trading. Every other time is working on generating that other income, whatever it is. I don't know you or where you are located. Grab Uber or something. Just something that will help you get over that daily hump. That's a tough nut to crack. It really is. And if you're in that situation, I feel for you. Believe me, I have been there. I can't. Almost everybody back here has had that situation. We all struggle at times. Take it slow. If you are using this for your income, I would strongly encourage you to do something else in the meantime. You don't have to give up on trading, but think of this. Every time you hit that loss limit, you're losing thousands of dollars, right? But you're only losing the cost of the combine or the cost of the reset if you're in one. So that's the good part of it. Please don't hinge on this. And you wrote right into your financial because of financial status, you're trading in fear. Fear and greed are the two worst ones. That's a worse situation in your end as far as fear goes because you have to make it in trading to make it for yourself. The greed side is when traders say, I don't need to make it. I'm getting into this. I just want more money. So those are the two opposite sides. And there is a little bit of a gray area in the middle of that. So, once again, Mano, get your ducks in a row first, get yourself settled in, scale it down, slow it down. And if you can if you can be comfortable with $50 a day, drop a 1 micro ES and take 1 point. One ES and make 1 point. That's $50. Micro ES is 10 points, right? Or 10 handles. NQ is a little different. It's $20 a point. Do 2 points. If you can't do 2 points in NQ, there's something wrong. Like seriously, I don't mean it. Again, you can. The reason is by the time you enter an NQ trade, click, exit. By the time you take your finger off the mouse, a lot of times it's gone that $20, $40, $50, $60 on you. If you can get a couple of those out, those quick scalps you hear everybody talking about, walk away. Just take those little tiny small amounts away. That's going to really help you up. $20, $50 a day. Man, think of that. $50 at $250 a week. 250 weeks, $1,000 a month. Great, $12,000 a year. All right, well, that's a part-time job, and you made a couple of clicks. So I really feel for you. We've all been there. We have our situations. Take it slow, back it out, and take care of yourself first. So I wish you the best on it.
Yeah, checking in on the chat, Mohammed says, trading is not a solution for your financial problems. It will only be another problem if you think it is. Brutal, harsh, but true words there from Mohammed. Thank you. All right, next up, Tommy wants to know, what are the best levels of percentages to dollar cost average or to scale in and out of a trade? This is based on market structure, a dollar percentage. I hope I'm asking this correctly. Well, I would say if you're looking to scale into trades, the first thing you have to do is know where your point of invalidation is. Where is the market telling you that this trade is no longer a viable trade? And then you can start scaling into your position. When you're scaling into a position, all you're really doing is trying to get the best average price on the position without actually missing the move. So yeah, look for your point of invalidation, then start scaling in. But Coach Robert, what's your take on dollar cost averaging or scaling into trades?
Exactly the same as yours, JD. And the first part is, what are the best levels and percentages? I'm going to try to wipe that from the brain, and there is no best. Period. There is no best, because my best is different than your best. A person's best, a single person, we'll put me on the line, my best entry on NQ is different than my best method on ES, or any other strategy for that matter, okay? So let's try to clear that up. Everybody listening, clear that from our brains. There is no best way, because what works for one may not work for another. It may not work in between for all, and it may work great on one instrument, one time of day, one time frame. One type of account. You may have a really good strategy, but you need to withstand some drawdown before you get that long run. Great, you'll need a bigger account to do that. So it's all an adjustment. The same thing about, what's the best percentage, what the best levels, it's always going to be different, okay? JD said it perfect, and 100% agree. If you're in a trade, you're not just going to add in because it's gone against you. Please don't do that. Have it set up ahead of time. This is where I'm entering. Oh, look, there's some area down here that I think is going to bounce. You can add to that right there in case you lose it, in case it comes back down. That's all good. No problem. I wonder if I don't think I have it. I should have got that ready, but I have, I had a graphic that showed the whole dollar cost averaging thing. And it was from the other day about somebody catching a falling knife, right? And I will pull this up and I'll find it and I will reshare it, because I blocked it out and I showed right on the chart and said, okay, we just came down and touched the trend line. So I go long. And the market went against me. I go, dang it. Okay, wow. Oh, hold on. It's going to be right against that moving average. I think it was a 100 I have on there. And it got the moving average and it hung around. So I went long again. Excellent. Nice bounce. But it didn't. I was losing more. And then all of a sudden, VWAP was below there. I'm like, wow, it's going to be a bounce off of VWAP. It went just below VWAP, started to come up, longed again. Now I'm in 3 contracts and I'm behind the 8 ball. Guess what happened? It dropped down under VWAP. And I'm like, well, there's a really good support area right there. It hit it, started coming up again. Enter long again. I'm in 4 contracts long now, $800 something behind the 8 ball. It went down another few points, lost the account. Is that the correct way to trade? I think not. My opinion, I think not. Okay. Reason is you look back and then somebody says, dude, you caught a falling knife. Well, you know what? It wasn't one when I'm making entries. It was a break of the trend line. It was a bounce off an MA. It was a bounce off of VWAP. It was a bounce off at a support level. And I'm like, hey, those are all great factors that are in there. No problem. Yep. But we were adding to a loser. My thoughts, it didn't go the way you want. Get the hell out. Wait for the next opportunity. Watch the market. Stay patient, which I struggle with. Now there it is. I'm not going to hold that all the way down and just be like, bam, add it in. Okay, if I add it in again, halfway back and I can recover half of my profits. Nope, went against me. Just trying to think of that way. It's not a crapshoot. Have a plan, have a strategy, have a structure. If it's not working for you, get out. There will be another trade in there. I can assure there are not many guarantees in the market. In fact, almost none. But one guarantee is that there will be another trade coming down the road sooner or later.
There's never a shortage of trades in these markets. So sit tight, relax, let the FOMO go. All right, next up, we've got Trenchcoat. Trenchcoat says, hey, Coach, what's the main difference between scalping and trading the trend? It seems like much of the trading we do live with the team is scalping, but we're encouraged to trend trade. Respectfully, thanks to the team for all you do. Well, the difference between trend trading and scalping, I would say time duration, hold times. We do encourage trend trading. We like to be on the right side of the move, but we also trade what the market gives us. Market's only trend maybe 75 to 85% of the time, I want to say. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Markets do not trend 75 to 80% of the time. 15 to 25% of the time, markets are trending. The rest of the time, markets are moving sideways. You got to know how to trade both sides of the market. So there's a difference between scalping and range trading. But Coach Robert, what's your take on trading sideways markets versus trending markets?
Yeah, JD, you hit that also. It's we're intraday, all of us. We are intraday traders. So if you want to catch a trend for the day, you got to catch it early. And how do we know it's going to be a trend? We don't. We don't know it's going to be a trend. This is a great segue. I put these two back to back because it's a great segue from what I just said about these falling knife things. A falling knife to me is a hindsight call. So is a trend, in my opinion. If anybody can tell me, enter here because it's going to be a trend, tell me. Guarantee it. I'll put my life savings on it and we'll both retire in 2 months. Okay. Yeah, we don't know it's a trend until it is a trend. And sometimes it's already over by the time we get in. So if the market is going your direction and you have reasons for it, whatever method you choose, whether it's MAs, whether it's volume, whether you're fading tilt stuff, whether you are, you have some news that came on and say, wow, that really spiked up. I think it's going to trail down the rest of the day. Cool. Go for it. To get in at the beginning of a trend is extremely difficult. And to answer the question, what's the main difference is scalping is just you're into a trade. You're expecting it to go your direction pretty soon, almost right away. And if it goes your way a little bit, you're going to pop out and you're going to take that money off the table. It could be anything. If you're doing 15 contracts, it's going to be a couple $100. If you're doing one contract, it might be $50. And it depends on, again, the instrument and how far the market moves, what time of day you're trading it. So the trends, the scalping is just going to be in and out, in and out, in and out. And you may take, 25, 50, 75 trades a day. Sure, no problem. If you're a trend trader, you may get into a couple of them and go, all right, now it's going my way. So you might have 3 or 4 trades and then that are 2, 3, 5 minutes each, and then one of them for 7 hours. That's how Dakota trades. If you see Dakota, that's exactly what he does. Look at him. This guy's got like a 30% win rate, and he's got like 7 hours worth of trades, and he's the highest, ever. So that's something to look at. That's something to take in consideration. Trenchcoat, you have to do it for you though. If you are not a patient person and you can't hold on to these things and let them play out, trend trading may not be for you. I don't know you. If you're a short-term person and you're like me and full of energy and like, I want to get in, I want to get out, the market's moving, let me jump in, take my money, get out. Cool. You're a scalper. So if you try to trend trade, it may be non-beneficial to you because you'd be jittery and you'd be impatient and you may get out early and then kind of kick yourself and man, I didn't let it go. You're just going to do what's for you. But that was your question. What's the difference? One's the short term and one's holding on to longer. Give it a shot. Maybe do the scaling in. Enter in. If it starts going, add one, take a couple off and let one go and see how far it goes. So if you lose, you're always going to lose in profit. Give it a shot. That's all we can do. Practice it.
Boom. Practice it. All right, what's next? Jules wants to know, what is the tallest mountain in the world? That would be Mount Everest. Didn't even have to look it up. Thanks again. Come again, Jules. David wants to know, when will we see pivot points on Topstep X, Coach Robert?
Oh, yes, I am glad we got this one here. I saw a similar one too. Topstep X. Michael, do we have Topstep X pivot point indicator? We don't right now, but we got my screen up. What I wanted to show you is I made this little self-made spreadsheet, and there it is. I'm going to share it. I get a copy. Okay, so there it is. These are traditional pivot points. So all you do in this spreadsheet is you enter your high price of the day before, the low of the day before, and the close of the day before. And what I do is I coded in the formula for the traditional pivot points that you find on all platforms. Just like other ones, there's fib ones, there's Woody's, there's Camarilla pivot points. There's all different structure to them, all different mathematical formulas. This one is the traditional pivot points, and it is a spreadsheet, and I will put it in the chat right now. It's a link to it. Click on the link. Where is it? Click on the link, download it as a spreadsheet, and then you can modify it. So all you do is go in, daily pivot point calculation table. It's a spreadsheet. You'll see this, enter it in, and those are your resistance levels until that indicator does come on Topstep X. There it is. Right as soon as the market opens, you can place these in for the entire day. So market opens 5 p.m. Central Time. At 5:05, you can have all of this entered. You know the day's high, low, and close from the day before. Put those in there. All of these levels get calculated for you automatically. Plot them on your chart and enjoy your day.
Coach Robert is doing your homework for you. Thank you, Coach Robert. Nice, nifty tool. Free of charge. We love giving stuff away here. All right. Montes wants to know, how How do you deal with a 7-day losing streak and hit my daily loss limit and getting my XFA account nearly to blown away? I take losses more often than profits. Thank you. Well, aside from turning your charts upside down and doing the exact opposite of what you're doing now, what kind of tips do we have for Montes about getting over a losing streak? Because everybody goes through them, right?
Everybody goes through them. Yeah, and I've done that chart thing before, only I didn't do it with the actual physical chart. I did it with like coding. I was just like, hey, all these things, here's my trades. I'm like, all right, I'm going to change all my things. This was not a long, this was a short. And you know what, JD? It was about the same. It really was. It was about the same. I haven't done the physical chart, so maybe that's what I'm missing. So Mantis, as far as the how to deal with them, I may just give you an approach. This is a coaching session. I'm going to share some of, my personal feedback on this. I don't have them. And I'm not saying I don't lose multiple days in a row or multiple trades in a row. Not the case whatsoever. I just look at them differently because I try to look at it as one trade has nothing to do with the next trade. It's a different trade. It's a different market. There's different activity. It's a different time. I'm in a different emotional state, even after maybe winning one trade or losing one trade. So personally, I look at every single streak. I have a winning streak of a factor of 1, whether it's a trade, a day, or week. And I have a losing streak at a factor of 1. It's really tough to do. It took me a long time to do that. But if you can, you just wipe them right out. It's like, I don't have a winning streak anymore. Cool, I'm not going to get a big head out of this. I don't have a losing streak anymore. Cool, it's not going to beat me down. Now, how you deal with that, there's some really cool psychological things. Dr. Ginny, she's on here all the time. I say all the time, several times now. It's wonderful. Hoag has got some great ideas on this. He has this thing about balance beams. You're in your XFA, Mantis. That means you know how to trade. That means you pass the combine and you're in your XFA getting ready to be funded, going ready to be live funded. Hey, you've done it. And Hoag has this thing. I have to get this graphic from him so I can share it too. It just shows a balance beam, but it shows it on the floor and it shows it 1 foot off the floor and then 4 feet off the floor. You're still walking on a balance beam. It's still only 4 inches across. It's still the same height, width, and depth. It's still the same length. What changed was the height off the floor. What does that mean? More risk. It's more in your head. Nothing changed as far as walking across that beam. I shouldn't say nothing. One thing did. You're going to fall further. More risk, more pain, okay? More learning experience, okay? So that's a psychological side of things. If you can pass the combine, which he denotes as the one on the floor, and then you're in the XFA, which he shows as the one that's about 1 foot off the floor, and then the live, which is about 4 feet off the floor, there's more to risk, right? There's more pain there that you have to endure. It's a mental game. It's really tough to get out of that, but that's the answer. That's the structure of it right there, okay? I hope that helps. It's tough to get by, but my secret formula there, and I say secret, I'm sharing it, is just I don't look at trends. And it's hard to do. It took me a long time. When I mean long time, I mean years, 2.5 years to do that. It's like, yep, I lost a trade. How many trades did you take today? 7, 8, 15. What was your win-losing streak? 1, the last one. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters. JD, I want to flip onto my chart. We're just about out of time to look at the question because I do want to show the trader something. That is a live account. That is my live account right there. As you can see, I did not take any trades. This is my balance. I just want to make sure we're in here. This is my balance. This is my account number. We're going to be live trading, live money, live accounts, showing everything. Track it, follow me. That is my account number. So we're not this trade that's going to be like, hey, let's just block off the last 4 and get a whole bunch of accounts and not tell you about them. No, that's it right there. We all do it. Everybody on air, Michael Batak, if we're on air, we are trading live, period. We got to show what's going on. Now, I said that to say this. We can only trade live on TV like this, but I want to show you something. During the day, full disclosure, I was like, you know what? I plotted my little targets out. I put a couple in the chat. So these were plotted in the day, and I took screenshots and sent them so you can say, oh yeah, he did show it at this point in time, this time too. So I'm going to show one thing. I'm going to click refresh real quick, and I am going to go into the other side of my simulation because that's what I did. I was playing around in the back end, and I want to show you the targets. There they are. One target there, quick one in the morning as I was testing it out, one target, and I plotted a couple right there. You can see them hit. I'm going to be sharing this process with everybody. And there it is. There's my trades. There's my account, 1367. Now, this is practice. I did this behind the scenes because I wanted to make sure this process was working. And I'm going to share this with everybody. Whenever I'm on, you'll see it. We'll go right back over to it. I'm going to go right back to my live account. And while we're on TV, I'll be using the process, showing you, plotting these out, sharing with you, and you can follow right along with me. I'm looking forward to that.
Awesome. Yeah. Real traders, trading real money and real life accounts. That's what we do here at TopStep. With that, we are out of time for group coaching. Stick around though. Well, thank you, Coach Robert, for answering all those questions. Thank you to everyone in the chat for submitting your questions. We'll be back tomorrow for some more group coaching, the last group coaching session of the week. But stick around. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back to hear more about Gabe's road to funding. Gabe's going to be joined by Andre and Dolby, and we're going to see what they can get themselves into. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Back, everybody. New segment we got going on here at Topstep TV. Gabe's Road to Funding. Joined by the man in the middle, Gabe himself, with my partner Dolby Time to the right. Dolby Time's got the live account locked and loaded. Did a hell of a job trading yesterday. Gabe joined us on Fast Markets this morning. Gabe, I'm going to hand it over to you. Tell us where we're at right now, what happened this morning, and what we're looking to do today.
Oh, man, today was rough. As Junior just said in the chat, I'm getting chewed up today. Man, I can relate heavily. I was just all over the place, just getting stopped out of everything. I took 16 total trades this morning, 16, and a 0% win rate this morning. It was, I was channeling my inner MP, just full blown, just trading on tilt this morning. But I left a little bit of room. We didn't hit the loss limit. We're about $70 away from loss limit today. So we got one more bullet in the chamber. Going to go ahead and, do my best to kind of just chip it away and not end up hitting the loss limit. But I do want to go into the trade report and kind of just show you guys a little bit about what the first, few days in the actual, combine looked like. So I have the report up here for the lead account. Made a high of balance of $610 in profit. So $50,610 and some change. Best day was about $464. Worst day was about negative 30-ish, and was batting a pretty good percentage in terms of win to losses. So I'm going to kind of scroll down a little bit. Equity curve before today was looking great. We're on a slow, gradual incline. Had 4 days completed in the trading combine. The average winning trade was about $94 spread across all the trades that I had. And the average losing trade was about negative 47. So I had a really great reward to risk ratio, about 2-to-1 prior to today's statistics. And then obviously you see the individual breakdown here for the majority of those 4 days. But once again, $133, $41 in the green, $28 in loss. And then the big one, which was $464 of profit on the 10th. So I'm interested to see what today's performance ends up doing to this trade report. So we'll check back in, but I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a kind of a progress on the trade report before today's trade report processes. So, but yeah, let's get into the markets. Not going to really go dwell too much on this morning. I've already, and you guys know how I feel about how today went, but like to see kind of what we can come up with together, the three of us. Got the dynamic duo with me today, so super pumped to see what we can come up with and get some trades on it.
So we're talking about Fast Markets. How do you get a comeback? Dolby Time, he's got his back up against the wall. He's got $70 of wiggle room. How do you get yourself out of what kind of tips can we give Gabe? Like what we've all been there. How do you get yourself out of this? You just kind of chip away, probably try to squeeze $100 out of your next trade. What are you looking to do to get yourself out of this?
I mean, the best way to get yourself out of it is to never get yourself in it in the first place. Obviously, that ship has sailed. But if you don't
hindsight capital,
seriously,
hindsight capital.
But it's why I spend more time looking at my winning trades than I do my losing ones. Because if you are putting on winning trades, you don't have to deal with losing trades. So, it's the truth, though. It's a zero-sum game. If you're not winning, you're losing or you're scratching. So, the best situation is to not get yourself into the first place. Second step would be to realize that things are not going your way. And you could use, personal daily loss limit. You could use some sort of like biofeedback. Maybe there's like some twitch you get in your left eye when you start going on tilt. You can start writing that stuff down. And then from there, Topstep X has the lockout button. That's kind of probably the last step there. But if you are trying to still make profits with only $70 or $80, switch to micros, find your favorite setup, and just start chipping away. I am looking forward to you trying to chip away at this, actually. I think it should be good TV. It should be interesting to watch for sure. We have seen people dig themselves out of holes. Fatima has done it. I did it when I was in a trading combine, when I was trying to pass them on air as well. I think I was close to like $300 to the daily loss limit and turned that one around. So it is possible, but it's just trading, right? We don't want the butterfly effect to happen and have one losing trade turn into two, turn into three, turn into me expanding my personal daily loss limit, into me, blowing up an account. All of those things kind of build on each other. So it's super important to be able to identify where you're at emotionally, how you're feeling, and whether or not the lemon is worth the squeeze going forward.
I like that.
Andy said in chat, I got to run the numbers on the 4 days of trading I had with the shades on versus this morning's trades without the shades on.
Onto something. 100%.
It's on.
Onto
It's
something,
the
Andy.
shades. It's the shades.
Yeah.
So they're locked in. I've got the as somebody called the fade blockers. That's the first one. I've not heard the fade blockers. We have hater blockers. Dolby rocks
I got
those on
mine.
Fridays. Got them
I got
ready to
mine.
go.
Actually, I got a lot of very, very fun sunglasses shipped
Here we
to me
go.
from Danielle for the 100K
Yes.
promo. So I might start wheeling out some of those things slowly, but
Solid.
there are some real bangers that I can't wait to roll out on
Real quick,
Power Hour.
real quick in the chat, we'd like to say that the promo code has reached its maximum of 2,500, so it has been pulled and is no longer valid. How long was it valid for, Gabe? I think you pulled it. We had a good 3-hour run with it.
Yeah, we pulled it about, I'd say 45 or an hour ago. We hit our 2,500 use max. But don't fret, guys. We have plenty of wonderful, fun, exciting things coming the rest of this week. We still got one more trading day in the week. I'd say tune in to Slow Markets tonight if you're interested in catching Dakota. I think he might have something special for you guys. But in the meantime, and I obviously, as MP said from earlier this morning, he dropped some news to Andre that we're going to have some upcoming 100K and 150K Topstep X discounts coming down the road here in the near future. So, we got you guys covered. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you, Gabe. Yeah,
Right.
that's right.
I'm short one. I'm dipping my toe in the water in MNQ here.
Okay.
So
Short where?
One MNQ at 19.5. Where's it at? Hold on. 58275. It's in chat. 19,058 something. 58. I don't know what it is. Hold on. 582. 582. Not 585. 582.
So Dolby, you're short because what are you seeing? I mean, I've got a little bit of confluence on
top of 15-minute range high.
Okay, so 15-minute range high. I do like that we just tapped into this little 1 minute supply zone, 19,589 to 19,600, little consolidation before a nice little consecutive move lower. So you do have nice trade location. I definitely like it. Only thing that I'm seeing is a little bit of a breakout above this trend line. If you look at the lower high structure on the 1 minute, starting from data highs this morning at 7:30, you'll notice that we've finally broken out of that little channel that we had going. But once again, there's fake outs all the time. Fake breakouts above trend lines or outside of channels, and then we have move the opposite direction. So I'm kind of interested to see how this plays out. I'm tempted to fade you. I'm tempted to fade you just to
go for it.
Just to, we got $70 left, right? One more bullet in the chamber.
I don't know if you want to spend that fading me on your trade, to be honest. But I mean, hey, you do you, boo.
It'd be tradertainment. It'd be tradertainment nonetheless. What's up, Eddie?
What's your daily
John.
loss limit?
Say that one more time, brother.
What's your daily loss limit?
Loss limits at the default, it's 1,000 right now. So I'm 70 away.
You got a personal loss limit?
I had one, but I called good old risk management Gabe and said, let's increase it. So I moved it from 500 to 1,000 earlier this morning prior to coming out of fast markets.
I mean, we all do that,
Yeah, and I'm not risking much on this. I'm risking like $20 on this trade right here. And I'm going to try to short one more at 590 evens to see if we can get a second lot. So maybe our total risk will be like 23 or 24 on this.
Okay.
But the range is really good, to be honest. So we should see how this takes place. But I can only trade what I see and what I'm given. So I think it's a decent setup. I marketed into that short. I maybe could have gotten a better fill if I'm being picky. But I feel like I've left a lot of money on the table recently, to be honest. So I might get a little bit punished here for not, taking for going to break even on that 2 lot that I had, I think 2 days ago. And then I think there was some good trades yesterday. There's some really good trades yesterday that I didn't take that I probably should have.
You were short right when what's his name stopped speaking. Powell. You were short when Powell stopped speaking. That was the one.
A lot of opportunity there as well that I didn't take. So yeah, I mean, you just got to kind of go back and you want to trade the setups as you see them, and you can't. Like the more I get on air, the more I see myself not taking trades because either of my P&L or because I'm nervous, and it's not the point. Like if your screen is open and you're ready to trade, you should be taking every single setup you see, no matter what. If it's your setup, it's literally your job as a trader to take the trades that are part of your system. You can't pick and choose which ones you want to take because it messes up the odds. And I feel like yesterday I passed up a lot of trades that I should have taken that I didn't, just because I was maybe tired or just didn't want to risk the money. But I have to get out of that mindset.
Agree. Hey, I don't know if you guys saw the chat, but legend himself is in the chat right now. John Hoagland in the chat. On holiday right now, taking a much-deserved time off, recharging the batteries. So everyone say what's up to Hoag if you haven't said hi to him yet. He was kind enough to jump in here and give me a Delta update that did not need, but ES minus 3,300 and Q minus 300. Hoag, you are the man. Even on vacation, you can't stop working.
Here we go, Johnny Hoagland, Johnny Hoagland.
That's so good.
And Hoag,
What up, Hoag?
we miss you. We miss you, man. The show's not the same without you.
We'll see you
and
Monday.
I'm short 2 now, actually. I'm actually short 2 at 19,586.5. So we actually added to our short when it got close to our stop. I do that because there's just less risk on that second contract. So instead of like the first contract, I'm risking 20. Well, the second contract, maybe I'm risking like $4. But if I get that fill and I believe in structure, now my whole setup is super, super good. So let's see if we go back to bottom of range here. So that would be 19,551, which I would cover one and probably let the other one run. So we'll chill with this. Let this cook.
All right, so Dolby short. Short, you got VWAP just above Dolby at 594. 594. VWAP, we've bounced off of that a couple of times. The VWAP is sloping downward. So you got that going for you too as well. Gabe, you are short. I'm sorry, Gabe, you are flat. Gabe, you are flat.
I am flat currently. Yep. I'm not anything. I'm just kind of browsing.
Eddie, did you get in the market?
No, I'm watching you guys.
Oh, I got you. Okay, you're pumping in Dolby's position. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's my trade.
Right on. Yeah. Some rest.
I had a good day yesterday, so I'm content.
Yes.
Nice.
Very good. Dow. How about this? Dow about 40 points off the highs of the day. Dow did kind of wake up since about 11:30 Central.
Very wiggly here in the NASDAQ. I'm not loving this trade right now. I might just... I don't know. Let me check structure real quick.
What do you mean by that? Okay, Dolby, what do you mean by that? I'm going to check the structure.
I'm just trying to see what the market just did versus what it might be wanting to do. It looks like we're kind of like wedge bound right now, but we bounced off that 19,550. So I just don't know if that's going to trampoline us further to the upside. But we also are kind of stuck at this support becomes resistance right at my entry, which is 19,586. Also, I don't really particularly enjoy shorting the NASDAQ. It was just structurally the right trade to take at the time because, shorting the NASDAQ typically does not do well. But let's see if we can find ways to make this work. And I still would want to short more further up we get to. I'm going to add another one at 591.5.
Okay. Well, I'm going to fade you, but I'm going to fade you in a different market. I just took a long on ES. What I'm looking at is one time. Yep. Just long one MES. Obviously, I really want to try to give myself a little bit of room for a couple different opportunities. So I'm going to just take one entry for $25 of risk. What I like about this is, so we're starting to, you got some lower time frame structure. We're building continuously, making some higher highs and higher lows. I do like that we've tested. So this supply zone that originated, that we had a nice little sell-off from, we've been in this area multiple times. So if you think about, if the more times, like, we talk about resistance and support or supply and demand, but the more time that price spends at a specific level, more time that traders, like the more opportunity traders have to get filled, more orders are processing. So I'm just kind of taking just a quick little long to see if we can make a break above this area and see a continuation higher, maybe start to wipe out, some stops of anybody that's been holding shorts for the majority of today. But once again, $25 of risk. I'm giving myself a stop of 54.28. So we'll see what happens here.
Okay, you're sorry.
Sorry, Gabe. Where are you long from?
Yeah,
I am long 54.33.
54.33. Hold on.
MES.
What market?
MES.
Oh,
MES.
54.33. Thank you. 54.33. Yep. Gotcha.
54.33.
Right. Pop this sucker one time for Gabe.
What about me, Dre?
We're going to turn it over for. We got NASDAQ. NASDAQ's going to sell off. Spoos are going to rally. Bada bing, bada boom. We're up. Everyone's a winner. Everyone's a winner.
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's definitely fighting up here. Momentum is not my favorite, but I also have a terrible time reading momentum in NASDAQ just because it can flip so fast. I'm also just drenched in sweat. It is so hot outside. The windows are open. Humidity is cranked up in Chicago right now.
Your window's open for, man.
This is a very visceral experience right now. So let's see. Yeah. So the stop's at 592. I have one more to short at 591.5 to see if we just, okay, now I'm short 3. Let's see if this comes back down again. Total risk is just under $30, but this is not feeling too hot. So we're out for minus 29. Never short the NASDAQ. Pull those orders. Cool. So
Mike says put the AC on,
trade.
bro.
We'll reassess. We'll reassess.
NASDAQ is button up against VWAP. Currently sitting on VWAP as we speak. I got VWAP at 19,594. 19,594. We are currently trading 19,594. Looking over the ES, we know Gabe is long from 33 evens, 54.33 even. We are currently trading 54.34 quarter. Let's get back a little bit. See if we can break out here for Gabe. Dolby Time had his risk well defined. Cheap trade indeed. It was a cheap trade indeed. Actually, the definition of a cheap trade.
I mean, listen, that trade at 19,584 would have worked at 12:30. Didn't work at 120. Looked great at 12:30. Also, people hopped in shorts at that level, 19,584 at 9:20, 9:45, 10:10, 11 o'clock, 12:20, 12:50. The one time it really didn't work out too well was actually just right now. So, that happens. But I in general want to bet on what has happened before than something new happening. And I'm still not convinced this is going to rally higher. I think I just had a bad entry. I think I probably could have been a little bit more patient.
Yes, I do remember playing that exact range this morning on Fast Markets. Anne Marie was playing that range beautifully. Dolby Time. I see exactly what you were seeing. Yeah, cheap trade. Didn't turn over for him.
No,
got out.
Tight risk.
Find risk. Yep. Still, what's your P&L Dolby? What's your P&L Dolby Time?
Minus $29.
You can swing that. That's 2 Chipotles for you. We're up.
Fraction 24. You're saying I can't articulate my trade. I'm just not interested in wasting anyone's time with being particularly verbose about something that's not that complicated. We're top of the 15-minute range. We have a 5-minute range consolidation. I'm a range trader. I take the range trade. This is not complicated. I'm not going to release a 3-hour video on how to range trade if I can explain it in 2 minutes. Don't confuse length of talking with quality.
Quality over quantity. That's Dolby Time. You heard him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now we're kind of pulling back a little bit. So was it the wrong trade or was it just a bad entry?
We'll find out.
Yeah,
I know it takes a minute. But I might have been a hair early though. Is the only problem. But we'll let this pan out.
Dan says, I think the heat's getting to Dolby time.
Dude,
Bro, you should turn your AC on.
No way.
You have a fan out in there, Dolby? You got to have a fan or something, right? Just sucking it up, just raw dogging this heat, dude.
Just raw.
Just
Dude,
going.
Ellie, I got pants on too. It's ridiculous.
Dolby time. Just going head first into the heat. Man.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, dude, like one losing trade. It's like, come on, man. It's like, if you're that strict on yourself about having one losing trade, I can only imagine what it's like trading a trading combine. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta have some patience and grace with your own trading and with other people's trading as well. It's like it's a long game. One trade is not going to define your entire trading career.
They're saying no one's forcing you to wear pants, Dolby, while you trade. They do have a point.
I might not even have pants on at this point.
Can you not say that with your hands on your head like that, please, Dolby?
Yeah, I know the imagery, right?
Can you not say it like the timing there was not ideal. Not ideal. Oh, my man. All right. We are back to Gabe's entry here, 54.33. See if we want to continue this
I want to restart it, though. I don't think so.
Nick for a tick.
Oh, you didn't get the memo?
Yeah. Ever since 11:35 Central, for the last 2 hours, we're starting to see the buyers come in, softly and slowly kind of buying this up. I see the trend. Gabe's favorite. Gabe, where's your stop at? I know it's got to be a tight stop.
My stop's at 54.28.
Okay, so we got some room. 5 points. Okay, we got room.
Yeah, a little bit of room. I mean, $25 a risk on this little one guy. Once again, I want to give myself an opportunity for a couple executions. I'm really just trying to stay in the game, right now.
Yes,
not
100%.
Nothing else to say about that. Just obviously right now, I'm more so fading kind of Dolby's bias. I think we've tested this supply level enough to head higher. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with going long.
Although I will say, like I mentioned I replied to somebody in the chat. I said, if the market tells me otherwise, so the market's always right? Tip of the week, the market's always right. If the market tells me through, maybe making a lower low. So if I get stopped out here, if the market ends up falling and dipping down back below 54.25 and makes a lower low, then we pull back, make a lower high, then I will look to change my bias and maybe look for a short. But for right now, I'm kind of just following the last couple hours of price action at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. But once again, risk is tight. $25 gives me 3 bullets in the chamber roughly 3. I want to take 25 of risk every time for the next couple executions. But we'll see.
We will. Delta.
Man,
Keep honest, Delta is short. Gabe, if anything, Delta's minus 3,300 right here, and it is not congruent with price structure. So we might get a little bit of a squeeze, a little bit of pop in your favor. Quick update from the tilt: 70% long ES right now. 70% long ES. 50-50 across the board, pretty much everywhere else. So 70% long ES, seeing what you're seeing as well, Gabe. I'll continue to make closing in the highs.
Yeah, the only reason that I'm not trading YM right now is because this is a live account, but the data is, I don't have data for YM right now. So I only have data for, I think the only thing that's working really is like the NQ and that exchange. So the CME stuff I can trade. But once July hits, I will have data for YM and I'll trade that. And then, going back to my short, I think the mistake that I ended up making is that I have to defer to a larger time frame, like the larger time frame range, which I really have on here is like the 1 hour as the predominant range right now. So if I was going to get short again, I'd probably want to look at like 19,606 instead, because that's the range that has more control. Whereas I was trading like a 15-minute range. And so that range is kind of nested within the 1 hour. So I should have deferred to the 1 hour range instead, since that one is a little bit stronger. So we'll see if we get up there. So I think 19,600 should be pretty interesting.
Yes.
But I mean, shorting NASDAQ is kind of a risk in pretty much every sense of the word.
I mean, look at that bounce off 19,500 and the NASDAQ. Just incredible.
I know, Dre.
To the tick.
I mean,
to the tick.
Yesterday, that was kind of the level. And if you just played all the bounces off of it, you were like sitting pretty. And then we tried it. And it didn't work. So it's like, sometimes the levels are great. Sometimes the levels don't work. So that can get, kind of aggravating.
Yes, he says, trading strategy says 19,608 and 3/4 incoming. All right, that means we got to get through VWAP here.
Yeah.
Dow continue to creep higher. We are now 20 points off the highs of the day. Currently trading 38,676. High of the day, 694. Again, currently trading 674. Look at that Dow. Beautiful rally. Just doing its own thing.
It's such a funny market.
It is a funny market. All right, kind of pushing here. Gabe, what would your profit target be here? Take profit.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to target the highs from this morning, the 7:30 data highs, 54.52 and a half, roughly 54.53. I mean, it's a 3-to-1, almost 4-to-1 technically. But I can't really scale.
No, you can't.
Well, no, I can't really scale because I've just got one. So it's like I can scale in if I really wanted to build a position, but I can't really scale out until I have more on. So, but right now I'd like to see some momentum. I mean, we look like we want to push through this level. A little bit of a pop here. But I really want to see buyers step in a pretty drastic way.
Andy.
It's very, very range bound. Very, very range bound. This is a tough trade for sure. But I will try to nibble at a short again at 19,600. Probably be the last time. I might have to do something like Andre did. It's like just get burned enough times and just throw in the towel on shorts and just say I'm never shorting again.
Never short again. Even though you'll short it again. But yes, it's fun to say it. It's fun to say it.
It is. I just don't have a good spot to get long right now.
Gabe, all right, so you're talking about selling the high of the day. You're trying to take this all the way to the high of the day. You're trying to hit a home run on this trade. Is my understanding that?
Yeah.
It's okay. Hey, it's your strategy. All good. All good.
Yeah.
Hey, man, it's your strategy. It's your combine. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, I know it. Today's a ranging day, so I don't really necessarily think it's likely to go all the way to data highs, but I don't know. I mean, you don't know for sure. The market could tell us, something could happen, or just the market could drift higher for the rest of the day. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, I mean,
let's take a look at
just
it.
Like we were talking about this morning. I mean, we needed a pullback after yesterday. There's no doubt about it. If we are going to continue higher, we needed a little healthy correction. We needed to have some sort of, selling pressure come in just to, stop, run some stops, tempt some people short, thinking that something drastic's changing. But we could just simply push higher to end the week out. So
Here you go, new
downside is I got to be flat by 3. 310 technically. So it's not like I can hold this and go for, go into tomorrow, but.
Right.
Gabe is long 54.33s. NASDAQ's stuck right now, Dolby time. NASDAQ's stuck. He doesn't know.
It's a tough trade. It is a tough trade. I mean, we're kind of just waffling around right now. Like my shorts were a hair early. It's just slowly catching a bid. The structure I think is still fine for a short. It doesn't mean it's going to be a winning trade though. But my risk is like very, very well defined. So I'm not like super concerned about losing the money. I think there's more like a procedural thing that I feel like I lapsed on more so than the trade not being good. Just gotta wait for those levels. Gotta trade the big levels. Like we talk about that. Like, what's the point of drawing levels on your chart if you're not going to trade them?
Exactly. All right, ES long bias now up to 71%. You'll see the tilts at the bottom of your screen on TopStep X. See the tab tilt, click on that. Have it open somewhere. Just to give you an idea of what all the sim traders here at TopStep, which way they're leaning in those particular markets. Crude oil, gold, NASDAQ, and S&P 500.
Like Mickey said, don't be a Joe, be a pro.
Yeah. Dude, Eddie, that guy, man. Incredible. That's my guy. That's my guy, man. He's coming back. We can show you that one. That guy's a stud. Really good to have him on the show. Great find. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, our guests are bringing in good guests. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, we're at the top of our game right now. TopstepTV
Really
is
are.
clicking. Man. With that being said, click like, click subscribe. I probably say 5 times a day, and you guys are always come through for me when we ask for them. So you guys rule. We're at 96,100 subscribers. Countdown to 100,000 is on. You got to get Jack that trophy. He's so desperately wanted his whole life. It is.
Big round number. Traders love big round numbers, Dre, don't they?
Yes, they do. Indeed, they do. A big round number, like 19,500. Big round number. Get long 19,500. That damn level. Yes, it does.
Oh my god.
All right. I'm gonna cut this. I'm cutting this for now. I really don't like how we're just sitting here.
Hey, Mick, cut me.
Yeah, I really just don't like how we're sitting here. I really would have liked to see just buyers step in the last, I don't know, what was that 127 to 135 push that we had, but we still struggled to break out of this level. So I'm going to look for a better entry. You know, I kind of bought in this area of consolidation. Wasn't a great location anyway. Kind of just getting in a little bit early. If we do see a nice little momentum move up and close above, you know, I might look for an opportunity to get in again. But for right now, I'm going to cut it. Feels like we want to maybe head lower. Once again, I'm in the game of saving capital right now. So it's like, all right, I'm not getting what I want. You know, I've been in the trade for 15 minutes now. Nothing's really been happening.
Very range bound. I mean, the NASDAQ is really tied up. This 5-minute range we're in right now is very, very tight. And I kind of got short the bottom of it instead of getting short the top of it. I think my stop was maybe a little bit maybe too tight here. We'll see how this ends up playing out. This could be an opportunity to get long too, to get maybe do some bidding around like 19,000, like 580 and below, just to see if they do a little stop run and get pushed back up. Because I still think the predominant trend that we're playing with is the 1 hour range. So anything between like 19,504 to like 19,606. You know, I still think the objective of NASDAQ is to get up to 19,600 because it did bounce from 19,504. But it's very, very slow. Very, very slow.
Yes, it is. So you're looking at the 1 hour range, Dolby time, and you like 19,580?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the predominant range is the 1 hour. Is the 1 hour range right now. Yeah, starting from like 10 until today. I would say 9 is that candle is pretty extreme, but most of the candlesticks recently are all just kind of stuck between everything between 10 o'clock and now.
Okay, cool.
And then I will like redraw ranges and stuff every like hour or so.
Okay, cool. I'm starting to see what you see. Markets are range bound more than they are trending, right, Dolby? You got to learn how to trade ranges.
Most certainly.
You got to learn at least how to identify a range. Once you can identify it, then you can trade it. First, you got to identify it.
Yeah. And it's just much easier, right, to just think of the market. Like the market, I would say in general, bet on the market doing what it's already doing instead of being the person that bets on it doing something that it hasn't done before.
I like that. Bet on
right?
what the
So
market's doing.
if it's been ranging for the last 10 minutes or hour, just bet on it ranging for the next hour. And if you just so happen to be that person that shorts the top of a range that's been happening for the last hour and it breaks out and you get stopped out, then don't beat yourself up on it. You made the right decision. That's why it's important to have like a mentor or a trading buddy, so you can go back and be like, oh, even though you got the wrong outcome, it was the right decision.
Absolutely. Yep. I like that. Who are we to say when the breakout's going to happen? Oh, damn it.
Right.
Buyers.
I mean, how many times have we gotten caught shorting tops? I've done it all the time. We think we're going to be the one person that's going to nail the top. It's like, no, the market's just going to keep on doing what it wants to do, which is probably the thing that it's already doing.
Right. Who are we? Who are we to say when it's going to break out? Yep.
Total luck. Why just do the
why this time? Yep.
Yeah, right.
This time. I like that.
But it would be fun to try to get long here. I just don't know what the opportunity is, what kind of value I can get out of going long. I mean, I would have wanted a pullback probably closer to like 580. I don't know if shorts are doing a good enough job here to slow down what is basically just a slowly bid up market.
The drift, yeah.
Unless we get to 600s, and then I'm a little bit more interested. But we've been...
Hey, Gabe, I see you in the chat talking to hoops. Sometimes I get too focused on shorter time frames. What were you guys talking about there? I haven't seen the conversation. I just saw that last comment.
Yeah. So Hoop just made a comment that, getting pigeonholed right now with the 1 minute and 5 minute, obviously just getting back to the larger time frames, building a bias, getting a little bit more confirmation of direction, not getting too caught up in the whiplash and the minute details. I still find myself into that trap, right? Sure. Where I'm so gung ho, right? I'm not afraid to take risks. Like I might jump into too many trades. One of the things that I've still been trying to overcome is over trading. I don't know if it's looking for a dopamine rush or, what the case might be. Still doing a little bit of inner, searching and journaling and trying to figure out what really triggers my desire to just get into trades. But getting back to my process, I'm a multi-time frame analysis, so I really need to make sure that I'm not bypassing and skipping over important steps that I need to execute on before I can actually get into a trade, and not just, once again, getting into the trade just because I'm seeing something that, might make me think on the shorter terms that we're headed a certain direction, and then that's where I get chopped up. So just follow my process. Don't get too caught up in the details, over trading. I feel like I can manage my risk pretty well, right? Like I'm not full porting accounts. I'm not taking on too much size, giving myself some room for multiple trades. My trade location, can probably improve and get a little bit more polished.
Can always feel like trade location can be better, right? That's like the holy grail.
Forever.
How do I
comes the pot.
get on a trade with close to zero risk as possible? Just that perfect entry feels so good.
Really does. And it's so hard to come by.
Yeah.
You got to take heat. You got to be comfortable with taking heat too.
Don't know till you bet. Don't know till you bet.
Be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yep. So here's this break above that level of supply. We just closed above, barely, not with a whole lot of momentum, but we've now closed above. So buyers stepped in. Not really going to shoot myself in the foot of getting out of that trade. There's always another opportunity.
Yep.
But we're just slowly drifting higher.
Gabe is flat.
600s, yeah. Yeah.
How hot were you this? How hot were you this morning, Gabe?
Man, inside I was fuming. You guys just saw me go quiet.
Oh man.
When did you know? When did you know this was it wasn't turning out to be the day that you wanted it to be? Was there like something you felt like internally? Do you have like a bio like feedback sort of situation going on where like you just know that things are going towards tilt zone versus focused decisions?
Yeah, that's a great question, man. I think internally, One thing I notice is my heart rate changes pretty drastically when I start getting frustrated. So that's one thing that I kind of keep an eye on or a gauge on is just heart rate. In addition to that, though, I don't know how to really describe it, but do you guys know the feeling? You start to feel like things are bottling up a little bit inside you. I don't really know how to. Well, yeah, tunnel vision on the negative, though, right? I mean, it's not sort of. I mean, I did have some pretty bad tunnel vision on the market in terms of just getting into trades, just not executing my process, but.
I appreciate chat here. Also, like they're actually kind of contributing their own kind of feelings and emotions when they're not maybe trading the best. When I have to wipe the sweat off your mouse, hearing myself score out loud.
I do all the time.
Yeah, I mean this is good stuff. Like trading's not always going to be perfect. There's a nice little pullback.
Yeah.
Well, so 600 got a little bit of a pullback there, so that's like a 10.1. So yeah, that's kind of what I was saying is like, I had tunnel vision on my charts because I was looking at the 15-minute range because I was like, I want to hop in and get action right away. But if I had like just thought a little bit longer, maybe check my trade journal and see what my actual process is, I probably could have waited for the 1 hour range high instead, which was, maybe only 15 points higher than where I got in, but other participants in the market saw that level as much more interesting. And I want to be where they're at, not where I'm at, because the market doesn't care where I'm at or what my position is. I'm trying to figure out where everyone else is in the market and what levels they want to react to. So I just got locked in a little bit too tight on a 15-minute range when the 1 hour range was the one that I should have been focusing on for a better, cheap trade location.
Hey, Gabe, so looking at your... What's up, Toby?
Nothing, just slow morrow. Hindsight Capital doesn't know the feelings they never lose.
Hindsight Cap. We got to get T-shirts made. I will rock that 100%. Hindsight Capital.
So good.
So good. All right, Gabe, looking at your trade reports, what stats of yours did you like and what stats of yours need to work off the top of your head? Anything come to mind?
Well, I really liked.
Here we go.
Prior to today, I really liked the reward to risk ratio. My winners, I was holding on my winners. I was cutting trades quickly. Losers quickly. So that's a good sign, right? Knowing though you have a 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio, you do have to have what is that, a 50% win rate
for 2-to-1?
I believe. Yeah, for 2-to-1, 50% win rate to be
less. In the 40s.
I know for a 3-to-1, it's about 33%.
Yeah. 2-to-1. Yeah. No, you don't have to be. You can be below. I forgot. Robert has that matrix. Robert, if you can pass it along.
Yeah, there's a graphic that I think Robert has.
It's really good. But let's see.
Gabe, I mean, you can do everything right. You can follow your strategy. You can follow your game plan. You can have a great mindset, staying positive, and still walk out of the day with your tail between your legs. I mean, it's just the market is always correct. Sometimes we are planning our strategy the opposite and not knowing this. So, I mean, you did everything you had to do, and the market just wasn't in your favor.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Eddie. I think overall, though, today there's a couple lessons. When I took a walk, I reflected a little bit, and I think I already shared a little bit. Oh, there we go. There's the graphic from Robert.
Thank you. 2-to-1, 2-to-1.
So it's kind of hovering right between 30 and 35%.
Yeah, call it 33%, 32.5%. Somewhere in there. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Robert.
And I mean, if you go back to let me before we go back to my screen, let me see where, because I can actually visually show why my trade location wasn't as good as I thought it was. I just need to see where I got in and out real quick. So I was like 82 and 90. Okay, let's just change the color. So this is like the location, right? And so like on the 15-minute chart, like it looks okay. But if I went to like the 1 minute chart, or sorry, the 1 hour chart, like these entries, like my first entry at 81 is basically in no man's land if you're comparing it to the 1 hour range. So like the 15-minute range, it looks totally normal, but on the 1 hour range, my position got totally steamrolled because the 1 hour range is the one that was taking precedent over the 15-minute range. And so like this is how I like using range trading to like see where my entries are at relative to the market, is try to start at like a really big time frame and then like work your way down. And so don't go small than large, but try to go large than small and defer to like the larger time frames because you get more participants, bigger money players are participating in those larger levels. But the smaller time frames, it's like you get kind of getting lost in the sauce. And so my entry here doesn't make as much sense as it does. Sorry, on the 15-minute doesn't make any sense. 1 hour makes a lot more sense. So that can be kind of a useful tip if you're getting into range trading.
I like that. Has it cooled down by you at all, Dolby? Or is it still sweltering hot over there?
It's just getting hotter by the second, Trey. Hotter by the second.
You're the man, dude. You cracked me up.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones. Hold on, we got the Dow. The Dow's moving, folks. We are 7 points off the high of the day. Yeah, 7 points off the high of the day. Currently trading 38,683. Again, 38,680, 680 now. High of the day is 690. So about 10 points off that. Is the Dow leading us higher? I'm not sure, but it is definitely trading on the highs today.
Yep.
S&Ps might be making a move to the upside. It's dragging.
Yeah, man,
NASDAQ's
we look bullish. We look bullish. I mean, I'm looking at the 1 hour. I mean, if we're just looking at just price action, if you obviously this area, this range, I mean, I would have loved to buy the lows this morning and just been holding it from here. But we have a move higher, right? So we have an impulse higher, and then I need to take my magnet mode off. That's getting annoying. So we have an impulse.
Would you mutter yourself?
My magnet mode was killing me because it was going to specific handles. But we have an impulse higher. We obviously have a nice correction here. And at this point, I mean, if the trend's going to continue, this does look like we'd want to move higher. I don't want to go back and say I should have stayed in this trade, but
yeah,
433 wasn't the worst entry, but it just looks like, once again, could we go lower, maybe get a better entry down beneath, 5430 before we head higher?
You coulda. Would you still be in the trade right now if you're long from 33? I mean, you're talking about get out of 45, so.
Getting my stop at 28. You're talking about my stop or my stop was?
I'm saying no. Would you still, if you were long from 33 like you were? I know you're flat now. Would you still be in this trade? If it's not this trade, I mean, you were looking to get out at 54. You're looking to get out new highs on the day, from what you were saying.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that was my ultimate objective, was to get out at the high of 730, which was the data highs.
Well, if we can get confirmation, there's still room. I guess is my point. There's still room to the upside.
Yeah, there's still an opportunity. I mean, technically, so we're building, we got a lot of, once again, this range, this consolidation. We are technically still making some higher highs and higher lows, but I would actually like to see a little bit of a deeper move down. I mean, I do like, so if you look at this low here, you have another one from the top of the hour. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe something in this region. Like if we could see a move down to 5430, I would look at maybe entering again. It'll give me a little bit of a better opportunity to reduce risk as well, because then I'd only be looking at 5 points of risk. So I might be able to do 2 contracts at that point. But we just looked like we want to drift higher.
we do.
NQ's trying to push. Speaking of which, right above 600s.
Yes, we
Getting
are.
close to that 606, which is my 1 hour range high. So we might see some sellers come in. I mean, for me, it's a tempting short, but I already touched that stove once, Stray, and it did not feel too good. Did not feel too good.
I know. Well, with that being said, we are coming up on time. I didn't even notice it. Even though the markets were moving slow, this segment still went fast. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. This market did absolutely nothing, and the segment still went by quickly. Gabe, you keep us posted. Well, you only trade when we're on screen, right?
Yep.
All right,
So I'm done for the day. Yep, done for the day. Down 930. Live the trade another day. I'll be back next week. We'll see what we can come up with next week. But for the moment, hopefully you guys get some better, movement in the power hour. I think that'll be a fun segment for you guys. Yeah. Could make a move back to the highs at that point, or Dolby might get a short that he's been eyeing. We'll see. But yeah, it's been a pleasure as always. Love being on here with you guys. Chat. Thank you everybody for all the encouragement today. Hope you guys have a great finish to your week.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, everybody. We got Power Hour coming up next with the one and only Justin Whirling. I see you, buddy. I see you in the waiting room. I did see him. He turned his camera off. He's probably getting back on. We will check back in with everyone's favorite. There he is. What up? What up? What up? All right, we'll see you guys on the other side of this Power Hour coming up next. What up, Whirling? back, everybody. Power Hour here on Topstep TV. You know, Dolby Time was just on with us last segment. The man in the middle, though. You might know him. You might not know him. I certainly love him. Justin Werline, welcome to Power Hour. What is good, Justin? I believe you are in the middle of a move. You're moving day. June 1st, I assume you moved into the new place. How's the move going? You are where now?
It has been going great. I'm in Scottsdale, Arizona. I absolutely love it. Great place. Been absolutely kind of all over the place, like getting furniture and furnishing everything. So it's been a lot of work, but it's fun to kind of see a vision and, you know, build a space as a creative person. So it's fun.
Yeah. Look at you. You got the Diamondbacks hat on already. So you are making yourself a local in Phoenix.
Yeah.
You know the drill. I'm sure you love Scottsdale. I'm sure Scottsdale loves you because it is one hell of a place. It's like a mini Los Angeles out there.
Yeah, honestly, it reminds me a lot of California.
Yes, it does.
Oh, nice.
Daughters are trying to look like their mothers, and the mothers are trying to look like their daughters. In terms of age, it's a sight to be. It's wild out there, man. Am I right, Justin? Am I right?
No, you're dead on. You're dead spot on.
No, some things just never change. Anyways, we are moving up here to the upside in NASDAQ and S&Ps. Gabe kind of got hosed on that trade, but then again, the tip of the week, the market is always right. We are trying to push higher here. We got the house account open. We got no trades on the house account yet, and we are looking to make some money. If you guys got any levels, please holler. All right, here's your pullback. Anyone saying it long?
I mean, I might actually.
What do you think about getting long, perhaps, Dolby?
Yeah, I like 19604 just to see if this.
604.
Yeah, I have an order pending. We'll see if we can hop in on this MNQ trade. Justin, MP got all the on-air talent live accounts, so I'm trading a live account, just dipping my toes in the water with MNQ until I can build a cushion. Then we'll switch over to E-mini.
Let's go.
So yeah, we're just going to be nice and safe so far. Had a tried shorting the NASDAQ. That was stupid. Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, you're doing like building the confidence, trading micros for like. I feel like when people start trading on live accounts, if they do start like building the confidence, trading micros early on is like the best thing you can possibly do.
Mm-hmm. And it adds up too. Like you can easily get a couple $100 a day trading micros.
Oh yeah,
and it's a great way to build a cushion. You can fan out orders a little bit. You can stack them. You can dollar cost average if you want. It gives you a lot of flexibility. The commissions are definitely higher, so it's probably not great if you're placing a ton of trades in a day, but it's a great stepping stone to build some cushion.
Yep.
Definitely. So since you've been going through this move, right? Moving's part of life, especially your age, change. Have you been able to get any screen time in, or have you been able to get any trades in or look at the market very much, Justin?
Yeah, so I did an FOMC live yesterday on YouTube, which was really fun. I took, I think 4 trades or something. I was up like 2,000, but it was really fun to like hop on like YouTube because I haven't done a YouTube live in a while, but I got a lot of good feedback and a lot of people enjoyed it, so it was fun.
Nice,
sweet. 4 trades. That's a lot for you, right? You know, you're very, very picky. You're very choosy. You're very disciplined, patient. So 4 trades in that FOMC. You feel like you overtraded, or it was just right because all the setups came in?
No, I think my last trade I definitely shouldn't have taken. I think the first 2 were really solid because I had 2 wins and then 2 losses after that. So kind of like the way that I went about it was the first 2 were good trades. The second or the third one, which was the first loss, was a fine trade. It was a good risk and everything. But after that, normally like I should have stepped away there. But again, a part of trading is like you have to take accountability for those kind of mistakes. But that was definitely one of the mistakes I made. Is again, even though I was up $2,000 on the day, like I still shouldn't probably have taken that last trade because I did give back a little bit more profits than I should have. So that's kind of how the way I look at it.
All right, cool. So what's your read on the markets? Where we're going? Where we've been? Like currently, right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, currently right now I'm pretty bullish. So in the morning we came down. I took shorts earlier this morning with a bias that I was looking to see London low get taken. We rebalanced that bigger time frame and efficiencies holding. So now I would honestly want to start to see us continue to displace to the upside. ES, though, compared to where NQ is, ES is a lot higher up in the range than NQ is. So right now, I would kind of want to see NQ kind of build a little bit more structure and start to get to the upside, and then use the kind of breaker we have to the left of us to work our way back to buy side, which is honestly back to all-time highs. So I'm kind of letting PA start to form and see kind of how we want to see, because I kind of want to see us retrace though from where ES is. ES has ran pretty much 35 points to the upside, so I'd like to see us retrace a little bit back down to the 496 area on ES, and then see if we can have a bottom out there.
496, yeah, 496. Wait, 496 in ES or 496 in NASDAQ? Sorry.
ES, yeah.
496. Okay. What? Let's see. All right. Anyways. Okay. Dolby time. We saw that pullback to 604. Is currently trading 600s.
I'm long one, and I'm going to try to add at 592 and 584. And I'm looking for 4-hour range high. So let's see if we get up there. It's like 19,670.
Okay.
So I'm just going to try to add some longs along this kind of series of higher lows that we've had. What's really funny now, when like in hindsight, it's actually kind of annoying, but we love hindsight here, is that the 1-hour range high, sellers did actually start coming in, which is where I wanted to get short initially, but now I'm switching to longs to see if, because I'm noticing that we have to within a 4-hour range high as well. So I'm going to see if the 4-hour range high will end up resolving and pushing that higher, and maybe this 1-hour range high is simply just a pit stop for a pullback before we pull higher. But I'm kind of in the red so far, so
yeah,
we'll see how this plays out. But so far, it's a little ugly.
Dolby time. If we could rewind just a little bit, regarding micros, you're mentioning, to start the account. Well, when I was getting very close to passing 50K combine, it was suggested by our wonderful community to start trading micros when you get very close to that. So if you do have a bad day, it doesn't take you very far back.
Yeah,
and I use that method, and I pass to an XFA, and give props to the community for suggesting that. So if you're getting close to passing your trading combine, and it might be smart to change to micros and sort of baby step your way to passing instead of trying to just get it all in one lump sum.
Yeah, micros are good.
Love that, Eddie.
I am eating it on this long though. I might be just out of sorts right now, but thankfully, because I am in micros, it's not like blowing up the account, which is great. But it's never fun having an awkward read on the market.
Yeah, right now for me, it's kind of just waiting to see ES starting to pull back here. I'd like to see us retrace a little bit lower, back down into the range. NQ, we kind of just took that high to the left of us, so I want to kind of start to see us build a little bit more structure here, but. Most of the time, I'm not really a power hour trader. From where we kind of are right now, I would expect us to just continue to sit in this range the rest of the day from the recent high to the low of day that we created. If anything, I'm more bullish than anything. I think this would just be a rebalance of price before continuing back higher. But I'd like to see where we look to bottom out here.
Awesome. All right. Well, while Dolby time is in that trade, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, I'll do this one for you, Dolby. You focus on this trade. Upper left-hand corner, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. This time, I'm sure you guys know the drill, but just for those who don't, go hit us up on Twitter or X at Topstep. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Send us your funny memes, your funny jokes, your sweet trader setups. We saw some sweet trader setups yesterday. Cool swag. Everything you got. 5 funded certificates. Anything you got, send it our way. We'll scrape it, and we'll post it here later in Power Hour. Again, hit us up at Topstep. Hashtag Power Hour. We have some great stuff in hashtag Fast Markets, and we'll see if we can keep that going. You guys are the best in the audience, of course. Hit us up.
I
love this morning was incredible.
Content. Incredible.
This morning was
outstanding stuff. I mean,
Did you guys take trades this morning?
What's up?
You guys take any trades this morning?
I have not. Well, I'm driving. I have not traded. Dolby time's been trading like a month. Yeah, Dolby's been trading.
Not in the house account. I think because we had FOMC yesterday, so we didn't want to touch that. Today's been kind of just super choppy. So I think it's tough to trade. I think it's harder to trade the house account in range bound markets than it is maybe a trending market. but we're kind of just getting into summer now, so it should be interesting to see what kind of trades we end up taking in the house account going forward.
Agree. How did you? Okay, we traded FOMC today. We got long at 19,500. Got stopped out. Lost about $6,000 there. The idea was right. We got our execution is probably a little over aggressive. I say so myself, but we did trade FOMC. How'd you like trading the event, Justin? You like trading those big news events with the FOMC rate decision? Then you got the Jerome Powell press conference. Did you?
Mm-hmm.
How'd that go for you?
I love trading FOMC. I think you just have to have the right approach with trading FOMC. Like the problem is that people don't know what to look for when it comes to FOMC. A lot of people think that news is just completely random. News has an exact reason of why it's happening and where it's going to draw towards, whatever the draw on liquidity is. So normally the plan for FOMC and anybody that's watching this, you can go back and back test this. But normally for CPI for FOMC, when Powell speaks, normally it'll be at 2:00, and then 2:30 will be the conference. 2:30 Powell will start speaking. The first 15 to 30 minutes, most of the time, is going to be a manipulation move. So it's a move in the opposite direction of whatever the external draw on liquidity is. So you can, if you go look at yesterday, you can see, okay, market has been extremely, bullish. So what do we expect to see for the first 30 minutes? We expect to be bearish. We expect to see a manipulation in the opposite direction to stop out as many retail traders as possible before continuing towards whatever the external draw is. So normally when I trade F1C, I'm waiting for that initial move in the opposite direction and then recognizing where manipulation is taking place and then look to then move the market back toward the upside or the downside, whatever the draw is. And then that's how I would normally position myself when trading FOMC. So I like the volatility. I like the efficiency and price action. But normally, again, it depends on the FOMC. Like for yesterday, the first 30 minutes was actually the most, the cleanest PA until, then Powell came on and we kind of started to chop later on. And that's when you learn to step away.
So you let the decision play out. You see, what do you call the manipulation? Essentially, you see what the first move is, and you fade the first move. Essentially, it's kind of what you're looking to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it played out nicely. Then Powell dropped the mic, and we sold off, very, very hard. My partner here, Dolby Time, he was short, essentially at the top. So we nailed that one.
I had a vibe on that, and then I kind of just maybe sold it a little bit too early. But that's okay. That's okay. It was a trade that was out of system. We got like a quick 30 on it, which is super cool.
Yep.
NQ, this MNQ trade right now is doing very nicely. I just took profit on one contract, so we got back about 15 something bucks on that.
You almost wanted to get out of that trade, Dolby.
That's kind of sweet. Well, looks like that might have been good. So we'll wait and see for the rest of this, but I still want to try to accumulate more longs here into the end of the day, because that's what NQ seems to be doing. It's just catching that slow bid and makes it very difficult to short. Shorting is see profit, take profit in an uptrending market. So we're nibbling away, trying to get this P&L back to at least above break even is the goal. Let's see if we can break out here.
What are we at right now, Dolby Time, P&L wise?
Minus 14.
Okay.
So got back about half of it. I thought I was going to get back a little bit more than that. I thought I was going to get 30 back. So maybe I did math properly, but that's okay.
Nice trade, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Carl Hungus. Always bringing the heat. Anne-Marie Flat, 19,607. So, Justin, you have what time of the days are you trading? Because I know you're not much of the trading in the close. So I assume you're trading the opens. What time frames are you looking to trade?
Yeah, normally I'm only trading the first hour and a half to 2 hours of the market.
Yeah,
unless we have FOMC or something in the PM session. That's really the only time.
Sure.
Yeah, and then so is it there's a little confusion in chat. So I am trading a live account. MP got all the on-air talent live accounts to trade. Gabe is the one exception because he is trading, he's on the road, right? So he's trying to pass that whole thing live on air. And my goal is just to trade micros in this live account until I get up to about $1,000 in profit. And then I'll probably switch to 1E mini and then try to build from there. So if I'm under 1,000 profit, I'll trade micros. If I'm over, I'll trade E-minis. And we'll try to just build a cushion that way. But trading live in front of a bunch of people, trading a real money live account, I just want to take it as slowly as possible. This is not a huge rush here. I want to get really confident in my system and make sure I'm executing everything perfectly. not getting too aggressive with moving stops to break even because I don't believe in it, so I don't want to do it. Making sure I'm trading bigger ranges, not smaller ones. So just a lot. The thing with trading is that there's so many little details that have to go right to put on a winning trade, and just deviating a little bit can create a losing trade. And even if you do all of the right things, you can still have a losing trade.
Yep.
So it's just really important to make sure I'm just super dialed in. So we're just going to go as low risk as possible and just build a cushion that way.
Hey, shout out to the chat.
I like it.
900 lot sitting on the 5430 bid. I got a 900 lot sitting on the 5430 bid. You're looking out, chat.
30?
Big order. 30s. I'm 30s in the
ES or NQ? Oh, okay.
Yes. 5430. We got a 900 lot sitting on the bid.
We have contract rollover right now, so
Yard and roll.
I've rolled over already, so I saw a lot of people getting confused about like chart numbers right now. So
is that what it was? Yes. Okay, that's because because yes, you're quoting the price. I go, I'm not looking at the same price. I go, then it occurred to me he's in the next month. He's in, what are you, September then?
Yeah.
You're probably in Sep. Yep. Okay, well, we're gonna keep an eye on that 5430 bid in the S&Ps. We do know that S&Ps, NASDAQ, they do like to gravitate towards that liquidity, that big block order or paper, call it what you will. Aim Straight. Aim Straight says that's me, the 900 lot. Is it? You're gonna take a whole full. Just don't spoof us, Aim Straight. Don't spoof us.
Oh man,
Hey,
hindsight capital is betting against. Come on.
All right, we're gonna keep an eye on that.
Justin, how do you, when you're in a trade, and let's say you have a losing trade or two, you're down for the day, are you one to try to get back to break even and reassess, or do you just take your trades as you take them? If they make money, they make money?
Exactly. There's no reason you should trade your P&L. That's an outcome based off of not what's in front of you. If you make decisions based off of a P&L and not the actual chart, then you're brain dead. In my opinion.
You're brain dead. I like that, but no,
Because
you're.
I think a big problem. That's like so many new traders have that problem, and I used to have that problem too when you first start trading.
Sure.
Is you're so focused on looking at your P&L. You'll take a trade. You'll be down on the day. You'll be I'm red. Just looking at that number immediately wants you to be like, I can't end the day like this. And especially when you take a green trade, you're up like, let's say $1,000, and then you lose $500, and then now you're up $500, but you were like, oh my God, I was just up $1,000. Now I'm up a $500. I want to make that $500 back. And you're not focused on the actual chart in front of you. If there's no opportunity, there's no trade. But when you're looking at a P&L, you're creating opportunity out of thin air, and that's why you end up blowing up. Is because in reality, there's nothing there. You're just psychologically telling yourself there's something there because you're focused on your P&L and not the actual chart in front of your face.
Yeah,
that's right.
And it's hard too. I think it's like there's a lot of paradoxes in trading, and I think that's why having like a mentor is so important to help a new trader navigate all the paradoxes. And I think that's one of them is I just want to get back to break even. But it's like, well, your trade could be worth like 4x what your break even is. Like maybe you're down $100, but that trade could be worth 400. And then you're right.
Yeah,
what can it do? It screws up your expected profit for your trading strategy.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it too is you have to have the level of conviction in your strategy too to know that whatever your risk basis is for the average trades you take is going to define or outweigh whatever that loss is. Like for me, I know my wins outweigh my losses significantly. I can take 3 losses in a row and 1 win will bring me back green, and I know that. So when I'm in trading, and let's say I'll take 2 losses on the day and I'll end the day down $1,000, it doesn't affect me. I'm not thinking going into the same, or like I'm not avidly looking at the day being like, oh, how can I make that money back? How can I do it? Because I'm going to simply wake up tomorrow morning, because guess what? The market opens at the same time every single fucking day. It's not like it's going anywhere. A lot of you guys are trading like it's the last day that the market's ever going to be open. And you simply wait for more opportunity. And that's simply what you have to be in a mindset. And that's the difference between also being in a longevity mindset versus, you got to ask yourself this question. How long do you plan on being a trader? Do you plan on trading for a week, a month, a year, 4 years, 5 years? How long? Because you're making decisions like you're fucking plan on trading for a week. And that's the problem.
Justin, let me ask you that question, Justin. How long do you plan on being a trader for?
Great question. I would say at least another couple of years. I think I'll be a trader my entire life, but my goal is to get to a point where I disappear off the face of the planet because I'm managing that much capital. So,
damn, where would you go?
We'll never see you again.
I guess
We know
that's
you
part of
made it.
that's part of disappearing. You don't tell us. Yes. Seems like you're a desert guy. So you're a desert guy apparently. So look for you out there in the Southwest. But, maybe go to the islands. Maybe go to the mountains. I guess you're kind of from the mountains. So maybe something different.
Yeah,
but
I mean, yeah.
Yep. I got you going with that question, though.
Sorry, I'm sorry for the swearing, guys. I get passionate. Right?
I didn't
This
say
is my
anything.
blood. I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything.
You like that.
I know people have their kids watching. I know people have their kids watching. I sincerely apologize. It's just, that's the passion.
He's passionate. He's passionate. It's raw. It's real, man. Like I said, Top Step, real trades, real traders, real P&Ls, real execution.
And this stream is marked not for kids.
Oh, perfect.
Just
Is that
let that
true?
be known.
Oh, there
yeah.
you go.
Is that true?
It's yeah. Oh no, I can't be responsible for what someone comes on and says. We can't have Tuckman going off and letting the kiddos watch.
Let's get little Jimmy out of the room.
Justin, since I got you on here, give me your thoughts about GME, GameStop, Roaring Kitty, all of it. Just give me your thoughts in general.
I think it's absolutely terrible. I think it is the worst. And I'll tell you exactly why. People want easy returns and people want easy things, and they like seeing a big flashing green light in their face saying, ooh, look at all this opportunity. You can make so much money, blah, 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 blah. And it's literally just straight gambling. And people normalize it, and the community normalizes it, saying, oh my God, let's go, GameStop up 50% or blah, 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 blah. And then all of these random people who have no idea what they're doing are simply just putting in their entire, retirement fund into a random stock that's based off of some random person and based off what he tweets. Like, we're promoting gambling and we're promoting bad habits, and we wonder why, the 98% of traders fail. It's because all we promote is terrible habits because it's fun to watch. Like, it's terrible.
Yeah, I think it's well said. Roaring Kitty, though. What about the guy Roaring Kitty? What do you think about that guy?
I think Roaring Kitty is a cool guy based off of the original analysis that he did on GameStop years ago. But now I think it's simply just bringing back a hype because he has the name in the following to do so.
People, yes, the original analysis was spot on. It was well thought out. It was well enunciated. It was well articulated.
Absolutely.
And then he just kind of turned into a character. It seems like he's doing it for all the. He looks like he's doing it for the clicks now. It's kind of whatever that thing was last Friday.
Well, he's also made hundreds of millions of dollars because he's presumably sold the options. It looks like
that's true. Jack, Justin. Jack is our GameStop expert in here. Well, he has lots of exposure to GameStop itself.
No. I'm not like. But I don't.
He's levered up.
Is very different. I'm not levered up. I'm selling the volatility and hedging it, right? Because people are acting like complete wackadoos with this. It's like cultish, and they're trying to figure out what every Twitter post means while the open interest in his options go down. I don't know. It's crazy town.
It is crazy town. Well, we're
certainly crazy
town. We are in the bottom area right now.
Yep, still holding, not moving my stop, not trading my P&L. I do want to see if I can add more, though, at 584 and maybe even like 582.
Okay.
Just see if we can get this to push higher here.
Let's do that. We did see Hoag here in the chat, dropping in to say what's up to everybody. Let's get back to rest and relaxation. Anne Marie likes you, Justin. Big fan. Anne Marie in the chat. I like you, Justin. Yeah, she's on with those fast markets.
People either like me or really don't like me, and I think it all.
Why would they not like you?
People don't like hearing the reality of things and like how I say it. It's either like you know what I think it is. It's like the people that grew up like playing competitive sports probably like me. The people that grew up not playing competitive sports probably don't like me. And that's like a weird kind of analogy, but I feel like people get that.
I like you.
I don't think you're wrong. I mean, it's...
I like you, man. You're one of my favorites, man. I'm not gonna lie. The first time next time I'm out in Phoenix, actually I might be out there a little bit. I'm coming to say what's up, man. You got to pull.
I'll get you a nice dinner. I'll get you a nice dinner.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Nice.
I appreciate that. Yes. Okay. Well, we're starting to see the Dow roll over a little bit. We're seeing maybe it's a pullback in the NASDAQ. Maybe it's a pullback in the S&Ps. It's a muted afternoon. We did see us kind of drifting higher. Follow through. See if we can get some follow through. Looking at the tilt here. 70% short in crude oil. And it's crude's after hours now. 50-50 in CL. Everything's moving around on me. 50-50 NQ, 50-50 ES. So no real bias, long or short, from our simulated traders. And we're about to, you see in the lower left-hand corner, the countdown clock to the closing bell. Dolby time, are you adding into these longs?
If we can get down to 584, 582, I'll try to add 2 more here. Yeah, and if we can push back up to like 19,606, I'll go to break even, because I do allow 1 test of my entry before I go to break even. So we did test my entry like about 3 minutes ago. So if we can get that second push, I would go to break even. I don't want to see this come back to break even, because it really shouldn't at that point. Like, this needs to push up and out, because that's kind of the thesis. So if it does give me the opportunity to remove some risk, I'll take it. I feel like I've already accepted enough risk on this by letting it come back to my entry. And we've been in this trade for at least 10, 15 minutes. So it's been a while. And that is a part of my plan. I've been doing that since I was trading crude oil. Allow 1 test to my entry. If I get the test and bounce, we'll go to break even, and then it really shouldn't come back.
Okay. Again, we do have the house account open. Markets are pretty muted right now, so I'm not sure we get enough check marks to execute a trade. The trade of the day, either get long off those 500s in the NASDAQ or shorting 85s this morning. Coach Jay came in, shorted them, and Marie shorted them as well. Dolby time, you might even have shorted the 80. I don't know, but yes, you called it out, though. Oh, that level, those 85s. 585s, shorting 585s this morning in the NASDAQ. It was a retest. We sold off. Then we kind of bounced higher.
Yeah, good range. I mean, this morning had an awesome range between like 9:30 and like 10:30 was a killer range to trade. You just could have got, short tops by bottoms, and you would have taken almost no risk.
Yes, very little heat. I want to do a quick update here on our live funded trading talent here at TopStep. Just got a mix of red and green right now. Of course, the house account, no trades. D hanging in there. Down about 2 G's. Dakota up $4,200. Jeez, Dakota is hot right now. Speaking of Dakota, be sure to tune in to Slow Markets this evening. Watch that gold trade play out. He told you to tune in 5 minutes early yesterday. It starts at 8 p.m. Central. He said tune in around 7:55, because right around there he's noticing that there's a sell-off in gold. Damn near every day for the last couple of weeks. And sure enough, it hit yesterday. Made a nice profit there in Slow Markets. It played out exactly like he was going to tell you it was. It did, and it absolutely happened. So please tune into Slow Markets with Dakota, 8 p.m. Central. Got Jordan S. down $1,600. Tanya Trey's down $3,100. Nick for a tick down 33. Hang in there, Nick. I know you were up yesterday. It's been back and forth. Raul R. Up $7,400. Raul, I saw somewhere that you were pumped that we gave you a shout out the other day. Okay. And you were on the list again today. Up $7,400, Raul. Good job. Raphael S. up $7,100. Raphael P. up $9,300. I've seen that name a couple times. Eddie S. I've seen that name a few times too. Up $5,000. So there is some green mixed in with some red. It's one of those days, though. Justin, did you take any trades today? I guess you're in the moving process. When you're distracted like that, when you're going through a life change, you're literally moving where you live. I know. Are you? Can you possibly trade with full focus? Can you lock in?
No. No, I can. I traded this morning. I took a small loss. I'm down around maybe $400, $500. But yesterday I was up 2K, but it's more of situating. It's the excitement of it, because I'll trade, but I got to go out. I've spent so much money on furniture. It's crazy. I didn't realize
so expensive. Furniture is so expensive.
Yeah. I didn't realize I would have to spend. Yeah. No,
furniture is so expensive.
It is. Ugh. But I was reassured, because my buddy called me and he's like, just buy the good shit. It's gonna be with you. You're gonna like it your entire life.
Buy the heavy stuff. Buy the heavy, sturdy stuff. You'll last. Just don't be the one to move it. You hire that out. But
and I want to create a space I can enjoy.
Yeah, you have to. I assume you're gonna be working out of there, right? You're gonna be spending a lot of time there.
Exactly.
It's got to be your space. You're a creative person. I can see, we'll have to do a MTV Cribs version for Justin when you're fully moved in. Show us the new crib. Show us the new crib. You have any roommates? You got any roommates?
I don't have any roommates. I don't have any roommates, but I have like 4 of my buddies that are moving into the same building.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be
Frat house. Frat house.
Oh, good on you.
No, not a frat house. Not at all.
TST cribs.
Like, there's
I
some
like that
really
joke.
crazy people in this building though. Do you know? Like, guess who I saw in the lobby? If anybody knows who this is, a guy who lives in my building. You guys know who Charlie Kirk is?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk, who everybody hates.
Yeah,
YouTube.
Charlie Kirk. I met him downstairs. He lives in my building.
Oh wow.
Oh, I know that
Don't
face.
tell anybody where you live.
I know that face. That guy, huh?
Yeah.
He's from my hometown. Whoa. That's wild. I know that face. He's from my hometown. I'll be damned. Palatine,
Yeah,
Illinois.
that's crazy.
No kidding. No kidding.
Illinois
From
guy,
Palatine,
huh?
Illinois.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Really?
Palatine,
Illinois?
From Palatine.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know
he's
that.
from Palatine. He went to.
That's wild.
Do I know this guy? Okay, wow. Okay, so he lives in your building, Justin?
Yeah,
Hold on, try-
I want to sit down and have a discussion with him. He's a super smart guy. I'd love to talk with him.
Oh yeah.
He's from
Oh
Arlington
yeah.
Heights. He's from Arlington. He's from Arlington Heights.
Played many a
No
soccer
kidding.
game in Arlington Heights.
Same. Wow. He's from my.
Same with Palatine.
There you go. There you go. Okay, so your building's crazy. I did hoop. That's exactly where I went hoop. That's exactly where I went to high school. Yes. All right. Cool. So you got a life transition going on. I know you're still young. You're still locked in on trading. You're still tuning into the markets, managing your risk well. So even doesn't matter if you're young or old. I guess you're staying locked in. I traded this morning, lost about $400, manageable. Will you be trading tomorrow? You trade every day. I guess my question. You trade every day?
No, for example, I didn't trade Monday because I don't trade on no news Mondays. But I'll probably trade tomorrow. I'm thinking about opening, and the chat can tell me if they'd maybe be interested in this, but I'm thinking about funding a new live account with $50K and just making a YouTube series and seeing just how much I can grow it, because I think a lot of people don't really trade on live accounts anymore. And in my opinion, I think trading on live accounts is very, very different than trading on funded accounts.
One's different.
Say that
One
again?
is like a game.
A live account versus a funded account?
Yeah, they're completely different to trade on. Because
What's the difference?
Well, I think that you can get a payout with zero skill. I don't think you can grow an account with zero skill.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but it's basically gambling because the reason I say that is the difference in trading when you have rules in place versus personal capital is, number one, there's more on the line, which is more emotional control. Number two, you have, daily loss limits and other things that you have to worry about when you're taking trades, different types of setups, different types of areas in which you're taking profit, right? If you have, a trailing stop loss, whatever it is, you have to take profits earlier than you would because you have to be careful of, a pullback, whatever it is. So there's a lot of other things that you have to keep into account when you're trading on a funded versus a live account. And I also just don't think there's a lot of transparency in the space and there's not a lot of people that can actually do it. And I want to show what I can do.
I like that.
Well, there's a
Full
whole.
transparency.
I know, you're a gamer, so you'll understand this. But there's almost a meta to prop firms, and how you want to pass them.
What does that
taking
mean, guys?
Payouts. It's
I'm not a gamer. Talk to me.
It's this. Justin is describing trading one live account. That's just pure trading. But when you do props, for example, there's a whole strategy to doing them to get payouts, to make it profitable. So there's a game within a game is kind of what we're trying to
Exactly.
say.
Yeah. Because the way about going about it is for example, when you just have a base number, for example, a lot of the times when you think about it too, when you open up a trade, when you have a base number, let's say, okay, I'll fund it with $50,000, right? There's zero rules. I can lose all of that money in a single day if I wanted to. If I'm on a funded account, I lose $300, which was the activation fee, whatever it was, right? So the thought in my head that's number one, and that's something you have to realize, right? The level of discipline, the level of control that you have to have is completely different. Number two, the rules in which you have to, okay, what's my max win I can have based off of the rules? What's my trailing drawdown, right? All of those things I have to take into account with my entries, with my exits, with whatever it is. So when we talk about, there's a meta to passing a funded account where it's say, okay, risk this much percent, and take, 3 trades, whatever. If you lose, then lower your size by, this percent, whatever. when you're on a live account, its decisions are all based off of whatever you choose. You can choose whatever fits you personally. And most people don't know that because they just haven't had the experience to figure out what fits them personally. They've never traded on live accounts. And honestly, I don't really know any other people besides like me and maybe Umar Ashraf and I think Jay Dunn and some other people that like actually trade on live accounts.
Well, I think to that point, when you're trading a funded account, you're trading the firm's capital, whereas you're trading the personal account, you're trading your own capital. So I think personal account, you make the rules. You can lose or make as much as you want. You don't have to use stops. You can do whatever the hell you want because you are trading your capital. Funded account, you're trading the firm's capital, so you're going to play by the firm's rules. I think that's fair and straightforward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
no,
I mean, if I had my choice, if I could go back in time, I would still trade props 100% of the time because I don't want to. I don't like if you pay for 100% of your mistakes in a live account. So every mistake you make, you're paying full price for. But if you're in a prop account, you're not necessarily getting punished for not being perfect and having perfect discipline. But if you're in a live account, it's literally everything is your responsibility, and you will pay full price for every single mistake. I mean, Justin could lose $300 in a live account, but that's just activations fees for two accounts. That's like a trade. But you have to think about the opportunity. All the screen time you get in prop firms is really, really good for new traders. I don't think that's talked about enough. It's not like a super sexy selling point, but the most valuable thing in trading is screen time. And if you're in a live account, you're paying full price for your screen time. Yep. But if you're in a prop firm, you're paying a flat fee and you get a whole month worth of data to practice and perfect your craft. So live accounts are much harder, way different. Totally agree with everything you're saying.
You should do it though, Justin. I think that'd be sweet to watch. That'd be super sweet to watch. Watch you grow it and grow it and grow it.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be fun. I think I agree with what you say though. Like props, when I first started trading, there was not like an opportunity to be able to build capital like that. And I think that's the opportunity that props like can give people is the opportunity to, if they want to fund a live account, they have the opportunity to build capital with trading using props. And I think that's something that, when I first started trading, I didn't have, I was working two jobs at the same time, funding that and then blowing my paycheck on like random accounts. Right. But it took a while.
I did that too.
Get to that time. Yeah.
Because props didn't exist, right? So it's like, I want to get into trading, so it's great. Let me dump 10 grand into an account. I know nothing about trading, but I'm paying full price for literally everything. Exactly. And then like literally like 2 months later, I hop on Google prop firms, and Topstep comes up. Didn't exist before, but now it does. And now I'm paying. I think back then it was like $150 for a 50K account, and you had to trade. I think a minimum of 10 or 15 days before you even got funded. Yeah. And so you look at the space now and it's like, I mean, it's never been a better time to be a retail trader to get into trading because the prices come down dramatically. The opportunities are insane. Like there's more content and information for new traders now than ever before. But live trading your own account, totally different ballgame. And I'm trying to treat this account like Justin is going to treat his account because I don't want to lose this account that Topstep provided, because then I have to go back to the trading combine. So it's like, I want to be super careful in managing this.
Mm-hmm. I have a good question because you helped me spark this question. Do you think it's easier to trade now than it was, 20 years ago? And what are the reasons why? Because I kind of have an answer for
harder,
but I want to hear what you guys think.
It's harder now because of algos. You could arbitrage a lot easier back then. You could literally. We made a fortune, we made pretty good money. We were able to arb against the CME versus the Singapore exchange. The spreads were wider, and the algos weren't as effective as they are now. So I think it's more difficult now. What say you? Perfect information.
I don't know. Yeah. That's a really good question. I think my problem is that I don't know, because I can point to every single one of my winning and or losing trades and be like, that was a result of my decision, whether it being good or bad. And I don't have enough data to assign that to, because the market's hard. It's like, no, I just made a bad decision. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I more think about it as like the conditions in which the environment is for like the time period. Because like one of the biggest factors that I think makes today harder. Now, I don't think like in general today is harder to trade. I think today's easier because we have more obviously information and education. But one of the things that I think is a curse about today is the social media aspect at the same time. Because in my opinion, I think one of the biggest things that holds people back in trading is social media. Because how many, like, the fact that you can, trade, end up, going into the morning, taking a loss, going on Twitter and then being like, oh, I'm up this much, and then seeing all these people, all of these conflicting biases, all of these conflicting ideas. And then in your own head, you don't end up building any personal conviction and experience because you're getting thousands of inputs in your face every single day. When, 20 years ago, it was you and your computer every single day in and day out. And what you saw, you believed. And that experience, that conviction stuck way more with you then than it does now. Because now you see 20 different biases in a single day with everybody different things. And especially being, a trading influencer, even when I will come on here, I'll see people in the chat say, oh, Justin doesn't know what he's talking about. Why could you be long right now? Why could you be short? But
that happens. Yeah, that's
to know, but I'm saying like newer traders, they don't know what's right and what's wrong. And when you're constantly being fed, this is right, this is wrong, and then it's conflicting all the time, you don't know what's true. So then when you end up, taking a trade and it does well or does wrong, you never end up building personal conviction because of all the constant biases that are being thrown in your face.
Yeah. I mean, if I was to use, I think, social media again, I would try to use it to find like one or two like mentors or trading buddies that like I really resonate with and that I trust, or we're talking about like high quality individuals. Because we had Fatima on and we had Carlos on, and they've been trading for a little less than, I think, like 2 or 3 years, but both of them started with mentors and they're already starting to take payouts. Whereas like I never had that because I was trading by myself. And so it was just me losing money by myself. And like that sucked because I didn't have anyone there to be like, hey, you made the right decision, but had the wrong outcome, or you had a winning outcome, but you made the wrong decision. And the only thing I've seen from talking to all these traders is that having a mentor or a trading buddy will dramatically increase your learning curve and make it way easier to get funded and start taking.
So in that aspect, I think it's easier then, because I think it's easier to find a trading buddy now than ever before, unless you were like when I came in. All right, Eddie, we got MOC coming up. We got quiz results to do, and we got some hashtag power hour. Go ahead, Eddie.
S&P, we're up 8,123,000,000, 8 billion. Wow. The S&P, is that right? Buyers, NASDAQ, 408 million buyers. Dow 30, 428 million buyers. And the 7, 223 million buyers. You know what? There's a correction on the S&P. They just corrected it. 813 million on the buy side.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, I saw that correction. So a total of call it 1.6 bill, give or take. You said buy side, right? Buy side, yes. Buy side.
Buy.
Okay. Bye. Jim Cramer. You want to talk about the only influencer 20 years ago? It was Jim freaking Cramer back in the day. That's who it was. That was the influencer, for better or worse. He's gone a little cuckoo since. Is that Jack getting ready to chime in there? I think I heard Jack ready to jump in. Anyways, okay, my bad. I thought you had something coming. Anyways, I want to go to Gabe real quick. We do have some quiz results, as everyone wants to see. Then we got some hashtag power hour stuff coming in. Here, we've got 8 minutes left on Power Hour. So, Gabe, if you got it, let's run through that stuff.
Let's do it.
I just want to point out a couple pretty great names here.
Yeah, please.
Very nice here. I love my wife. Nice. I like
Smart.
Llama Del Rey.
Hey, I like that.
Lots of tick puns. We got a curved one, Papa Powell's one. We got a stick one. I'm just searching through it here. Eddie's Longwater. Small one.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You guys.
The tick ones.
You guys are great. Love it.
Love it.
Bring on the ticks.
Yes, we do. Thank you for that.
I'm long an MAQ at 603. Cool. Just one for now. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can get new highs. Yep.
Yeah, we should see some new highs here.
Good job.
Yep. And then we got 1.6 bill buy side MOC here and executing about 2 minutes here. Chad Hundley. Are you related to Todd by any chance, Chad? Are you related to Todd? Is your father Randy? From 93.
Cubs catcher.
Yeah, he went to they went to my high school. Chad Hunley, or the Hunleys went to my high school, so perhaps there's a relation there. Anyways, let's go to James. If we're ready for hashtag Power Hour stuff, we're closing in on time. We're getting short on time here, so James, if we're ready for that, we could do that. If not, we can get back to the markets.
Now we got Power Hour stuff.
In chat, but James, you ready? You want to do these?
Let's do it. Send it.
Let's go.
All right, we got more monitors for all you monitor lovers.
Look at this setup. Nice. Look at that setup. I like these. I like these submissions when they set in their setups. I like this.
Imagine playing Tarkov on that. All right, moving on. Oh, yeah. This is one of our Lean Hog Challenger completers. Luna has Passage Combine, trading only Lean Hogs.
Amazing.
Map of the galaxy.
Wow.
5 Stetsons, right? Yeah, hell yeah. All right, what's next? What we got? Yeah, there's 2 types of traders in the chat. I'm a funny trader. I make $1,000 per day for my 5-year-old laptop. And that's next 5 bro.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's so good.
Got him.
That's so good.
That one's the best.
Which one are you? And then, oh yeah, hit that one. Oh, that was one next to it. This one's great too. Congrats. Becoming a funded trader.
I'd like to see those.
That's awesome.
Yep, I earned this a while ago and also paid myself $2K. Good job, Jack. Good
Nice
job.
yeah.
Oh yeah, very nicely on TopStep funded account. Took a short scalp off the order block. Traded it all morning. $474 is $474.
Hell yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's what they say.
Beautiful.
Ooh.
That's what they say in Palatine.
I'm out. I got $20 on that.
Yeah, they don't say that in Palatine, Jack. Palatine.
Guess what, Andre? Guess what, Dolby? We made it. We're trending on Twitter.
Get out of here. Look at
Come
that.
on, dude. Are we really? Oh, well, that Justin. We're
20,
trending.
You know, but we're trending.
We're trending, Justin.
Oh my god.
Wait, I
Look,
got
I did it.
my equal bonus notes that I got us trending on Topstep. Put that on my phone real quick.
We did.
Yeah, we'll have a good talk about that with HR.
Resume.
And then
$30.
our
Oh, boy.
Hungus Power Hour meme coming at you fast.
Yes. Who's that one in the front? Who's that guy in the front?
That's some random fisherman.
Sloppy Joe's in Key West, baby.
Oh man,
That's my random fisherman might be my new favorite right now.
Yep.
But it's real good.
That's from this morning. Call back to this morning.
Yeah, it was. P&L update. I was down $30. I'm now up 9. Turned
Hell
it
yeah,
around.
Dolby.
Turned it around.
Trade micros. Trade micros.
Same
Trying to build a
day.
little cushion here. Love it. Love it. All right, guys. We got 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Justin, thank you for joining us here on Power Hour. Great watching.
Sir.
All right, let's see if we can make
Always
new
a
highs
pleasure.
here in the make new highs here in the ES. We're about 1 point away from new highs. Currently trading 54.42 half. High today 54.43 half. Justin, you said it. The S&Ps are higher today than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ kind of lagging today. I think I took a look at Apple. Apple was around unch on the day. Oh, it's up $1.50 on the day. It's a slow day for Apple these days. Nvidia up 3.5% just because up $4.50. Currently trading $129.60. Trying to find the catalyst. What's going on here? All right, 3 minutes here. Dolby time, great job. Turn that sucker around. Love that.
I'll take it. I think I took profit somewhere around like 614. Got long around like 600. So quick little scalpadoodle, but learned some lessons and turned a red day into a green day. So that's a win-win. Got my handy dandy trading journal here, taking some notes. Don't want to make the same mistake twice. Don't want to make the same mistake twice. Oh, you got one too? Hell yeah.
Right here. Every day. Yep. Got my shit, writing it down. All right, see if we can push higher here. I do journal on paper. It's easier. If I find it easier, Justin, maybe call me old. I find it easier to edit with pen and paper.
But what about like
and scribble and scratch?
Like no, journaling like your trades. Do you journal your trades on paper?
Yeah. It's all chicken scratch, but for sure, yeah, it's all right here. Yeah.
But when you journal your trades on paper, how do you know like what the setup visually looks like?
Take a picture of it.
At this point, I kind of remember. I don't. I remember. I guess at this
Exactly. You
point,
don't remember. No.
Well, here's what I would
Yeah.
do, Justin, is I would use Gadwin print screen, and I would basically take a screenshot of my setup pre and post trade, so that way I could go back and then look at that exact moment. So that way I don't have like a hindsight bias, and I can review my notes and then look at the picture of the chart, not the chart itself, and that helped a lot.
You don't think I remember, Justin?
Gotcha.
Are you calling me? I'm fibbing here. You're saying I don't remember the setups, eh? I don't remember the setups from like 2-3 days ago. But then again,
last month. Yeah, exactly.
That's irrelevant. What happened last month is irrelevant if you ask me. I think it's a week-to-week thing. Maybe
it's experience that you should be able to go back on and be able to look at your data and tell yourself what you do right, what you do wrong, and how do you improve over time. If you don't have that data, then what's the point?
Fair enough. I remember yesterday's trade. I got long from 19,500 and lost $6,000. So I'm still bitter about that one. I'm still pissed about that one. All right, we made new highs here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ trying to push higher. Still not making new highs on the days. New highs in the S&P or NASDAQ would be new all-time highs. So we'll fill some Palatine. Oh, boy, we got Palatine in the house. We got everything in the house in this chat. 30 seconds here. Eddie, you got the bell and outro. Justin, yeah, Youngblood coming for me, man. Telling me I don't remember trades. You're right. I don't remember trades from a month ago. Who does remember their trades a month ago? As long as Justin, do you remember my name? I don't remember my trades, but do you remember my name?
Of course. I remember. How could I forget my two loving co-hosts, Andre and Dolby?
My man.
Oh my God! Look at Nasdaq just eating up.
Wow,
stocks
sellers
right
just
now.
came in.
Oh, brutal.
Wow.
That is brutal.
That was vicious. Okay. Justin, thank you so much. Good luck with the move, man. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Boy, that was a huge sell volume candle right there, right on the close. Wow.
Brutal.
Later, guys. Justin, you're the man. Dolby time. Nice comeback. Nice turnaround. Let's do this shit again tomorrow, baby. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it. Enjoy your day, guys.
Hey, enjoy your move, Justin.
Yep. Eddie, all you.
All right. It is time to say good night, good day. We'll catch you tomorrow. But before we go, I want to make sure that we get an idea what we've got going on here for our economic numbers. 7:30, there's going to be a few numbers. Mine are really not really much to worry about here. Export prices, import prices. Scrolling down a little bit here at 9 o'clock, we do got the Michigan consumer sentiments. Now that could turn the blender on. We also at 10 o'clock got the Fed monetary policy report, which is it could be a major number. So we're going to have to watch for that around 10 o'clock. 12 o'clock, high noon, the U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. And after that, we've got the Fed Goolsby. But at 1 o'clock, Goolsby, they'll be speaking. So that's about it for the economic numbers. Now, who we've got tomorrow, coming in tomorrow here for Friday, the 14th, JD and myself are going to fire up the machine here early 8 a.m. Central Time. Fast Market, you got to be here for that one. Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, Jack, MP, and Andre. That should be exciting. Power players, we got Dolby, Peter Tuckman. If he can make it, let's hope he can. It's always great to talk to Peter at the end of the week here. JD and Andre. Top quiz, Jack and Anne Marie. We've got shoulder tap. Well, actually, it's going to be roast my trades. So keep an eye on that. Roast my trades. And what I'm going to do here real quick, we do have roast my trades tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be hosting a special edition of shoulder tab, which we do call roast my trades. And if you want risk manager Ben to put you under the coals, okay, to roast your trading, feel free to submit your request. And I've got the link right here. I'm going to put that in here, and then we're going to continue. So I'm going to get that out for everybody. Give it a shot. You know, I tell you, it doesn't hurt. It's have a little fun with it. Let's have a little fun with it. Okay, back to who we have here coming in tomorrow. We do have the what do we got? Group coaching with Robert the Riz Cooney and JD. 1 o'clock, Robert, Dolby, Anne Marie with the Strategy Lab, and the end of the day, Dolby, Andre, JD, and Coach Ray. All right, so I got an easy day tomorrow. Thank you very much. but I will be here in the back watching, listening, and hopefully helping. So, folks, I hope you had a great time today. Be here tomorrow. I tell you, we got some stuff. We got some more. I don't know if I should say it. I'll just keep it at that. You can try to guess where it's coming from. We love having you here each and every day, and I hope that you love being here with us here. Now, it is time for family. All right, log off, shut things down, give the computer a rest, give your eyes a rest, give your brain a rest, give that little mouse finger a rest. All right, time to get some love, family time. So, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day, stay safe, stay healthy, and until we meet again, which hopefully is tomorrow about 8 o'clock Central. Yes. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. See you.